when we're chatting beforehand, like, are we there? Are we sure? And it seems like we are.
Well, with every commentary, it's like you stand and you're about to do your first like pool dive, and you stand at the ledge and you just take the leap of faith. But with the passing years, it's gotten easier and easier, especially when I have such a capable co-pilot. But people in
Oh,
the chat know the drill. Can you hear us? Can you see us? Can you tolerate us? Why are you here on a Sunday morning?
I'm just looking, done. It says day four, if that's what's live.
Oh, that probably is a typo.
Day six would be more accurate, but all
Update
good
the
either way.
title. Oh, easy to do. Just take me a second.
Easy clap.
I have not, in fact, invented a time machine. Okay,
Aw, boo.
how do I update title? So I just need to change the 4 to a 6, right?
Yep.
Done. Boom.
He says done. We believe him, I think.
Yep, I think it should work now. But
It's also funny
okay.
when I open something and then I hear it like the delay of what I've already said, and it just it's wild to think about.
It's crazy to me like how little tech savvy some I'm not going to name any names, but I don't know, like people in the streaming space sometimes have. Like I feel like over the years I've gotten so good at good for a GM, the bar is pretty low, but I feel like overall I'm not too bad at troubleshooting. Like I know like if a Zoom is just like a black screen and OBS, like I know the steps you need to take. And I know the steps that we need to take in order to avoid a draw. But they forgot step one, which is step one, do not play a Berlin. Step two, if you have already played a Berlin, D3 is recommended here. Do not castle, do not collect $200.
Do not pass go. It goes directly to jail. Danya, this opening from Magnus, it can hardly be called a surprise, right? He doesn't always go for the Berlin. That's clear, right? He's played a lot of sort of open Spanishes, at least in his World Championship matches, and Gukesh plays D3 quickly. So, yeah, we're probably going to get more of a fight between these two. The move D3 indicates that we're avoiding the main, or the formerly main, I guess, topical endgame variation in the Berlin. And now we just have who's going to maneuver better than the other.
Yeah, I honestly think we really should stop calling D3 a sideline. Like, that's we're stuck in like the early 2000s when it comes to chess naming conventions. Now this is usually referred to as the anti-Berlin, I think, and the pedants in the chat will correct me. It's just like the fried liver is not actually when you play knight g5, that it refers to the actual sacrifice on f7.
Yep.
So in the same vein, is the Berlin specifically where black takes on e4 and this is the anti-Berlin, or are we still in the actual Berlin, or does it just not
You're,
matter and I should just shush?
you're asking great questions. I still think knight f6 is considered the Berlin. Like that's the move that makes it the Berlin defense. But I kind of get what you're saying because when
It's
I
really
hear
Munich to
Berlin
my
defense,
ears. Yeah.
well, I'm going to be very Frankfurt with you right now, and I think that your pun game, it's sometimes really on point, but more to the point, Danya. That if I said to you in a casual conversation, "Oh, like I was just looking at this game and it was the Berlin," I feel like you would think it was like the queenless position, right?
Yeah, I would. I've heard this referred to as the anti-Berlin. I think we should talk about this for the entire show. Actually, we should debate this.
We'll get into semantics and just figure out if it's important after all. But yeah, I do think that this is the anti-Berlin. We know that it's all the rage these days at the highest level, precisely because they can avoid 25 moves of preparation for the most part. And you see the players, although they've only spent just over 1 minute and now going on 3 minutes for Magnus, and if it was the main line, they'd be playing every move instantly. So they're getting into, or the old main line, let's call it. They're getting into territory where will Gukesh play for a queenside expansion, excuse me, with a4 and b4? Will he eventually try to play in the center with pawn to d4? Is White aiming to put the bishop on g5, right, to go all the way out in the diagonal? We've seen many different games where Black meets bishop g5 with pawn h6, and then it says, okay, I'm gonna open up my king and play pawn to g5 after that. So this is a very rich opening with many different variations and sidelines.
I think you took the words right out of my mouth. Let me set the expectations for the audience. There's a lot that I could say about this position, and I'm by no means a specialist. You said the word rich. That's a perfect word to describe it. My explanatory skills in the Berlin are rather poor, but there is a lot to capture here, and we won't have the time, I think, to capture it properly because Magnus is going to make a choice. There we go, and that eliminates an entire host of options that Black would have connected with the immediate d7, d5, which ebbs and flows in terms of its popularity. I don't know if d5 is a move here. I always get the move orders confused. Like this and the Italian, I have no idea how you study it because it's like you get the same position with a4 and a5. You get the same position with a4 and a6. You get the same position with the bishop on c4. You get the same position with bishop e3 and h6.
If I'm not mistaken, though, d5 is a possible move in the position instead of pawn to d6. It just creates a entirely different set of dynamics because here with d6, it's a closed position, right? There has not been a single trade, no pawn tension, in fact, and white meets d6 with h3. I think that move is fairly straightforward, at least in explaining it. You're stopping a bishop from going to g4, pinning the knight on f3. It also allows white to eventually play d3 to d4. And Danya, that move was available, right? White could have played that move successfully and not dropped the pawn, but white typically doesn't want to rush to push in the center. And the reason why is as soon as you push the d3 pawn, the e4 pawn feels quite vulnerable. So white doesn't necessarily want to rush that move, but wants to keep it in his back pocket.
I'm looking up some game statistics and history. There's a lot of games in the database. There's a lot of possible moves. So just to set the table here, h3 was the second most common move. Let me read out some of the moves that have been played by top grandmasters. Ready? Instead of knight bd2 is the most common, h3, bishop g5, rook e1, bishop e3, bishop a4, d4, a4, bishop takes c6, and Jan Nepomniachtchi has played bishop to d2 in this position, which was probably a mouse slip caused by playing an IM who he was surprised knew the rules of chess the previous round.
Bishop d2. It must be a Title Tuesday game or something, and a mouse.
That mouse had seen better days. He meant to put it on g5. And like, Although nowadays you never know. I've seen Bishop d2 in the Ruy Lopez.
Bishop d2. I mean, that just feels like it can't be good. There's no actual benefits to that move.
Nepomniachtchi Aronian, Speed Chess Championship 2020. He did in fact play Bishop d2.
What? That has to be a mouse slip. I mean, I might have even been commentating that match, but there's no purpose.
I might have as well.
Yeah, we might have been doing that together, and we probably were as confused then as we are now.
Maybe even more so, but h3 is the second most common move. What is the significance of h3 as opposed to knight bd2? It's so easy just to get lost in these complications. Just as a little bit of history, the move h3 was first played in 1956 in a game played in Germany. And the chess base has annotations in German, and I can't read a single word other than Schwarz, which means black, and Technik, which I think means technique. And that's it. So now we go back to the game.
Well, I'm proud of your language skills. I mean, usually I mean that sincerely. In this case, I just find it funny that you've given
freestyle chess. I'm good.
I agree. Time for Donnie to...
Is it that time of the day?
For you to get your coffee? I just don't know how you continue to surprise me with the laugh.
Has it gotten less funny? Like, you'll have to promise to tell me when it gets old because I know you're too nice.
No, but you also know me that I don't laugh.
I know.
I will I'll give you like a slight pity laugh, but I wouldn't give you like a full on. That was a real laugh.
A quality I really appreciate. And a6, by the way, and now h6 moves are coming in really fast. Nepomniachtchi versus So is the top game that came up. I'm serious. Oh, Bucharest Super Bet last year. That was a classical game.
Okay, so what was the continuation you're saying?
Rook e1, and now Rook e8, which apparently is a significant... Dude, none of these moves make sense to me. Rook e1, Rook e8. I'm going to put this on the analysis board.
That has to walk into some kind of d4, d5, right?
I guess so Rook e1 was played by Nepo. Wesley played Rook e8 here. Yeah, with d4, bishop a7, I guess is the idea. What a provocative move.
There's also ed, cd, like bishop b4, so it does get quite complicated.
But bishop a7, my idea, of course, was to meet d5 with b5. Jan didn't feel confident enough to go into this. So after rook e1, rook e8, this is Bucharest. Actually, this tournament just happened this year. This is from last year's event. So rook e1, rook e8, knight bd2, b5, bishop c2, and now this very weird move a5, which I just wanted to draw your attention to, which has also gotten kind of fashionable recently. Knight b to d2. When I was sort of growing up and learning the Ruy Lopez, this move was never a thing that black was supposed to play because
Right.
of a4, I think.
Yeah, and you carve out all the... Wait, so is the live board the same as the analysis board right now?
No, it shouldn't be.
It is though. Like look on the
Um,
stream.
oh crap, sorry. The live board is supposed to be the board that's not live board is supposed to be the live board.
Yeah, but it's taking live very literally like everything that you are doing, it is showing over
Uh-oh.
there.
Sorry, just give me a moment.
I will forgive you.
Um,
Don't worry.
Let me just go to like a non-compromising website. Like, just
Should
go
we
to.
talk about Pascal Siakam while you're fixing this?
I actually didn't watch the game yesterday.
Well, I definitely didn't because it would be way too late for me to do that. I see now. Yeah, there you go. Look at Donnie go.
I don't know why this
It's
happened actually.
sometimes. Are you in the same browser?
Well, I'm in separate instances of
Right, but sometimes it gets
the
caught
wires
like
get
that. Like,
crossed.
yeah, when I do it, I just put Safari on the small board, and then I put Chrome on the analysis board.
That's because you have a Macintosh.
That is true.
I prefer serious computers. Okay, now we have the live board on the small board on the left. I think
I
everything is correct.
I really thought you were gonna say like make another Apple joke, like you prefer Granny Smith or something like
Well,
that.
then
But
I'll be out of a job. So
oy, oy, oy. Oy, 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 indeed. Good morning to Death by Chopsticks. Hello, hello, welcome.
all right, are you gonna
And
open the gates of hell on me now on the queen
is
side?
that it? Oh, I thought that was gonna be like a Rodin like joke about sculptures. I don't know. You were so art heavy yesterday with your
Hey,
commentary that I thought that's where you're going.
we're only 2 months away from August.
Oy, oy, oy. I don't know what to do with you anymore. And I also don't know what to say about this position because we are going down a potential Wesley So versus Jan Nepomniachtchi game. Or was it Jan with white against Wesley? It sounds more
Jan was
accurate.
white, yeah.
And some of the analysis that you're showing here is that if black goes sort of full steam ahead on the queen side, you could be handing white some key light squares and a4, as you're saying. Like in the old books, they would look at this position, say black has gone very wrong, is playing extremely poorly because you give the c4 square, the light square bishop for white can still wrap it back around if it needs to. But of course, the engine says not a problem at all for black.
And the engine simply evaluates every position in the Ruy Lopez as zero point 0.0, including this one. I think it's because of b4. And even though white can access the square, Robert, just accessing a square, I think this is one way in which our understanding of chess has changed in the modern era. Just putting a piece on an outpost doesn't automatically trigger like victory. And black just says, okay, congratulations, I'm going to go bishop e6. I'm already threatening to take on c4. And if white supports the knight with bishop b3, the computer likes bc, bc, and rook to b8, and suddenly white's pieces are under a whole lot of pressure. Now, queen c8 to a6 is a maneuver that I'm seeing. Bishop takes h3. Remember Hikaru versus Vidit from the candidates? Queen c8 is double attack, threatening bishop takes h3, and also threatening to complete the positional maneuver.
That's the best kind of double attack. And I get what you're saying though. White's pieces are a bit loose. The knight and bishop are a little bit awkward on b3 and c4. So I think that might be a little bit too deep down the rabbit hole. So Danya, this game still very early stages. Both players trying to figure out how to proceed, and they've spent about 7 minutes each. That's not too much time, but clear that they're just settling in to the sixth round here in Norway Chess. And Danya, I think we do have to go over to Hikaru versus
Okay.
Fabiano
Yeah,
because
take me away from this one.
well, the reason why I'm going over there is because Fabiano is doing something again what the players from Zurich 1953 would be shaking their head about. Like, you've moved this light square bishop a couple times, you haven't castled, you've allowed white this very healthy and progressing center if you go d4 to d5 on this turn. But I actually have a question for you, and it's not even about this current position so much about mindset. Fabiano seems to lose to Hikaru all the time now, right? Like that's the everyone's talking about it. Fabi knows it's happening. He can look at their recent games. He just can't seem to withstand the pressure of Hikaru's preparation. So, do you think he's going for an offbeat variation from the black side to avoid lines that will make him feel uncomfortable? And you can see by the clock management that it's actually Hikaru who is the one thinking clearly out of any preparation that he could have hoped to rely on.
That's a great question, a great way to set the table for a fascinating position, and what I hope will be just a really interesting game. I think Fabi brought Ariantari. I promise this. I will eventually tie this into my answer. I think he brought Ariantari with him to the tournament.
That's right. That's what I've heard.
On my stream, people very frequently ask, like, what is the role of a second, right? Are they just monkeys who produce opening files? It's not just that. They also help make the choice. They help deliver the pep talk. And this is the perfect time for Fabi to consult with Aryan and, Christian Chirilla, trusted friends. What do I do? How do I change the flow of my games against Hikaru? What do you think has gone wrong? And what can I do to help myself get off to a better start against him? And maybe this is the product of their advice. Maybe play something else. Maybe you want to avoid e4, e5, which Fabi has relied on, not just for his whole career, but in his previous games against Hikaru with black. And just off the top of my head, Robert, I remember their Four Knights game. I remember there was an Italian game. And so Fabi, a complete sea change and maybe a little bit of psychological trickery, because let's not forget Hikaru played a Sicilian against Fabi in round one of the Toronto Candidates. Do you remember, trivia question, what insane and incredibly rare Sicilian variation Hikaru played with black after knight f3?
I can't recall. So you're going to have to give me the answer, please.
Yeah, it was, you are forgiven. Sorry, I didn't mean to present that as a judgment value. He played this move e5, like the accelerated Najdorf, which is throughout chess history been considered really bad because of this check on b5. I mean, that's why Najdorf came up with the Najdorf. But Hikaru was able to draw this game. He did some very deep analysis. He got it into an opposite colored bishop. I never fully understood why he suddenly became a masochist for one round, but he was able to hold the draw. And so now it's Fabi's turn to play the Sicilian, except Fabi plays knight c6. I assume he was planning to go for a Sveshnikov, which was his weapon of choice in his match against Magnus, I think. But Hikaru says no thank you and plays a Rossolimo. But the real surprising choice is d6. This is, I think, easy to skip over because it is a well-known move, but it's almost never seen at the top level. It's considered a dubious line, and it is very much... it's actually the fourth most popular move at the top level after g6 and e6. And recently, knight f6 has been all the rage. Fabi beat Prague with this move. d6 is brazen. Brazen in the sun.
Now, good one there. And d6 opens up the diagonal towards the black king. It also doesn't help your kingside development, right? The bishop on f8 still stuck at home. That's why moves like e6 and g6, as you were highlighting, were the first couple choices for black. But as this game continued here, and black decides to put his own pawn on e5, that's where I think we really get out of familiar territory, where, if I'm not mistaken, black often just plays knight f6 and prioritizes development of the pieces. But in this particular game, we saw e5 played by Fabiano, saying, you are not going to play the move d2 to d4 this easily. I'm going to try to take that away from you. And after, I think, Danya, this is such a weakening positional move if white can occupy the d5 square, but
don't
black
show
does
this to
have the necessary
Capablanca.
resource cover. Exactly, right? Like, just put knight c3, knight d5 in one go, and put the pawn on d3, and you start feeling a little bit better. But that's slow, right? Black will be able to counter that square, and don't be surprised if black has f7 to f5 in some positions as well, if you sort of take all the time.
Yeah, and this explains white's next move. So if you give black 4 moves in a row and I get a knight to e7 and fianchetto the bishop, it looks quite nice. But Hikaru's not going to wait for that amount of time. I'll just add, Robert, you're absolutely right. Bishop g4 is the main move. I've had this with both colors. White typically plays h3, and recently bishop takes f3 has overtaken bishop h5 in popularity. I won't get into the weeds here. What is the point? The point is that white is stably better here. I don't think black has ever really contended for full equality here. e5, according to Opening Explorer, fourth most popular. So Hikaru, c3, I'm going to play d4, and I'm going to blast open the center. Bishop e7, ugh. It doesn't produce the best aesthetic effect, But let's give it a chance. CD, CD, and suddenly the bishop leaps into action, and black is fighting for the d4 square.
The d4 square, the d4 pawn, if you allow me to capture it. And I guess the
I
sort
won't.
of more forcing question is if white plays d5 now, hitting that knight on c6 and make sure you don't lose a pawn, black's knight will jump into d4, and already there are some threats towards the white king. Because if black had another turn, you would take on f3, shattering the kingside pawn structure. So, Danya, it is a pretty big choice for Hikaru because it's not just about this single turn here. Because after pushing rather than capturing anything, the position remains closed, and there could be some serious tension and some attacking chances against the white king because the white king has already chosen its side of the board, whereas the black king still remains in the center.
And I'm just looking this position up. We're in fairly, well, not just fair, we're in totally unexplored territory. This position has occurred, I think, 8 times. First occurrence in a game between Larry Kaufman and Boris Reichstein, who
Wow, that's a name I have not heard.
I
Yeah.
played this guy in 2008 randomly. He's like an FM.
I
And
don't. That is a throwback name if I've ever heard one.
anytime anybody starts with Boris, you're about to like throw out some obscure like Soviet, like very severe Soviet FIDE master. Okay, and it's 1970 with Mikhail Tal, but I was not so bad. Most of the games here continued d5. Okay, so d5, knight to d4, including that 2004 game, which concluded in a quick draw, knight d4. Now I played bishop e3 because if you play knight b to d2 here, Robert, and try to prevent your kingside pawn structure from getting compromised, is the issue with this? Oh, it might be bishop g5. Ooh, that might be why Fabi played bishop e7 instead of, this is really important, knight f6, which is more common and which could actually have reached a very similar position, which is much more common. Does that make sense?
You're saying that it makes perfect sense, and there are fewer options for black in terms of immediate activity. And so the lines that you were just going down here, like
Yeah.
with, let's say, knight d4, knight b to d2, rook c8 doesn't look all that bad either from the black side, threatening to plant a knight on c2 with a fork. So things look a little bit awkward from the white side.
Ooh.
And if bishop d3 is your best choice, right, you're like, how many times did that bishop move? It went out to b5, back to f1, up to d3. So I know that black went bishop d7 to g4, so that was a couple tempi on black's part. But as you're highlighting with the arrows, there are all sorts of tactical threats, and the pin on the f3 knight is problematic. And queen a4 check, yes, you are getting out of the pin, but black can play pawn at b5 perhaps and sacrifice a pawn, or even play bishop back to d7 and say, I'm no worse for the wear.
And the alternative wasn't appealing either. And so Hikaru took on e5 because allowing knight takes f3 and bishop h5 or bishop d7 with f5 to come, white could be worse. So we're getting moves in. Hikaru bails out with d takes c5.
I think this is a very
concession.
mature decision. It is a concession, at least in terms of this moment of the game, but I think it's a very wise choice from Hikaru because just the variations that we were going down, it looked like it could get scary in a hurry for Hikaru. And so this doesn't look scary at all. White should have a slight advantage. The king is already castled. Knight c3 is coming out next. You can complete your development. So it's not like Hikaru's in any danger here, and that's why I like his decision. I don't think it was necessary to continue walking into the much feared preparation of Fabiano Caruana. And if there's one person in particular who has been complimentary of Fabi's preparation, it's often Hikaru. Right? He's saying, like, I'm trying to avoid that at all costs.
I just have to throw one little detail in, and then I'll respond to your point, which I completely agree with. I think the term concession should not have a negative connotation in chess. Sometimes you need to make a small concession in order to get a position that you feel comfortable with. And it's just funny, Dubov in the position where Fabi played bishop e7 played the most Dubov move ever, g7, g5 apparently, is a sideline, which leads to some ridiculous tactical fireworks after g4, d5, and black is worse. So Fabi did not play this move, but bishop e7 is such a deep move to set up bishop g5 all the way down the line. You know, when people who are not chess players like try to stereotypically imagine what a chess player is like, yeah, they're like thinking, 30 moves ahead. They're like making a pawn move so that later on that pawn move comes in handy. This is like living the stereotype here and making it true. So as a result of this trade, is the position dead equal? Is white still contending for, let's say, a very modest but still a realistic plus, or is this just going to be trades on the D file and a quick draw?
I think that neither side wants to be the a person to pick up their queen and take the other. And the reason why is that if now Fabi takes on D1, you get a rook to an open file. The A1 rook will eventually go to C1, and white just seems first to the action. So I think that on the other side of things, Hikaru doesn't want to take on D8, developing the rook off the A8 square. So I think that actually the queens may remain on the board for the next few turns. I don't think it would be wise for either side to capture just yet, as you're about to highlight. Exactly, I knew where you're going. The knights are going to get out the black king castles, and only then, I believe, would it be wise to think about a queen capture.
And what would be the impetus for taking now as opposed to?
I wouldn't. I would play rook c1 first, probably.
Okay, so you would just keep the tension, rook to c1. But with black, I think it's more enticing now to take because I could then very quickly contest the d file with rook f to d8. I mean, this is not unlikely to be on the board. Mark my words.
It's extremely equal. The only thing that black would have to keep an eye on is a move like knight to d5. I'm not sure if it works because the e4 pawn could potentially be captured, but here there's rook takes c6 ideas. There's a lot to work out.
There's a ridiculous line I would look at. Knight to d5, which is a really annoying move. I hate facing moves like this. Knight takes c4. I think white wins here. Rook takes c6.
Yep.
Now there's bc knight takes c7 out of the question. The knight evacuates through c6 later. But black has the counter desperado rook d5. But white plays rook d5, and at the end of the line, I don't just win the pawn back. I get a pawn back with interest.
Yes, a piece is dropping in the center of the board, and that is clearly good news for the white side.
Arkady
So
Forkovich.
That's actually a Rookovich.
Oh my gosh. All right. This is not going to happen a bitch, but the position before knight d5 might.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is both sides are playing that waiting game. It's like, I don't want to take your queen until it suits me best. And neither side wants to hand over the d file. But as you were showing in that variation, a white knight on d5, even if it's objectively fine for black, it just can be annoying because there are now new threats in the position that black would have to keep an eye on. So I think that Fabi, we see he's using his time. He hasn't even played the move knight f6 yet, which seems kind of obvious. What other moves besides knight f6 come to mind? Yes, the queen takes d1, for sure. We have mentioned that. But besides sort of knight f6 after another turn, could he be considering something else? I don't really see anything.
Well, this position has only occurred once in the Portuguese Team Championship 2024, a game I'm sure everybody in the chat is familiar with. Played between Daniel Tabuenka, Mendata, I can't believe I'm having trouble pronouncing this. I speak Spanish. Menda Taurigotia against Diego Macias Pino, or Pino. And that was a fascinating game. Get ready. This will take me a while to show, but I promise it'll be worth it. It's a long game, so get ready. Bishop e3, knight f6, knight c3 castles. Okay, you following? a3,
Following.
rook c8,
Yeah.
rook c1, knight c4, and a draw was agreed in this position.
Okay, so you got sarcastic. I was really having high expectations here, and then you pulled the rug beneath my feet. Okay, it's all good. I'll remember for next time, just like I remembered this game.
Of course, and you already knew it, but a draw was agreed because bishop takes d4, I assume, will be met with bishop takes f3, but a3 is such a vapid, sleepy, toothless move. There's no way Hikaru would just concede any remaining hope for an advantage with a move like that.
No, definitely none. It's just that if you are going to play into a quiet position, you need to make the most of the moments that you do get. And playing with like a3, which didn't protect the pawn, didn't even take away key square at that point, it didn't actually help anything at all. So yeah, this game is quiet. I think, Danya, honestly, the games in general are very quiet today. The Origin game, it's Wei Yi. We haven't looked at it, but nothing major is happening. There is one really fun game, and you're not going to be surprised by the player who's involved.
Vaishali?
Vaishali against Humpy.
Of course, the classic match, and a grudge match now, because we remind people this is round 6, which means we are reprising the pairings from round 1 with colors reversed. That is the definition of a double round robin. Everybody plays everybody twice. So we remember what happened in round 1, and so does Vaishali. And it was nothing good.
Yeah, that was really sad for her, where she played a great game from the start. Her advantage was never realize, or it couldn't materialize because Humpy played great defense. We should give her credit. And then she blundered a checkmate at the end of the game. So here, on the other hand, we have a fresh start. White is ahead by 20 minutes, which are, I think, going to be big minutes that Humpy's not getting back. And I have to say, I do like this position from the white side because dynamically it seems much more fun to play.
Yeah, Vaishali played a Catalan, which traditionally was known as a positional opening, but in recent years, I mean, Dubov is one of the main proponents of the Catalan. He's anything but a boring old school player. As new ideas have been found, I think the Catalan has sort of gotten a facelift, right? It's gotten like it's hired a PR firm, and now it's known as a much more dynamic weapon. It's like the cool D. I'm the cool D4 opening now. I'm like, you can fianchetto the bishop, but you're still cool. And a very interesting position. You wouldn't know that it came from a Catalan. How was this reached? So d5, bishop g2, bishop e7, knight f3 castles, and here a sideline queen c2 right away. Robert, we've seen knight c3. Where did we see knight c3?
We saw that in, was it Hikaru against Wei Yi?
Yes, it was Hikaru against Wei Yi. Very good. Good memory. That was like the Grisha Hikaru game. Remember that like switcheroo?
Yes, I had to pull that one though out of the depths of my mind there.
That was impressive because that was such an unmemorable game in the grand scheme of things. And here Queen C2 is met with C5. Humpy playing like Vaishali, and Vaishali is playing like Humpy. I had to double check who was white and who was black. Yeah, Humpy's playing Benoni style, sacking a pawn, but very quickly gaining it back because A3 is just met with A takes B4, and you're missing one tempo here. Otherwise, you'd be winning. And recovering the pawn, establishing a presence on the dark squares. And I think it's time for my traditional coffee break that I can never seem to do before the show starts. So do you feel confident in being able to fill 2 minutes with your beautiful moveless explanations?
Yeah, I can try to explain what's going on here. I don't feel confident in fully understanding the position, so I'm going to ask Chad to help me figure it out,
All right, goodbye.
Hello and goodbye. Bye, Danya. See you in 2 minutes. Everybody, you know what to do now. You know what to do. Danya's gone. It's about that time, not just for coffee. But Danya leaves, and now we do what? Yeah, let's get to it. I can't show you baby Danya because he's the one controlling the stream. Otherwise, I would put that up. You think Danya's doing it on purpose? Danya just doesn't like compliments. Like that's what you have to realize. He's not doing it on purpose so that you then compliment him so that he can be happy about it. What do I think about the Knicks getting swept? I don't think the Knicks got swept. So Kung Fu Kim Z, I don't know what you're talking about. They lost, but swept? I think you got to recheck that final score there. We got some Pacers fans. I think we got some pretend Pacers fans. Is it theoretically possible to become world champion using only one opening for white and black? I mean, it's theoretically possible, but it would never happen. So you have to be versatile in your opening choices. Hello again from New Zealand. Hello again from my chair. Knicks got destroyed. Yeah. We're not talking about the Knicks right now, okay? You let's talk about this chess position. All right, so Danya left me in charge to talk about this position. I'm going to do my best. So if we look at the current state of affairs, the bishop on g2 for white, that's that light square bishop, it does have great scope down the diagonal. So that's actually going to be a piece that you want to rely on in the foreseeable future. But black will probably slide her own rook out from its starting square so that you can push the b pawn and then also fianchetto the light square bishop to compete on an open diagonal. White has these kind of advanced but awkward pawn structure on the queen side at c4 and b5. The b5 pawn took away the developing square from the black knight, but the black knight is going around it. And what black does get is the dark squares, right? The c5 square is where the bishop currently resides. If that moves out the way, the knight will replace it, and then it can actually peer over the c4 pawn. That's why knights are great blockading pieces, is the bishop stares into its own pawn on d4, but if that were a knight on c5 instead, then you could push the pawn to d3 and try to create some damage. So when we look at this position, the d4 pawn for black is one that it sort of sticks out you could think of it as a good pawn because it's in enemy territory, it's restricting some of White's pieces, but also will require quite a deal of effort to keep defended. The bishop currently covers it, but when I see some people have been asking about the move knight to b3 from the white side, that the knight on b3 it attacks the bishop on c5, but it also attacks the pawn on d4. I see someone saying greetings from Kenya. Greetings to everybody, no matter where you are tuning in from. We appreciate you. So actually, let us know where you're tuning in from. Love to hear everybody from around the world. A family raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Everyone's having a good time. A lot of
One more
first-time
minute. I got to
chatters.
take
Thank
care of
you.
one last thing, and then I'll be fully with you. And I will tape myself to the chair.
Wow, don't do that because that'll take a while. So just, sit down, stretch your legs as well. We don't want you stuck in one position, Danya. We don't want you cranky. And thank you again, everybody. I see you're. Oh, someone is in London. Hello, Pluto Pulp. You are another person in London, my neck of the woods. Cheers from Las Vegas. Shouldn't you be saying Viva? Indianapolis. I don't believe you. You're just a poser Pacers fan. That's what I'm gathering from this conversation. Hello, people from Bosnia, from all over. Greetings, everybody. North Carolina, Armenia. I've been to Armenia. Tanya, where even are you saying that from? Okay, you're gone now. I can kind of hear you, like very like lowly. All right. Well, I'm gonna try to go back to the chess. So the chess here, this game, it still is sharp, and it's one that we're gonna have to figure out. When Donnie gets back, we'll be able to actually put moves on the board. But I think a very central idea, and if I'm looking at this correctly, the clocks have stopped, so Donnie will really have to come back and save us, is because White has played the move a2 to a4, and, knight b3 and then a2 to a4 here, Danya. That is. I don't know about all that. Like, what do you make of these last few moves where black has pushed the pawn to e5 and then white has said, all right, I don't want your dark sword bishop just yet. I'm going to keep my knight on b3 for the foreseeable future because it sort of peers into the black position.
First of all, it's crazy because I was like, basically, I was hearing stuff on my headphones and I was saying what I would respond to them. And when you read out Indianapolis, I was like, no way. This guy's like a bandwagon Pacers fan because nobody's actually from the state of Indiana
Well, there's
except
someone
Arun
in
Sharma.
cats and 8 cats and 294 apparently.
But he's from Carmel, Indiana. Nobody's from Indianapolis. The city doesn't exist. That's how they've gone so far in the playoffs. All right, thunderous applause.
Oh,
Man.
oh, that was a I think a golf clap from me. I don't know if you could hear it. It was so quiet.
I mean, the chat's gonna have to turn to the bottle, and then, as the Russian pun goes, Oklahoma will become Alkahoma.
That's a Russian expression.
Yeah,
Where does that come from?
I mean, my dad taught me
Oh,
that. But I think it's a thing. I mean, it's just like a word. It's just like a stupid wordplay.
got it. I don't. Yeah, I must have missed that one in history class and English
Good on
class.
you, and
And
that's how you became a fully functioning adult. I wouldn't recommend the alternative. Is this position an example of fully functioning preparation by Vaishali? You seem skeptical, Robert. Let me dial this back for two
wait,
moves.
so
What?
first of all, Zach Wiener is in the YouTube chat. What's up, Zach? He's in Indiana right now, but
Working
so
overtime.
other people are saying I'm Indian. So you're talking about Indiana, the U.S. state, and then people are saying hello from India. And I don't know if they're Pacer fans in India as well,
I'm
but you
sure
do
there are.
you do have 5/7 of the letters in this U.S. state of Indiana.
You haven't heard of the underground Mumbai Pacer Society. You guys are actually Warriors fans, right? Right? I mean, okay, yes, correct. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so we had knight b to d7, which was followed by knight b3. Okay, so putting pressure on the bishop, reasonable. e5 is a zesty move by Humpy. Sacrificing a pawn, it seems two different ways, but actually only one way, because you can't get fancy and take on e5. That runs into bishop b4 check. So if you want to accept the sacrifice, you'd have to take here and then take here. And sign me up, please, but only for the black pieces.
Yeah, rook e8 is going to hurt. And I think there's actually a very direct refutation here that knight d3 is played, bishop f5 comes out with tempo, just exploding the pin on the e2 pawn. And then once white castles, probably just rook takes e2. Does that get
The
the
thing
job
is,
done?
I'm gonna take the hits, and at the end, I'll have a target, and I'll have two bishops against your two knights in an open position, like queen f3.
Queen
So
E-
does that mean there was something else?
There must be.
But do you get my point? Like even queen d1, like I don't think white is going to be that much worse, even after like a really primitive move. Wait, how is this a mistake too? What the heck?
I think queen e5 was probably better for.
No, but bishop takes f1 is wrong too. Like, are you supposed to play here? The knight d3.
Oh my
The
goodness.
rook is trapped.
That's hilarious. Rook e2, knight takes c1, and
Rook c2
you
and
get that rook there.
take me away from here, please. So instead of this, where is the actual refutation? It looks like there must be something here.
Yeah, Tayep got it in my chat. I assume bishop g4 instead of bishop f5.
Oh,
Just
hitting
putting-
where it hurts.
Yeah, immediate pressure on e2. And I think the important point is knight takes c5. It looks like white gets too many pieces for the sacrificed queen, right? Rook takes e2, you take back, and at the end the white king is on e2. But that's the problem is the white king is out in the open. So I think black has a queen e7 check at the end to pick up that knight. The loose pieces drop off. The knight in c5 is done for.
You know, I did a whole lecture on this exact topic, which is a very common theme across all combinations. It's the concept of a combination only working because the final move is a fork. Like the combination runs its course, whatever the theme, and at the end, you have to spot a move that picks off a piece, which is an integral part of the combination. And I actually have an example which I think is super underrated in this regard. But we probably have more important things to get to, so I can wait for the moment to be right.
How long do you have to wait for, though?
Is the moment right?
Is the price right? Is the real question.
Man, you're taking me way back down memory lane. I'm going to take people even further down to Lasker versus Bauer. Is now a good time?
Let's go. Let's go back in the annals of history.
Okay, I'll be very, very quick because this is a famous game. You guys in the chat can ask yourself, does that ring a bell? Lasker versus Bauer. This is the OG double bishop sacrifice game. This is shown to illustrate that concept, but that's not my favorite part of the combination. Let me just do my little chess base bootleg thingy. Just a moment. Almost there.
Okay.
Working my magic. There we go.
Waiting with bated breath.
So this is the game Lasker versus Bauer. Yeah, that Lasker. And in this position, white sets up the combination. This is 1889 Amsterdam with knight h5. You can see the board, right?
Yep.
Knight h5. I can make it a little bigger. Doesn't matter. Knight takes h5, and here Lasker launches into the bishop sacrifice. Bishop h7, queen h5, and sacking the second bishop. I'm skipping through all of this. We don't have the time to delve into it. Queen g4, very important move to force the king to the h file. Otherwise, it gets mated on g5. And now rook f3. Looks like black is checkmated, but no, Bauer comes up with e5 to block the check with this queen, and black emerges with a rook and two bishops, a material advantage. And it's only because of the last move, which is often considered an afterthought, that this combination works. You want to do the honors?
I will. Let me guess. Queen to d7.
Very good. You just got your third GM norm, and this picks off one of the bishops. Bauer continued to play, but he was completely lost. So,
But I actually think, Danya, I mean, if we just stop with queen on g4 for a second, that for more advanced players, they're often able to get to this position and say, oh, well, we do a quick count. A rook and two bishops for a queen, and what could be, if you take on e5, for example, was that 3 pawns? So
yeah.
You're trying to evaluate, is that worth it? A rook and two bishops, that's worth 11 points. A queen and 3 pawns is worth about 12. That's not easy to figure out who should be better there. But then you stop your calculation, say, this is too much, let me go for something else. But queen d7 at the end of the line, that just half step further, that would allow white to just win the game on the spot, picking up one of those bishops.
Yeah, very, very well said. There's different levels of challenges, and even as a newer player, you can still be aware of the skills that you'll eventually have to develop, even if you have other hurdles to cross. So let's get back to business. Hopefully it wasn't too obnoxious of a detour.
No, Danya, You have to understand that your detours are amazing. You're teaching people history, but
Mm,
also showing them relevant concepts and tactics and calculations. So I think that I speak on behalf of everybody. You're still here. I'm going to compliment you to your face.
thank
Your
you.
recall for such games is absolutely excellent, and I know I appreciate it personally.
I really appreciate the compliment, and I want people to feel comfortable giving constructive critiques, and not feel like they have to tiptoe around if they think I could do my job better. Um, I don't think you can do your job any better, but we live and learn, so I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad people
Uh,
enjoyed it, and I think Humpy's enjoying her position just fine.
Well, I think that knight to b3 from Vaishali and being met by e5, that was a huge moment in this game. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of the move by move nuances because white could have captured that bishop on c5. Now it looks completely unappealing. But I was wondering, like, knight takes c5, knight takes c5, bishop a3, like, what would have happened there? The move a2 to a4, this is like the root of my thought, and it could be a meaningless thought. But the move a4 seems unhelpful for white. It doesn't seem like it actually adds anything, and delaying the development of the pieces that seems to be what's holding white back. So a4 might have been a small mistake from Vaishali, even though her position is perfectly fine right now.
Yeah, but your point is well taken. It's clearly connected with the move bishop a3, so maybe she wants to play the immediate bishop a3. Looks pretty bad. Knight takes c5 and bishop a3, but she could have done that without a4. And you can see how if black's pawns start moving down the board, white may not be long for this board, as you like to say. So, okay, I can see that the position is dynamically equal. I think Vaishali is doing the right thing, pausing here, making sure that she doesn't commit any big errors. But the next few moves are critical for her. It's critical to be accurate. Maybe just castle kingside. Just forget you played a4 and start from a clean slate.
Yeah. No, I think that it's not the end of the world, this a4 move. So it's just one that you played. You open up bishop a3 under many different circumstances, but it did give black a pretty crucial tempo, I would say. Because if you don't mind, Dowdy, can you actually rewind? Because I'm trying to figure this out for my own sake. That before a4 was played, like let's say you had taken on c5, knight takes c5, and bishop a3 right away. I'm just trying to work out like if how much this changes the position because what value is there to having the pawn on a4? I really don't see it, and the position is closed, so a single tempo may not be of the utmost importance. But I guess I just don't really see how white benefited from that pawn push.
Which, exactly right, which tells me that maybe Vaishali is setting up the immediate bishop a3. No, she castles. I think she thought better of it. But I would have grabbed that bishop there. I'm old school. I like bishops. That bishop on c5, I got my utensils ready. It's just there waiting to be captured. It might not be there forever if you procrastinate for too long. Or maybe it
Agreed.
will.
Well, there could be a time where black plays bishop b4 and then the knight to c5 and things like that. So
Yeah.
black has a clamp on the dark squares.
Yeah, and also bishop b4, e3 might be met with like d3. So there's all these little semi-tactical ideas that white has to take note of. This could go any direction. Like this is a completely undefined position.
Yeah, it's really difficult to figure out how to proceed for either side. I'm with you. So this is, I think it promises to be a pretty entertaining game. I say that and then watch it get all locked up, though I don't see how that would be possible. So I think that these players should be relatively happy with the flexibility of their position, but I do think that Vaishali up 20 plus minutes, she's the happier of the two.
And the other two games, pretty stable, pretty balanced. Over in the open section, Kakesh Carlson has transposed from like a Rui Lopez into an Italian. It's transposed into like it's like the uniparty of chess. It's like sometimes the Italian and Rui Lopez just lead to the same position with the bishop on c2.
Hmm.
And should I just pull that up really quickly?
Yep, do it.
I'm in a bit of an Italian hater. Not talking about the country. I love the country and its food, but the opening. And the reason is just, of course, is because I'm bitter. I can't understand the positional subtleties. So what do you do if you're a GM and you can't understand something? You pretend that it's bad.
I think that is often how people operate, but I do like these types of positions with the subtleties that you're talking about. Whether white, for example, like after rook b8, because we don't want to allow our rook on a8 to hang in the event of a takes b5. I think one of the key questions in positions like this is, does white capture on b5, leave the tension, or play a4 to a5 to gain more space? And I won't pretend like I know the answer in this particular position, but these are very, very difficult questions to answer. And Magnus Carlsen, he's played the black side of so many open Lopez structures. He's played this in the World Championship, so I trust him generally speaking. And it's not that I, don't trust Gukesh. He just is younger. He doesn't have all the games, the practice, the experience that his opponent does. So I'm looking at this position. I'm not sure how white should proceed.
Phrase that's often used, I think, in sort of Soviet chess literature: the price of a move or the price of a mistake. Um, like, let's say that you make an inaccuracy. How much does that change the evaluation? Not much, right? Like, let's hypothetically say a5 is the best move and you play a takes b5 or vice versa. Looks like a takes b5. It is vice versa. It's not going to make your position losing. It's not like a sharp Najdorf where like the top move keeps the evaluation and the second best move is like losing. Does that kind of make sense? So I don't want to overstate the case and pretend like, oh, Gukesh is going to make a huge positional error here. But if you make several of these inaccuracies in a row, that's how these positions can sometimes become a little bit uncomfortable. If he wants to bail out into a draw, I think he has the power to do that with something like d4. And I'm almost getting Fabi Hikaru vibes here. Like if black plays knight g6 and we get a trade and the knight steps back and we start getting the d-file trades. But maybe this is exactly the path that I just illustrated, where you're going to get like a nagging advantage, and that is exactly what you don't want to give Magnus.
You know what this would remind me of is Hikaru against Magnus, where Magnus with the black pieces had an advantage without really doing much of anything. But as soon as the position opened up, black's pieces were perfectly situated. And the bishop on c2 for white stares into an on pawn. It's a passive defensive piece. The bishop on c8 may go to b7 to attack e4, could go to e6 on an open diagonal. So there are small pluses in the position for black. But Danya, I think the one, I would say, sizable mistake either side can make, at least a little bit earlier in these variations, is if black plays e takes d4. It's not always an error, but it changes the dynamic of the game so completely that you better be on the lookout. So if white does indeed play d3 to d4 at some moment, that if black takes on d4 and white takes back with the pawn, now you have to be extremely careful, because that bishop on c2, that passive piece I was just talking about, when white plays e4 to e5, you better watch out that you don't get checkmated along the diagonal, because if a queen lines up with that bishop, suddenly there could be fireworks.
Oh, absolutely. That bishop on c2. Do you know how to say bishop in or elephant in Russian?
Uh, is it slon? No, that's
Oh
not.
my! It is. How did you know
Okay.
that? It is slon.
Well, I just, just deep in the memory banks, like I said.
Yeah, there's a good phrase. Slon rozbushoval. So that second word means like the bishop goes wild. Like it opens up and it goes from passive to active. Talk about like language meant for chess books. Rook b8 has been played this position before Rook b8 was reached once in the Australian under 18 2008 boys championship between two players who I've forgotten, and Bishop b7 was played in that game. But Rook b8, great call, Robert, getting the rook away from the b file. And I think for some people, they look at this and say, a takes b5 is automatic, I get a free open file. Except just having an open file doesn't inherently yield an advantage. There's nothing going on the a file. There's no infiltration squares. So it's essentially a moot point.
And I think that bishop on c8 is not sure where it belongs, because bishop b7 would have tried to connect the rooks. That sounds great, but the e4 pawn for now is extraordinarily well defended and not attackable. So the bishop on c8, it may belong eventually on e6, as we talked about in some positions, and it covers the f5 square, because white often plays knight f1, knight g3, and if that bishop were on b7, the knight would just hop right into f5. So that's why the bishop's sitting at home. It does make a difference.
And Gukesh keeping the tension. We sort of predicted d4. Knight f1 would be sort of my bullet instinct, and also probably and therefore my classical instinct. That's just how I choose most
Yeah.
classical moves. I asked, what would I play in a bullet game? All right, let's make that move.
It's a funny standard, but I mean, what do they always say? Long think, wrong think. So there must be
Who's
the
they?
other side of it. It's a mantra.
Long variation, wrong variation?
Yeah, all that stuff, right?
Well, they also say Hess is the best.
No, they don't say that. No,
I'm at
no,
your
no, no.
behest.
Oy, oy, oy. That's also not true because you're controlling the entire show. So I actually am pretty sure I'm at yours.
Yes, I am wrong. I am bad. Okay, so knight g6, and Gukesha started to think, yeah, point four. I don't know how to explain that. I mean, if I had to assess this position, I would just say it's dead equal, 0.00. I would probably prefer to play white here, just because I have more experience on the white side, but it doesn't feel like white is better at all, to be honest with you.
No, I mean the position's so closed, and I think that it's hard to figure out why one side should have an advantage when there are no immediate threats. And black often plays c7 to c5. You can often associate that type of pawn push with the Breyer system, which is a different variation in the black side of the Spanish. But Dinah, this position, black is trying to fight for the center, and white may play at the right moment d4 to d5. It's not out of the question, but you only do that if you're feeling confident about your ability to step forward on the king side. And I probably wouldn't play d5 until black, may push the c pawn himself. So it's really difficult to know where each pawn belongs because it changes the entire landscape.
Yeah, pushing d5 like in this position would be a horrible strategical error because the initiative would change hands on the king. So black would play knight h5 and f7, f5 would come very quickly. And I was just, thinking earlier to my point, which was a serious point about the Italian type openings being so hard to study because you get a lot of similar positions with one subtlety really making ripples and causing impacts throughout the middle game, right? If I may just very quickly, before we move on, show one of the main lines of the Italian, which I used to play with black. So keep this position in your mind. And now we go knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c. Let's see if I can remember this. c3, knight f6, d3, short castle, a6, I think bishop b3, let's say, d6, rook e1, bishop a7. This approximation, knight e7, knight d2, yeah, knight f1, knight g6. I had a game against Tigran Petrosian in classical that went like this. And now rook e8. I think it's bishop c2, b5, d4 here. Yes, I think this is right. a4. So I think I've reached the position. And here you play bishop to b6. And we essentially get a very similar structure, except, well, Magnus is a rook on b8 and a bishop on c8, but you see what I'm getting at, right? This is kind of similar. And here the idea is that if white plays a move like bishop to d3, black's entire strategy is to push d5. And I think this is supposed to be essentially pretty good for black. Maybe h3, h6 is included. The point I'm trying to make is that if we go now to the live board, black is not playing for d5. Black is actually playing for c7, c5, which is never an idea in the other position. So why is d5 bad here? Well, because you don't have your bishop on b7. You've played rook b8 instead. And I think tactically the move d5 doesn't work. So when I say I hate these positions, yeah, it is actually because I don't understand them.
And it's really difficult to remember when to play for black for d5, when it's avoidable, when you should play for c5, as you're mentioning. And these decisions are not easy unless you have a wealth of experience like Magnus Carlsen. And I would be surprised in the live board if he doesn't play the move c7 to c5.
Maybe interrupt him with
the thematic move here for black, and I don't see why there would be a drawback in the current moment.
And I have accepted your invitation.
Wow. Wow, look at you. Such a kind soul.
I've accepted several invitations, but this latest one was for chat to collaborate. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, my friend. And that means that people are now going to, they're happy. They immediately get happy when they see us combining forces.
Sorry, that was like 25 minutes too late. But okay, I mean, c5 and dramatical position. Not.
Oh, people said thanks. Look at that. They just feel, part of a bigger community.
Well, this is a community. We do this for the community, and y'all are an integral part of why we do what we do. Not to put words in your mouth, Robert, but I think you'll co-sign this point. It's so
Are you
rewarding.
making math jokes? You went integral and cosine on me real quick.
Well,
and I
you
don't
gotta
even
be
think it was
careful,
intentional.
or else I'm gonna go on a tangent.
Oh
Don't.
my goodness.
Don't trigger not.
No, you had
Nope.
it. You didn't have to go that far.
I won't do it. So, but thank you to everybody who takes time out of your Sunday morning watching us from bed, from work, hopefully not from the car. Drive safe. From whatever device and whatever part of the globe you're at, we really appreciate it, and it's just really wholesome. There's been no need for moderation thus far in any
Oh
of the
my
channels, and
goodness.
keep it that way,
Well,
please.
no, I'm about to moderate one because you've inspired your chat in a way that hurts my soul. I see Covalent Salt says, "I bet you didn't see can't that coming."
Look what you've done. Well, Magnus pushing the C pawn.
I think we should have a moment of silence for that pun. No.
Well, we need to switch to a different subject because we're rapidly losing chemistry.
Well, the bond is not lost between us,
Oh
my
my
friend. Let's
god.
go to
It
it. Let's
never
go to a
ends, does it?
different.
It did 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It never ends, and I think that we should go. Ooh,
What catches your eye, my friend?
ooh. Most games are kind of locked. Not a ton going on. I see that Hikaru and Fabi have traded a bunch of pieces, and we
Yep.
will go there.
Draw.
But it looks like there's a very big moment in the Vaishali game against Humpy, and the eval bar was pretty high in Vaishali's favor, which I think means there's a tactic available. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense
There
why it would be
is.
so much better. And it seems that a4 is fully justified. Vaishali makes me eat my own words. That now after knight takes bishop on c5, the queen can't capture because bishop a3 is a skewer and wins that rook on f8, and that's terrible news for Humpy. And after knight takes c5, if the knight takes back, which is forced if you don't lose more valuable material, that here white I guess has to move b6 to distract the black queen from this e5 pawn. And I would say that's not like totally obvious just how good it is for white, but you're taking a central pawn for a more of a flank pawn. You're also removing the guard of the d4 pawn, so future rook d1, bishop b2, all that kind of stuff might just win that d4 pawn. And now the two bishops on a more open board are quite happy to see some trades.
I'm going to be honest. Rook a7, this move gives off a scent, and it's not a good one because anytime you play a move like that, you got to at least in some corner of your mind be thinking, well, what if there's a universe where white's pawn lands on b6? And I think the reason Humpy didn't flesh that thought out completely is because on the very next move, she's ready to play b6. That's obviously why she played rook a7. And it's
Oh,
the cruel irony of chess is that you don't play b6 because of knight takes e5, and guess what pawn you're going to lose as a result of defending against that? The e5 pawn.
but Danya, what's amazing is she wants to play b6 without her rook there. Rook b8 also loses amazingly
Oh my
because after
god!
yeah, knight takes c5, and after knight takes back, there's a problem on the diagonal. So I think you can take either pawn. I was thinking knight takes e5, but now that I'm looking at it, knight takes d. Oh, that's a
You know
somehow a
why?
mistake.
Queen e5, queen h5, and bishop f5, I think.
Oh yeah.
So the point, just
Oh,
what is the general point here, or even queen f5, is that the queen will move and you will take the entire rook. Unfortunately, even queen f5 here is a nasty one. But Robert, this is beautiful. Knight takes d4, and the difference is that the queen cannot move to a square such that the bishop can come out with tempo.
you know, yeah, I realized that there was going to be something on the diagonal just by the fact that Humpy played Rook A7. She's such a classical player. Well, that's a pun that I didn't mean. I meant a class, like a classic player. She's got such great understanding of chess, and so when she makes a move like Rook A7, I'm immediately like, why wouldn't she play Rook to B8, which is so much more natural? But it's because there was a tactical flaw by moving the rook to b8, the queen and rook on the same diagonal. That's a problem. But rook a7 does not solve all the problems. Knight c5 and b6 leaves white with a huge advantage.
It's a little odd that for some reason she got into her head that I must play b6 as soon as possible, and I think there was no need for that. I mean, something like rook e8 or h6, but maybe she was afraid that the bishop wouldn't be able to join the game in time. Whatever the reason, I think that's some great logic, Robert, to tease out the motivation behind this move, and you can very clearly see the logical path that she took, and you can also very clearly see the path that Vaishali's knight is going to take. She's going to see this. I mean, this is an opportunity that is served up on a golden platter, and you're not going to get chances like this more than once a game. You got to exploit them.
I feel like Vaishali is such a tactical, dynamic player that she will see the idea. It's about whether she evaluates it correctly. And for Humpy, as you're saying, she was in a rush to play b7 to b6 to complete her development, but rook e8, instead of touching the queenside rook, sliding that other rook to the center to protect the e5 pawn, that would have been favorable compared to this, which is objectively just bad for black.
How is Wesley? I'm doing well. This is a little bit too interesting, Robert. I think we should take a look at some of the more equal positions because I can't take it. Sorry.
It's funny. You asked the question, like, is Wesley playing in a tournament? I went to go, I just typed in 2700chess.com. And while I do have this open, I want to give a shout out to Arvind because he won
Please.
again. He beat Grandmaster Bjerre from Denmark. So Arvind is now at 2754. And if Wei Yi
Woo!
loses this game, Arvind is now in the top 10. So he is on an absolute tear. I know we already mentioned some people saying they're tuning in from India. Just have to give a shout out to Arvind, just playing exceptional chess these days. And he may be playing actually some of the best chess in the entire planet, the way he's been able to raise his rating from like 2670 or so to 2754 and change.
Well, last summer in Charlotte, I had the great privilege of teaching alongside Ramesh, the sort of patriarch of Indian chess, and deservedly so. He called it. At that point, I
Deservedly
think,
who?
oh my, I can't take this anymore. I mean, they're everywhere, these puns. Gosh. There's a
So
lot of things I could say, but the point is, Aravind was not quite 2,700, and Ramesh was saying how he absolutely has 2,750 plus potential, but throughout his career had confidence problems, a lot of psychological issues, kind of like Nihal, that he was finally beginning to work out. And boom, next summer rolls around, 2,750 is his elo, and man, I'm proud I got that 10-minute win against him in the Chess.com Cup, which whose ending I certainly don't want to remember,
I'm
literally and
sorry, my
figuratively.
friend. I'm sorry, but I'm going to. You mentioned Nihal. I see that Nihal's live rating 2699.5.
What a scrub! He can't even cross 2,700.
And actually, I feel very happy for Nihal when he does in fact cross. Hopefully, he can even do that. I think today they have a round coming up, or maybe tomorrow. But for Nihal, everyone's like, "What's happened to him?" He's only 3,300 in bullet and 3,200 or whatever in blitz.
Exactly.
Why is he so bad? Air quotes in classical. Like he's 2,700 in classical. He just hasn't fully hit it yet, and maybe he will feel the energy there. Like sometimes players just they skyrocket from high 2,600s to 2,750. We saw that when Ali Reza, he went straight through to 2,800, and he of course is an absolute legend and just a prodigious talent. But we've seen that from others as well, where they just soar through the low 2,700s into the mid 2,700s. So we'll see. I mean, Nihal Sarin is incredibly talented. We all know that, and we'll see if he
Yeah.
decides to keep it up in classical.
Well, he decided to play a 20-game 3-minute match against me yesterday, and I really like Nihal. He's a, I mean, great young man. I was going to say great kid. At this point, great young man. We always like joke around invariably during our long matches. Like, I'll mention some recent game and make a joke, and he always plays along. And just humble, easy to be around and talk to, and exactly the way the talented prodigies should be, and the way that all of the top Indian players invariably are. It really speaks to the quality of the instructors, including Ramesh, who I think inculcates those types of qualities, which also help on the chessboard. So there might not be a chessboard for very long, or rather any pieces on it. This has been a little disappointing, this match. I was really looking forward to Hikaru, especially after the opening, and you called it, I was going to say Robbie. Yeah, Robbie Hess. You called it. You said this might actually be the first game that ends up liquidating, and that's exactly what happens. So how did this
And
happen so quickly?
it happened, well, first of all, because
H3.
Fabi caught him by surprise, right? We'll all acknowledge that. I'm sure Hikaru has already said in the confessional. But H3 just challenging the bishop, and now we see like a clear liquidation. The pieces just start getting captured, and after the bishop swapped for the knight on F3, Danya, and the knight came into D4. I mean, Hikaru just didn't want to deal with this piece here. With Queen D1, you don't want to just back it up like that. There might be some problems later in the game with a knight sitting on D4 for too long. But I don't know, I
Yeah.
feel like I would have played that move.
Me too. I mean, keep the bishop here. I mean, I would have played knight c3. I think h3 is a really unambitious try. I was warming to your idea of trying to get this knight to d5. But Hikaru, after that disappointing Armageddon game, which he took very well, and his recap was very upbeat. That is not easy to do. And that is a skill that I will never have. I'd still be like breaking parts of the hotel room. No, just kidding. But is this going to be a draw, or is Hikaru actually hoping for maybe this tiniest smidge? I set you up, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do it. Don't worry. The smidge mazel. I got you. But I feel like Hikaru is not playing for
I don't know.
a draw.
I agree. I thought you were about to say he's not playing for a win, but I agree. I think he's trying to put a little bit of pressure while maintaining no risk. Can
But
we
I also
describe a
don't see
scenario?
how he.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was gonna say I don't see how he plays for a win, but I don't think he's just trying to make a draw.
Like, but are there any landmines that Black has to avoid stepping on? I hear your question about Magnus's game. We'll get there momentarily. Like, is there a square that, or are all squares accessible and lead to an equal position? Like, what are we playing for here? What do you
I
think?
definitely would. I know you're joking. Queen A7. That is a way to go wrong. Just get very passive for no reason. And even still, what does it say? I can't.
It's
point
still
three.
essentially equal after the worst available queen square.
The problem is there are no targets. Right? Oftentimes, to get an advantage with bishops of opposite color, is you would need to have that bishop on f1 on b3. Like that's at a minimum is what you need because the f7 pawn would become a target. But your bishop is passive
Now,
for
wait
the
a
time
second.
being.
Wait, is white
Yes.
worse? Is white flirting with a small disadvantage here?
I think we know the answer to that question. It is just equal at this point, and there's no points of infiltration for either side.
Well, make a move for white, and I will admit I briefly turned on the engine. Make a move for white. Now it's off.
Okay, so if I go, let's say pawn to b3, did I blunder anything?
Well, yeah, you blundered when you chose to commentate with me. No, just kidding. Rook a to c8. Or actually, no.
Okay.
Let me try bishop c5. Let me try bishop c5.
Sure.
So are you going to go knight d5?
I was thinking about bishop c4, but then I thought knight d4, and I didn't want to calculate. Sorry,
No, bishop
d4, I didn't
c4,
want to
bishop
calculate.
f2, and queen c3. No?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I blundered immediately, and I was going to go knight d5 first, so I get my take back.
You do get your take back. I'm just going to show this really quickly. So
And even this, wait, look at that. Even this is barely better for black.
like that endgame?
It said zero point 0.7 from what I could see there.
Yeah, but okay, like knight d5, I mean, it's probably a better move, but then I take it. Okay.
Yeah, this is very clear why it's better for black because black's bishop is active, and white's pieces are scattered for the time being, and a rook's can come to c file.
Yeah.
Unless white can establish the bishop on c4 quickly, black may have a little bit of pressure.
And there's
Agreed.
always b7, b5. So I don't want to make... I feel like I'm making too big of a deal of this. There is the move queen to g3, which maintains equality. But I just want to make the point that it's, black is making moves too. And I just kind of took it for granted that Hikaru is going to be in the driver's seat. But it might be the other way around. And you might get Fabi feeling a little frisky.
Frisky Fabi, but queen g3, knight takes e4 seems to liquidate everything. And even if white gets a slightly worse pawn structure, it's still bishops of opposite color, and yeah, it should just be equality.
Yeah, by far the likeliest outcome is quick liquidation, but I will give 10% chance that if one side develops some sort of initiative, I think it's actually likelier to be Fabiano. Speaking of
Okay.
initiative, we have quite the move by Magnus. It's more of a positional surprise than a tactical one. He's played b takes a4. Unless you see a more exciting place we could go.
No, we should definitely look at the world champion versus the world number one. It's always a great matchup to turn our attention to. But I get why people are surprised by Black's last move, b takes a4, and I saw some people chatting about that. And the reason why Magnus played that, if I'm not mistaken, is that your idea of pawn to d5 from a different position, of course, but the move d5 I think would be a little early here. And after d5 by black, I think white throws in a takes b5.
Sure.
And I do see that I see that on your screen the evaluation is changing. And now after knight takes e5, if I'm not mistaken, Let's leave with a knight. I
I
could be
take
wrong,
it.
but okay, phew, doing okay. Knight takes, pawn takes e5. And currently white's up a pawn. Black will take on e4.
Right.
And now after the trades on e4, I think that the issue is that white has a healthy extra pawn. B5 is a target in many positions, and so that the lack of an open B file doesn't give black some much needed counterplay. So it's a very long story on what makes one move zero point 0.7 for white, what makes another only zero point 0.2 for white. But I actually believe that the A1 rook is happy and developed on starting square, and that doesn't give black the sufficient compensation.
Very well explained, Robert. And I think having this context will help us understand the point of b takes a4 because white has two ways to recapture. Rook takes a4 will strike one is a little awkward. It might be the move of choice. But bishop takes a4, I think it immediately becomes clear to me now d5 probably has a better chance at working out nicely for black.
Yeah, bishop on a4 is kind of awkwardly placed. You don't cover e4 in the same way. So this looks, and yeah, the move is justified here. The bishop is distracted away from the e4 pawn.
Don't mind me, I just like hearing the capture sound on chess.com. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, t takes e4. And remember, in this position, you're already reaping the benefits. But if white has to recapture with the rook, I mean, you probably have many ways to develop full compensation for the pawn. But such an astute point, Robert, that you made about throwing in b takes a4 and now having access to this weak pawn on b2, even if you just trade queens and play something very primitive like bishop f5.
Just rapid development, and black's rooks are going to
Best move.
benefit. Oh, wow. We're doing a really good job in this position, honestly.
Yeah. Well, you set me up by understanding that I pointed out positions where black has c5 and positions where black has d5. Magnus says, why not both? Give me the salmon
Yeah.
and the beef.
And after rook d8, bishop d4, and well, the surf and turf might land and help you win the b2 pawn as well as the e5 pawn, and then this mass liquidation.
Oh my god. All right. I'm going to hold myself back from making any puns or the chat will start feeling really crabby. What
Well,
understanding by Magnus to sense that this is the moment to play this move. I think rook takes a4 in light of that line is not out of the question.
but rook takes a4 also feels a bit awkward, no? Like, it could be a timely bishop d7. I know a6 is currently hanging, but I'm just trying to make it work somehow, but I don't see it.
Yeah, it doesn't have like pizzazz this move, right? Like the rook becomes a target, even a move like rook e8. Like why should black be any worse here?
He's not, and he knows it.
Is Magnus like thinking about whether he's playing for a win? Like does that thought cross your mind if you're sitting there, you're Magnus? Of course you want to prove a point. We know that from his tweet after he defeated Gukesh in that Jabava London that kicked off the scintillating event. You come for the king, you best not miss. What is his mentality, if any, going into this game and given the current position, in your view?
Oh, I think ideally would like to play for more than just equality if he's given the opportunity. But how do you do that? You can't just have symmetrical pawn structure. You can't just have all these trades. Otherwise, it looks like Hikaru against Fabiano, where we're just saying that game should result in a draw. So how could Magnus mix things up? I think rook takes a4, e takes d4 would be just as a sample variation. Taking on d4 would mean that black is saddled with a backwards d6 pawn. That could be awkward. But the e4 pawn could become a target with bishop b7, rook e8, and so on. But I'm not sold on e takes d4 unless it's tactically justified, Danya. It looks extremely risky to allow the second white knight access to the f5 square.
Yeah, unless it's tactically justified or justified by the tournament situation, which it's not. It's round 6. There's plenty of games left to play. So Magnus is going to let the game come to him. If Gukesh takes a risk, Magnus will say, all right, I'm game. Otherwise, there's no reason Magnus would be dissatisfied with, a nice, easy draw from a position of strength. Bishop takes a4 on the board. And
Okay.
I might have to hand the prophet title over to Grandmaster Hess.
Can't we share it just like we are with our chats? Just, we'll be saying everyone is welcome. It's...
Or like Magnus and Nepo.
Ooh, I forgot about that. I kind of wish I could leave that in the past, but that was unideal to say the least. But Donna, I'm going to give the prophet title back to you. And the reason why is that in the game between Hikaru and Fabiano, Hikaru's just made the move pawn to a3, the little pawn move that could, but what it could do is give Fabi an advantage.
Well, that was a beautiful transition, and I will transition to that game. Okay, and for those just joining who might not have been as aware of what happened yesterday, we had that insane turn of events where Arjun Erigaisi uncharacteristically blunders in the classical game. Hikaru is a couple of accurate moves away from winning, it would seem. Hands over the advantage, Arjun with the save in the classical game. And I don't even have the time to summarize what happened in the Armageddon. But for Hikaru to come out of it with a smile on his face during the recap, that took some mental fortitude. You know it's stinging at him, no matter how much of a Zen master you are. And maybe that's slightly impacting his decisions here.
Fabiano didn't exactly have a better day yesterday. He had been pressing Magnus all game in classical, had a winning ending, but just didn't have enough time to convert his advantage. And then he lost a one-sided game in the Armageddon. So Fabi is probably not thrilled heading to today, but he should be thrilled at his position with black. No worse.
What's the idea?
I guess rook d1 to b1, just so you can not give away your a3 pawn as well. But this is clearly good for black. Queen d2 as your island. Rook takes b7 and bishop c5, threatening bishop takes f2 check. The a3 pawn is in the line of fire, so if that a1 rook were to leave, that could be a problem. I like Fabi's position. I'm not saying it's winning. It's far from it. Okay, rook a2
here.
Sure, I'll bring my queen back to d6, putting another attacker on the a3 pawn.
Because bishop f2, king h1, and the queen will have to step away, yielding the minor piece. You said queen d6?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And what if I try to activate my bishop now with bishop c4?
Can I be as greedy as Yasser would be and take the a3 pawn, or should I play rook c8 first, or how does this work?
It's so funny. This reminds me of a blunder I made in the World Blitz. I was playing Jonas Bjerre, Danish grandmaster, and I blundered a pawn like this on the black side of Ruy Lopez. So he plays bishop takes a6 at some point. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that pawn was there. It's all good. I mean, since I didn't even realize it existed, I'm not going to miss it. And I actually told that to myself and managed to win a completely lost position.
Yeah, it wasn't a blunder. It was a sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm just, Department of Material Efficiency in that position. Just, lightening the load.
Well, I think that
okay.
with all removed
we must get away from that topic.
I was trying to do my best, but I was gonna say with the entire queen side removed from this position, it feels like the task does get easier for the side that's defending. I mean, as more trades happen, there could be, as you're showing, like a timely knight d5, and I don't see why white is actually worse here. It just feels like it's a pretty level game.
Yeah, the slings and arrows of the eval bar, just ignore them. I still think I'm totally with you. This game will end in a draw, barring a huge blunder. And the position is so easy to calculate. I can almost guarantee you that the line we just went down, rook db1, blah, 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 takes bishop c5. I think rook a2 is the move Hikaru saw. And he said, yeah, I'm satisfied. The queen will have to move back. There's no way I'm losing that. And I think he's totally correct in his conclusions. Yeah, black is 0.1 better. All right. Shush.
I will be quiet. But first, I will thank HibR again for the gifted subs. Appreciate all the support to our channels. We appreciate you all tuning in each and every day and watching us try to break down this action. So thank you so much. I see you on YouTube. I see you all there. And I see you on Twitch as well. So, Danya, maybe we should give a little bit of love to the game we haven't looked at yet, Arjun against Wei Yi. I'm going to be honest. I keep glancing at it and thinking that
same.
There's like nothing happening in the game. But maybe it's worth a little look.
I keep putting it off, not yet. It hasn't ripened yet. And I still can't open this bottle of iced tea. Nothing has changed from last night.
What's the issue? What's the struggle?
There's a brand of iced tea that Trader Joe's has, and the bottles of this brand are almost impossible to open, but usually I can get them open. This one I've been trying since last night. Cannot open it.
So is it like a grip strength issue? Is it like it's too
I
cold?
don't think so, actually. I usually am pretty good with bottles. Okay. Sorry, that's... I mean, That it could be misinterpreted, but Russian.
Yeah.
Russians are good at opening bottles. Trust me. Oh, yes.
Also, this is amazing. Daniel, look in YouTube chat for a second. Suyash Mishra. Thank you, Mr. Hess and Babushka, for the analysis.
Babushka. Oh my gosh. Playing along, that's what we love. Lots of levity. And as I said yesterday, lots of Levitov.
Mm-hmm.
And knight to b4. The queen does not have a lot of squares, but wait, what is knight b4? Where's the knight going?
Maybe he'll just go queen. Can you go queen b6 next and threaten knight takes a2, cheap tricks and tactics.
But it ain't a bullet brawl. I have knight a4 maybe.
Oh, and the black queen's like trapped.
I also thought queen b6, right? Setting up knight takes a2. Oh my gosh, like knight a4, and you can't go back to d8 because you simply lose the knight. And if you go queen to d6, this is... I want no part of this type of position, Robert. Now, wait a second.
Understand.
What is he doing with this knight?
So the point is knight takes a2, queen b6, bishop b5, and that just looks like you gave me a piece, so thank you. We're not missing anything, right? That's just losing for white.
That's losing. Now, maybe he just wants to play rook c8 and chill. And maybe his point is, look, you can't play a3. I'm just going to sit here and annoy you. And that could be a legitimate justification for a piece being on a particular square. But I'm a little bit worried about white, playing e4 and bishop e3. And this queen, I can't find a place for it. And he does play knight a2. Oh, my godness. Oh!
What?
Queen
is going
b6,
on?
bishop b5, a6.
Bishop a4?
Queen a7?
No way.
Yes way. And I actually faced a very similar idea once. So what if I plays knight b5? Oh!
A6.
And bishop a5, ab. This is... Yeah. This is, yeah.
Wait a second. Can we... we have the evaluation bar on now.
Right.
So it's going to... But like bishop b5.
a6.
You're saying a6. Bishop a4.
I don't know if it's queen a7. That was just the first one that came to my mind.
But queen a7, like, rook a1.
Okay. Queen b8.
Oh my goodness, what a variation.
And just why did I play this move? Because if b5, you want bishop takes b5, and goodbye.
Wait, it's not even that bad for
what? Oh, it's not?
Look what the eval bar says after b5, bishop takes b5.
It's equal?
What?
Okay, queen d4. All right, here we go. It's also equal, yeah? So you could just give up pieces now, apparently. I'm kidding.
How is this... But what move here for black makes this equal?
Could it be like rook fb8 and just pile up on this knight?
And then bishop a4, queen b7 or something like that? No, but then it's knight a5.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
Queen b6. Yeah.
It is rook fb8.
That makes sense. But there's also like bishop c6, bishop takes b3 with tempo, so that's clear. And if bishop a4, you're going to queen b6.
But the point, black would never do this.
You say that, but watch the way you do it.
Oh, knight b1 is the top. I mean, this just never ends. And this gets cooler and cooler. This is the way for white to keep a small advantage. And at the end, you replace the knight with a bishop, and the knight will beautifully reroute to c4. That is some next level concepts.
You know what's funny about that end position is that it says 0.1, but I actually think in practice, white's advantage is quite sizable. Like, it's very difficult to defend these positions from the black side because a6 is a permanent target, b2 is well defended, that bishop is anchored on c3. So this is like the type of endgame where if Magnus were playing white, you'd be like, okay, I resign. I can't handle this.
But let's be real. Rook a1 will be met with queen b8. I don't think he will have any part of this. And b5 is coming next. That solves all of black's problems. The point, folks, is that the knight can't move because it's pinned. And if the knight can't move, that means you have no good answer for the threat of b7, b5. I will say that e4, our old friend, is something to consider here as well. b5, bishop b3, queen b8, and another old friend, borrowed from the Hikaru game, knight to d5. Oh my. B takes a4. What?
Oh,
Another piece falls with check.
oh,
And now this knight will be lost. And actually, white has to be very careful not to lose it with a fork. And has to return to d5. My head is going to explode if it hasn't already
yeah.
done so.
I genuinely have a headache. Hey, what's up, Daryl? Wei has been crushing it. Have you noticed the opening setups he's often had with white in this event? Wei Yi is it's funny because he can be a very aggressive player, but with the white pieces, I mean, he does a number of different things, but I do think that he takes a calmer approach in the opening stage. He plays e4 with the white side and kind of plays closed positions.
Can I use my second detour card of the day?
Yes, indeed.
This a6 queen a7 idea, the first thing that I thought of is a game that I'll never forget because of how convincingly and quickly I lost it. And it was painful, but it just showed me that I have much to learn as an arrogant international master. I stopped being that arrogant and quickly became a GM after that. Here's the game. So this is from 2010,
Okay.
Groningen Open.
Groningen.
Groningen.
Wait, was I there?
That was the previous year, 2009.
Okay, got it.
Or no, the next year, sorry, 2011.
Oops, we can't remember our years, but okay. I'm still listening.
Well, I've lived through a lot of them, unfortunately. So in 2010, I played Abhijit Gupta, Grandmaster from India, and the following game happened. Ready?
I'm ready.
All right, I'll not keep you waiting for long. Here it is. All right, let me just resize a little bit. Sorry, ChessBase is annoying with window captures because every time you open a board, it opens in a different size. Okay, here we go. So e4. Can you see the moves being made?
Yes.
So it's a French. I'm going to fast forward to the key moment. The key moment is here, where I decide to play this move castles in g4, queen b6, and I play queen a4. So we get a typical French structure. I think I'm going to fight for the h file. I'm going to get a rook to h1, and I had all these grandiose plans, and guess what my opponent played in this position?
Mm, F5.
He plays a6. It took me a while to understand the concept. I think, oh, maybe he's stopping bishop b5. No problem. I played king g2. He plays bishop b7. Rook h1. Let's trade off the rooks. And only at this point, after I took back, did I realize what he's about to do and how helpless I am when he plays the move queen to a7. The point is that he maintains the pressure on d4, and white simply has no way to stop b5, forcing the queen away when my center completely collapses and the game just ends. Watch.
Wow. Because you're lacking in development.
Boom. Bam. He gets the queen over. I lose in 3 more moves. Knight f3 is a sick move. Goodbye. Resigns.
Oh,
Yep.
ouch.
So that is how I lost to Gupta. So this a6 queen a7 idea, it's so unconventional. And of course, it's not entirely related, right? This is played with a totally different idea, but I think it's how pattern recognition works.
Wow, that's incredibly deep. Just A6 in that position where it looks like a lot of the action's happening on the king side, but to be unafraid and then just uh, strike and take down your setter. That's crazy. But this game, I guess it's a little bit less wild to find queen A7. Good eye by you, Danya, that bishop B5, A6, bishop A4. The bishop is trapped by its own knight on B3, and so that the move B7, B5 in the next turn will really hurt. And I feel like Wei Yi is completely equalized the position. Arjun is now going to be thinking here, but knight b5 played, and didn't we just look at this? A6, is there anything to be afraid of for black? Queen a5, maybe?
A6, queen a5, and Daryl saying we're getting closer to sports announcers. Got to be careful, or else I'll open a whole new can of puns. And he's blinking and thinking. A6, bang! My Wei Yi. And bang on with queen a5 is, I think, a good way to stabilize the position and eliminate the risk. He's definitely not playing bishop a5. That's a blunder.
I was trying to think of a hand down, man down, reference, but there isn't really one to work in chess. So I'll do my best eventually.
Well, queen a5 has been played whether you're Redick or not.
Oy, oy, oy. You're getting the coaches' names in here now?
I mean, I know you can't stand that, so I can come back to the announcers.
Oy, oy, oy. You're gonna rile me up over here so I can feel the heat?
I'll give you a pat.
No.
Give yourself a pat on the back for that one.
I'm gonna call Tibbs on this next game that we choose.
All right, that's it. Resign, surrender, surrender. Hands up.
Ay, ay, ay. Don't spoil the surprise over here, all right? Let's
Oh
go to the
my
next game.
god. How
It's
do
your
you do
fault.
this, man?
This is your fault.
Well, we need to cover the current events because moves are being made and results are being had, and
Okay.
here
That
we
was
are.
also a very subtle Steve Kerr
Thank you.
injection. So I'm very proud of that one. That was nicely done by you.
I appreciate it. And this is nicely done by Arjun to not panic, force the queens off the board. We're going to get a queen trade, right? He's going to take with a knight. And what do you make of this endgame? Is this a dead draw? Which b pawn do you take? It's not a question you ask yourself every day, just every Sunday. Or
Um,
b4, maybe?
B4, that's a wild move.
Well, he's already played. Sorry, he's played a takes b5, and he's playing quickly. He's got 90 minutes.
Wait, but B4, there's knight D5 at the very least, and I'm gonna take on B4 almost pre-moved.
So which pawn would you take by instinct? This one?
Probably, well, I don't know which. Bishop takes B5. Yeah, the arrow showed like 2 seconds after you asked me the question, so I was waiting to figure out which was this. But yeah, Bishop takes B5 is where I'd go.
And b7 is hanging. Knight e4 runs into bishop e1. That's a really nice move to have in your pocket, just sliding the bishop back and opening up control of the d file. So is there any meat on the bone here? Great call, Robert. Bishop e5 on the board.
Knight E4 doesn't actually look bad to me, by the way, because Bishop E1 you could always like. Oh, can you play Knight C5? Is Bishop B4? It's too many pieces are hanging down you.
Bishop b4 rather than pawn b4, and we got to get all these moves in before they actually make some moves. God, these games are, you know what's weird about them is they're simultaneously like very balanced on the surface, but also once you start analyzing, they get very chaotic.
Right, it's like the position itself. Oh, two rooks, two bishops, a knight, and 5 pawns per side. This should just be equal. And then you realize that there are all sorts of tactics in the air. So Knight E4, it still feels like it's an okay move, but you may be contorting yourself in an awkward way if you're, and black should be worse.
Why are there are all these tactics? Like I'm looking at bishop d5, knight takes b7 with the idea of forking the bishops, Lasker Bauer style. And then I realize, wait a second, black can repin the knight with rook a b8. God, these unconventional tactics are everywhere. Really in all three games, I have to say. And in the Vaishali Hampi game, by the way.
Oh, did Vaishali find the idea that we were talking about earlier, or she overlooked it?
I am checking exactly that. She overlooked it. My fault. Commentator's curse once again.
I don't blame you for anything, Danya. It's not your fault. I think that Vaishali, I presume she saw it, but just didn't evaluate it correctly. And, well, that game still remains locked up.
I actually would beg to differ. I think she just missed it.
Really?
I can't see how you resist that e-pawn. We're probably never going to find out unless she wins the game and is interviewed. But let's go elsewhere. Robert, should we go to the Hikaru game? They are playing out that line. Should we go to the Vaishali game? What's your vote?
Let's see. We haven't looked at Ju and Jun against Lei Qingzhe, although that position is also pretty calm. We haven't looked at Sarah Kadem against Anna Muzichuk. That position is a bit odd. Still, so many pieces on the board, but maybe that one's a little bit more fun for your tactical liking.
We're going to spend like 30 seconds on this, and then we're going to move to the Vaishali game. How about that as a compromise?
Well, I was going to ask you, since it's white on the clock, is Knight E5 possible here? Because I know it's a thematic move in these positions. And then if Knight E5 can successfully be played, will there be like F4, G4, and the Rook on E2 is perfectly situated there to swing on over to the king side?
And she put it there a couple of moves ago. We saw the hanging pawn structure in Arjun versus Hikaru, and the weakness of the pawn on D5 was the theme in that game. Here, taking on C5 doesn't make much sense because this pawn is well reinforced. But you're talking about a different idea, Knight E5. As we get Daryl Moore gifting subs, doing work.
Yeah.
Much
You know,
appreciated.
I'm thanking him for the subs, but not for the bad catchphrases that he offered. So thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you always.
Yeah,
You know that though.
those catchphrases are off. Maybe one day you'll learn a thing or two about basketball. There's not enough experience. Thank you, Daryl. Really appreciate it. And feels like the community is just so involved, and that's what makes the magic happen for us.
Was that a basketball
Make
reference, the
this.
Magic, or that was just a coincidence?
You overestimate me, Robert. I'm
Oh, okay.
surprised, but
Well,
you still overestimate me. That was
I
not
was
intentional.
I was waiting for you to say that Daryl's favorite piece was a pawn because he's a fan of small chess.
Well, I asked you what a bishop was in Russian. You said Sloan. So we're
Mm.
jazzing it up here after 95. Oh, I got all those puns in Stockton.
Oh, well, I'll try to give you an assist, and
I
I'm going to try to analyze this position with you, my
leave me
friend.
alone.
No, it's not. I'm never going to do that. And I'm not going to franchise Ostertag you either. We're going to focus in here and
Well, it occurred to me that after 95, what happens? I didn't get the memo on this one. Queen takes c5. Is 94 your idea?
I hadn't figured it out, but I thought that there would be a tactic with the queen on e5 and the bishop on b2 here.
There could also be like b4, but this will all remain behind the scenes because Sara with bishop f5, a very standard move, and really demonstrating a good understanding of what makes these positions tick, Robert. Because on its own, this is not going to cause overwhelming pressure, but it's annoying. You're trying to force the knight away. That would open the doors for knight e5. It would make d takes c5 more enticing. Really nasty little move as Sara tries to force Black's position to come undone.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the plan for black because the bishop on a5 is annoying for both sides. It's annoying because you can at some moment take on c3 and then plant your knight from f6 on the e4, but that doesn't seem like a big threat. It just seems like an option. So for on a music trick right now, like knight f8, that seems to be a principal move, making sure that the king side feels just a little bit safer. But I don't know, Danya, things feel a little bit flimsy for black.
They absolutely do. A great illustration of the limitations of the eval bar. So many ways to go wrong here, Robert, including a move like c4. Whoopsie daisy. That bishop is a goner. You don't want to play cd. You don't want to make any concessions. You don't want to go rook c8. That walks into a pin. Every move has a drawback. g6 weakens the king side. And Anna has to tread carefully here. But I think she's up to the task, and she has plenty of time to figure things out. Maybe 94 can be considered.
Can I ask? I don't actually have the answer to this question, so it's not rhetorical. Is bishop takes d7 a threat in some positions? Because when you see the hanging pawn structure, removing one of the knights can lead to the downfall of one of those pawns.
True. It might be a threat, but we have reached our curfew, so to speak, in this position.
Our mark curfew. Okay, got it.
Very good. Oh my gosh. Mark Few. Gonzaga coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only know a few of them.
Well, I think that
More
this position
analysis, less coach references, please.
yeah, that's where I was going to. So sorry, everybody. I know it's in my fault today, but we will try to figure out more of these chess positions. And Hikaru still hasn't moved after queen takes pawn on b2, but that means we can come back to that game in a bit. Should we look at Ju and Jun against Lei Tingzhe, a rematch of their Women's World Championship, the title match from a few years ago?
Can I overrule it? Can we just look at the Vaishali game for a second?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just trying to stall the Ju and June game as much as possible. Delay the inevitable, grasping for straws. But I'm really, really surprised. It's much easier for us. We see the eval bar go up. You can't unsee that, right? Like once you see that swing, you know there's something, and it's hard to overstate how much of a difference that makes when you're looking for a tactic. So instead of knight takes c5, we saw bishop g5, and with great relief, b6 has never been played faster.
The bishop can come to b7 next, and if black can get those central pawns rolling, Danya, this game could turn in black's favor. And the evaluation we see, the bar says that black is slightly better. I think this is a sufficiently complicated game, so I wouldn't actually give one side the advantage in terms of winning chances over the other. But it becomes about plans. Black's plan seems a little bit more straightforward. Right? Bishop to b7. The rook on a7 can go back to its starting square and go towards the center. So, Danya, what should white do in the interim? I would try to improve the location of the knight on f3.
Yep.
That also makes the bishop look stronger on g2. So several moves come to mind. So knight h4 to f5, that's one idea. Knight d2 to e4 is another. And knight e1 to d3, a little less common, but sometimes that knight on d3, it peers over that annoying pawn on d4, can capture the bishop on c5, put pressure on the e5 pawn as well. So which knight maneuver would you choose?
Well, for those who are just coming in, I would choose one that's not on the menu, but it should have been
Ooh.
on the menu had white in this position taken on c5. This was what Vaishali missed. Can't take with the queen, and here, deflection. Bang. b6. This is why putting the rook on a7 puts black at risk of deflecting the queen, eliminating the linchpin of black's central control. Now d4 is weak, rook b1 is coming, and the knight can safely swing back to d3. That was taken off the menu. Robert, Vaishali missed the opportunity to seize the initiative, and now I would settle for knight d2. I think that was my initial instinct, but not because I'm thrilled with the position.
And the question becomes after knight d2, can black play bishop to b7? I actually think the answer is no. I think strategically there's a huge problem with the hurried bishop b7 because you take on b7
Rook takes, I
and
guess.
then rook takes and then take on f6. And this is where the problems just begin for black because you don't want to take with the g pawn. That seems like it's out of the question.
Yeah.
But if you take with the knight, now knight takes c5, and black ideally would have recaptured it with a knight on c5 because pawn takes c5, that hands white a protected pass pawn, and the a5 pawn becomes loose as well. And if you take with the queen on c5, well, white immediately kicks the queen out of that square with knight to b3, and then plays pawn to c5, and you still have a passer that black will have to deal with, and this looks very dangerous if Humpy were to fall into this.
Am I hallucinating, or did Wei Yi have a similar plan against Gukesh yesterday where you, like, open up all of the floodgates on the queen side and things get nasty? Great find by you, Robert.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking about. That game was super tactical. Deja Gukesh, indeed. And that game was super tactical because white had those pass pawns that were running to the other side, and they did get stopped eventually. But this would be dangerous for black. So Humpy, I mean, if knight to d2 is played, f to d2 rather, she should not rush to play bishop b7 as she rushed to play rook a7 to get the bishop there in the first place.
Well, what you said yesterday while I was away, there's always something to learn in a position. It really resonates because we all feel this collective disappointment. We're not going to get the excitement of a white pawn landing on b6. But knight d2, talk about hidden venom in a position. Great find, Robert, with one knight replacing another on b3, showing us how quickly a seemingly permanent blockade, I mean, 1, 2, 3 protectors on the c5 square can be wiped off the map, and how disastrous that can be. This is still a lot of life left for both sides.
Plenty. And some natural looking moves may actually be a blunder or not even necessarily that bad of a move, but still a sizable mistake that gives the other player an advantage. So a lot of life left here.
And I think I have successfully stalled out on the Ju and Jun game because something exciting has happened in Gukesh versus Magnus.
Okay, we can go to that game. Just being candid with everybody, not a single pawn has been traded in when Ju and Jun's game against Lei Ting-Jie, but there has been a trade of light square bishops, but it's a locked position. So I agree with you. We can
Much love
we
to
can
the
laugh
women's
like,
world champion. I promise I'm not a Ju and Jun hater. We'll just let that
you
game
can-
ripen.
You can laugh like Wesley as they play like Wesley in that sort of slow, methodical style. But let's go to the Gukesh game against Magnus because I can see here a very big decision. It's a little pawn pushing to d5, but that locks the center. And earlier we were talking about how black can play on the king side after a move like d5. The bishop on the dark squares for black is a very happy piece. White can try to trade off that bishop soon, but the f4 square is also one that black would like to occupy with a knight. So, Danya, as you look at the live position here, d5 having just been played, would you rather have the white or black side as the engine indicates that it's about equal?
Well, chemistry test. If you had to choose one word to describe the move d5, what would be the word? What word do I have in mind? And
I don't know.
it starts with a C.
Just tell me. I
Committal.
can't think of
Sorry,
it.
committal.
That's a chemistry word?
No, no, no. Oh, okay. I confused you. Just like a test to show that commentators have chemistry.
Oh, because
I'm sorry.
earlier.
I
No, no,
butchered that
no.
completely.
No, no. What's funny about that is I saw in the chat a comment from Covalent Salt. And so when you said chemistry, I was still thinking about
Oh!
the pawns from earlier. And that's why I let you down.
Come on, covalent salts. Why did you have to have a. You're the only person on Twitch whose name was inspired from 10th grade chemistry class. Look what you've done.
And of course, Covalent Salts was thinking chemistry as well. So apologies. That is a committal move. I agree with that. And well, it's committal, but how do you feel about the position?
I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, at this. I think it's probably a healthy decision from White. As a King's Indian player, I am always biased toward the black side in these structures where you have the eventual potential to play f5 and start surrounding the king side with your knights. I kind of get that, nice warm feeling. On the other hand, White also has his share of ideas. Bishop c6. The other bishop could come out to e3 to neutralize black's only active bishop. So I can totally see the logic. Is it fair to say, Robert, that Gukesh is harboring hopes of developing winning chances? Like, if he just wanted to end the game, play solid, he probably would have played DE or something like bishop e3. Is that a fair statement, or am I like overanalyzing this?
Well, bishop e3, you have to calculate at the very least because the e4 pawn is targeted. But I think your overall point is a good one. That if Gukesh was interested in just making a draw, he would have tried to trade or play something a little bit like less ambiguous. D5 shuts the bishop on b7 down, and Magnus's very quick reply of a5 says that bishop is not done yet. That bishop can now slide out to a6, Danya, and then it doesn't attack anything necessarily. But if a knight lands on f4 with the bishop on a6, we start to see the makings of an initiative for black.
Top engine move, a5. This guy
So
should
good.
really consider being the best in the world. Oh, wait.
So good. Like, I think that oftentimes people are most impressed by Magnus outlasting his opponents in endgames, but his understanding of this opening, where he slowed down and just kind of found all the best moves at this stage, it's incredibly impressive. And Gukesh has done nothing wrong. He's the world champion. He's phenomenal. But just the way Magnus seems to handle these positions where he's slightly worse is very impressive.
Well, you know what the second best move, and my instinct here would be bishop c8. But I'm not sure I could explain this move. Maybe we should ask Nepo. But I guess the point of bishop c8 is it prevents knight f5. It just brings the bishop to a relatively good square. And Magnus might still make this move. But the point of a5 is he expands. He prevents white from grabbing space. He just sort of stakes his territory on the queen side. He says, no, these squares are mine. And he slows down any potential pressure that white might try to build up.
But he
Bishop
might
e3.
stake his claim, but after bishop e3, he might not be able to kick a knight out of f4. So there are going to be some issues here for white. That bishop a6, knight f4, and that d3 square looks juicy. I feel like black's pieces are suddenly getting really active, and the rook on b8. We talked about this in some other positions, Danya. That rook could be dangerous for white to deal with as the b2 pawn is loose.
This bishop is dropping back to c8. Only question in my mind is when. Is it doing so in this position, or do you start by taking on e3? The downside of that might be that it allows the rook to more easily bring its weight to bear on the queen side. Bishop c8.
Nice move, nice idea by you, Danya. And I really was tunneling on bishop a6 after the move a5, but it's a good lesson as well in keeping the tension because bishop takes e3. That rook on the third rank could be very useful for white, right? If there was a rook on e3, it could slide all the way over to a3, doubling on that file to put pressure on that pawn on a5. So bishop takes b6 on the other hand. The queen can capture on b6. Now b2 is threatened. Knight f4 feels juicy. Suddenly, you've asked this question in other games. Is it black who can play for an advantage now? Like, could the tides turn where Gukesh has kept this game going, but he's the one who lacks a clear plan?
I remember talking to Sasha Bortnick about why Magnus was so hard to play in Blitz. Well, because he's good at chess, yes. But what are the specific elements that make him who he is? And we came to the conclusion that no matter the type of position, no matter the structure, whether it's balanced or unbalanced, tactical or positional, his pieces just gravitate to the right squares. He understands the best setup in seemingly every type of structure that you could throw at him. This is a perfect example of that. How quickly did he just sniff out the right plan? Instantly.
And I actually don't know how I would proceed from the white side here. And as commentators, there is the engine that's going, slightly up or slightly down or still hovering in the center. It says black is ever so slightly better, but I actually think it's easier to play with black because I have clear ideas in the position. Removing the dark square bishops allows a knight into f4. That would worry me from the white side. The f5 square, on the other hand, is covered by black's last move. Bishop to c8 says, you want to hop into f5, I will capture that, double your pawns, and your remaining pawns will be in trouble. Not to mention the e4 pawn is going to be very loose, and d5 as well. So I think that Gukesh has a lot to work out here. The 15-minute time advantage for Magnus, that may be very influential in the direction of the game.
Shadow Sprite, first of all, I made that reference initially. Got to be able to laugh about things. And I was going to propose queen to d2 and mention that the only conceivable target is this a5 pawn. Instead, we see Gukesh just eliminating the headache of the b pawn, just saying, I'm going to put it on a defended square, but now the bishop can't return to c2. Maybe that'll be significant later. What do you make of this? And do you now release the tension in order to put a knight on f4?
So the bishop on a4 is not a good piece, as you have mentioned. But let's talk about ideas for black. So bishop takes e3 and knight f4 for sure. Bishop takes e3 also opens up for a rook b4 move. And if that black rook is on b4, it can be super annoying to deal with because the e4 pawn is pressured. Black has ideas of h5, h4 to kick the knight out of g3 to try to take advantage of this somewhat loose pawn on e4. And if you want to defend that pawn with, say, like queen e2, knight f4 comes with tempo, so that's bad. That bishop on c8, sorry, I was just going to quickly say the bishop on c8, which currently covers f5, at any moment it could slink out to a6 to work with a knight coming to f4. So Danya, I would be worried having the white side, but you had something to say.
No, keep going. I was just going to make a sound effect after knight f4 and failed.
Well, it's okay. Onomatopoeia is hard to spell. It's also hard to orchestrate on a live broadcast.
It is indeed, but knight f4 will not be hard to orchestrate. It'll be done for us. The only question is when. Is there a case to be made for starting with this move and maintaining queenside flexibility, in your opinion?
So let me try to think of the downside. The downside of knight f4 is it makes h5, h4 less likely and less of a threat. So it's a great square for the pony. I would love to hop in there. But as you're highlighting, one knight e2 offers a trade of knights. Maybe that's not advisable. And the e4 pawn, which can become a target in some positions, maybe with the rook on b4 first, it stops this exact knight retreat.
And g5, that would be my vote. I'm not just, even in a classical game, I don't think this move is as risky as some people may think it is. And a big reason why, again, is this bishop, right? Knight g3, you're not going to be able to access f5. And of course, my idea is to open the g file and deliver checkmate to the world champion. But that's just an idea. Then I wake up and realize I'm not actually playing the world champion. Magnus would have to do it on my behalf.
Can I ask a question? I think it's my fault that we've been steered in this direction. In the live position, we keep taking on e3, right? Because we want to play knight f4. Can we not just play knight f4 right away? Like, do we actually have to release the tension on favorable terms for white? What if we start with knight f4?
Well, from a distance, my worry was that this is an option you don't want to allow. But no, this is amazing. You actually do want to allow it. My one question is, what if knight e2?
Knight takes e4?
Knight d4, and you have knight c3 with tempo.
At the very least, I guess. There might also, in some positions, be like knight takes f2. We already saw games with a long-term piece sacrifice, so I'm just getting excited here.
Whoa. Black is actually worse after knight c3. Queen c2
Please.
And the knight c6 intermezzo?
Too complicated for me.
Too complicated for me. The answer is queen to d2, apparently. I don't want anything to do with that. The move is f5. You have to keep this knight on e4 so that knight c6 can be met with bishop takes f2.
Makes perfect sense, and we got a little ahead of ourselves. So
I
yeah,
missed
f5
f5
is just
completely. I didn't see this move at all. What's
it
wrong with
just
me?
it's just defending the knight and keeping the pressure alive. So it's clear that bishop takes f4 is not what white wants to play, and if that's the case, then maybe it is worth delaying the capture on e3. Although I guess if you then capture on e3 the next turn, it encourages f takes e3, kicking the knight out with tempo. So it's hard to figure out the x's and o's here.
Well, the phrase that a chess author would use is black has a pleasant choice between bishop takes e3 and knight f4. Both options are good. Magnus is unexpectedly enjoying himself here. He's like, wait a second, this is actually I could live with this. This is fun. And the squeeze on the king side, you know it's going to happen. I think you called it, Robert, a g6 h5, maybe g7 to g5 in one fell swoop. Don't give Magnus these chances. If you aim for the king, well, Gukesh isn't even aiming at the king.
It will be
Forget it.
Magnus. Excuse me, Magnus aiming at the white king. So I see a question on knight h7 to g5 ideas for Magnus from Shadow Sprite. That is a typical idea. It also allows the black queen to try to venture over to the king side. But I think here, knight h7 might be a little tad too slow because knight g5 actually doesn't have a huge punch to it. And the f7, f5 pawn push is not available, which is often what you want to unleash.
Great explanation. And remember, white is not going to sit still. I mean, rook c1, eventually like rook c6, queen d2. White has ways to improve his position, so black does need to act with a fair bit of urgency. What's your vote? Bishop e3 or knight f4?
My vote is at first bishop e3 if I were playing a blitz game, definitely that move. But I could see Magnus playing knight f4 because he does like to keep the tension if he feels it benefits him.
I agree completely. I think that it would be consistent with his overall strategy, but it's definitely going to be one of these two moves. You know what I'm so happy about is not having to do game predictions, game result predictions, because you know how much I love those.
Yeah, those are difficult to do because you then feel like you have to disagree with your co-commentator. And here, I don't think we need to predict. I think we can just state that Magnus ahead on the clock, he kind of dictates the course of the action, the next few moves. But White will try to eventually use the C file to his benefit. So Gukesh, it's not like he has to sit and do nothing, but I do like Black's position. It feels a bit healthier.
And the twists and turns of
Oh,
yeah, what you see.
sorry. Speaking of liking Black's
Take it
position,
away.
if we go to the Hikaru game against Fabiano,
Bishop e3 played. Whoa. Okay, this is weird. Your rook's on a2 and b2.
yeah, something
Oh.
looks quite awkward there, but I think I understand why Hikaru made his last move of rook back to b2. We were talking about bishop c4, but
Oh,
there's
they got
tactics
this
on
position. Let's give ourselves a little pat on the back.
Okay,
All right, proceed.
did it. Bishop c4, queen c6, I guess tactically was the issue that Hikaru wanted to avoid because bishop takes f2 check is a threat in addition to the rook on b7 being loose.
Very well spotted, and so he actually brings the rook back. A move that just tells you he's not too confident in his position, wants to play with a just abundance of caution here. And can't blame him. Is this going to backfire? Could this backfire? Bishop d4, very tempting, of course.
Bishop b4 is like the most natural move in the world to make, pinning the knight on c3. You could bring a rook to c8, the like a8 rook or the f8 rook. I guess you can choose. I think black has an easier position to play, but again, with opposite colored bishops, with no, well, I was gonna say no weak pawns, but a3 can be captured in the live board here. What is the exact downside of bishop takes a3?
There is a downside that I have not yet figured out. I was just looking at a line that I think might follow in the game if Fabi plays bishop d4. But yeah, what exactly happens here?
Probably rook
Rook
d2,
d2?
and then all the trades happen. Queen e7, knight
Knight
d5.
d5. Yeah. Stop it.
You stop
You
it.
did that deliberately, didn't you? Knight takes d5, queen takes a3. Or maybe rook takes a3 is a better, more prudent way to capture. What do you think? Or even taking on d5.
Rook takes d5 as well. Just
Draw.
draw.
Draw. And
that was always funny to hear that when someone offered you back on the ICC days.
like spamming a draw. The old timers will know exactly what and who I'm talking about. But rook to d2, if the queen moves away from the pin, right? Let's say it moves to e7. I think Hikaru's idea is just to drop the knight back to e2 and immediately come back to c3. And I would not rule out the game ending in a repetition of this sort just because it's so lifeless.
Too many trades have happened for Fabi at that stage to be overly optimistic about his chances, but he's definitely not worse, and he is ahead by 17 minutes. And you know he would love nothing more than to return the favor of what happened in the first game of this tournament, where he was holding, but just didn't have enough time, and he actually ended up failing and losing to Hikaru for I think the fifth decisive game in a row between the two of them. So, Fabi, he's doing very well in the clock. His position is very healthy, but he doesn't have that much to work with, at least at the moment. So I think we should maybe venture away from this game and go to one of the others, perhaps Arjun against Wei Yi, or actually,
What catches
what is
your eye?
happening elsewhere? Just trying to quickly check
Yeah,
around.
this is just so drawish with Arjun Wei Yi. And I have a qualitative point to do, but first let's choose a game. Ju and
Yeah, well,
Jun,
they all.
Leiting J.
Well, I know you're not going to say yes if I mention it, so I'll let
Yes.
you be the decider here.
Look, I said yes, and you said I wouldn't. And look at, yeah, I'm growing and maturing as a person right before your eyes.
Aw, we all love to see it.
The point I was going to make about Hikaru is that he gave this weird soundbite interview right after winning his first round against Fabi, where he mentioned that Fabi offered him a draw. Or no, he offered Fabi a draw and Fabi declined it. And
Right.
looking through that game, it didn't really make sense to me that Fabi would ever be in a position where he would decline a draw. But apparently he did. Now, let's say all of that happened. Would that make him more ambitious in this round? He wants to win and reassert himself? Or would he be less ambitious and take the repetition? Time will tell. So we'll keep an eye on that game.
Time will tell. Sorry, I was closing some tabs and I still have 2700 chess open. And I wanted to note that Pragnananda defeated Nodirbek Yakubayev. So he is now up to 2767.7, and he is number 6 in the world at the moment. Pragnananda just soaring to his highest heights. And actually, if Gukesh loses against Magnus, I think Pragnananda might become higher rated. They are 4 rating points apart. And for Gukesh, he would lose 4.3 points to Magnus. So Pragnananda would actually leapfrog Gukesh in the live ratings if Gukesh were to lose.
So when Prague gets older, he'll become Ramesh Babushka.
No,
Pragnananda?
no, you didn't.
Yeah, bad. Bad. Let's stick to the analysis. This last move by Ju and Jun, and let's just set the table by mentioning that this is, of course, the Women's World Champion matchup. I think the last one where Ju and Jun. Sorry, no, the last one was two matches ago. Convincing victory for the reigning Women's World Champion Ju and Jun. And she has actually incorporated e4 into her repertoire. There was a point around 2017, 2018. She was exclusively a d4 player, and really some impressive opening expansion by her. This was in Italian. Bishop e7 has gotten very popular, by the way, in recent months. And just a fairly standard Italian position. We don't have the time to go into the details. I'll just mention for people that you can never take this pawn. Well, you can, but if you value your queen, then you can't. But of course, black is preparing d6, d5, and I'm surprised that in response to black's move rook e8, a clear indication that d5 is on the docket, Ju and Jun says, go ahead, come after me. And Lei J says, I will. d5 is on the board.
D5 is one of those moves that helps black open the D
Whoa,
file.
whoa, whoa,
and
whoa,
go
whoa,
up.
whoa. We got to go to
What
the
happened?
Magnus game, I think.
Okay, let's do it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, I see what you're getting at right now.
No, but he didn't play the move, did he? But do we still need to
I
go to it?
Yeah, I think he's on the clock right now, so it's
Holy
Magnus's
cannoli.
turn, if I'm seeing this correctly. And I was going to make some positional insight in this game, but I think we can come back here.
Black is
All respect to the
equalized.
players.
All
You
right.
put the finishing
We're on to
finishing
Cincinnati.
comments there. Well, look at this position. Magnus about to get to four zeros in a row on the clock and dip under an hour for the first time. But Danya, bishop takes h3 is clearly what you want to go for. What is happening after the bishop sacrifice?
Well, all credit to Seven Wixer. Thank you for bringing my attention to this. I did not and would not come up with the sacrifice, and definitely wouldn't play it against a world champion, any world champion. And we've been looking at a lot of them. So bishop takes h3. Now, in and of itself, Robert, this is not such an uncommon idea, right, to sack the bishop for 2 pawns. The question is what to do here. And the answer is it knight to g4 that the computer likes so much? Or is it to step back first?
Can you do me a quick favor?
Yeah.
Before you put knight g4 on the board, can you remove the eval bar for just a second?
You don't have to tell me twice. Goodbye.
Yeah, but I think this is really important for everyone watching. We promise we'll bring it back. But knight g4, king takes h3, knight takes f2, king to g2, knight takes d1, and rook takes d1 at the end. And so for those of you watching and who are trying to improve your chess, let's do a quick material count. Black has a queen, and it looks like 3 pawns on the king side. White has 3 minor pieces. So 3 minor pieces by themselves for a queen, that would be about equal. Oftentimes the minor pieces are better, but black has those 3 pawns. How valuable are those 3 pawns? They're not moving just yet, but I think eventually they will get going. G6 followed by f5 or h5, and that's probably what leaves black with a significant advantage, where I would prefer to have Magnus's position if we were to get these exchanges.
And when I get positions like this in the course of analysis with students, I will do a on-the-spot contest. We both try to evaluate the position, literally give a computer evaluation, then we look. And that really helps you develop that sense. And when you have unbalanced positions like this, yeah, I'll be completely wrong sometimes, most of the time, but it feels like the 3 pawns should make their presence felt, Robert. And I think g6 is a really important move. Do you want to take a stab at it? What would you estimate the eval at in this position?
Probably winning for black, just because
-2
those pawns. More minus 3.5.
Yeah, I would say -2.5.
Okay, what is it?
Minus 3.2. G6 is about -3.
Okay, so we're sort of in the right frame of mind, right ballpark for that evaluation, and it just feels like black will take some time, perhaps, before getting the pawns going, because the black king is on the same side and could be in some danger if you push too soon. But ultimately, black will be able to press forward.
It's crazy. I just remembered a game where I had this exact same idea with colors reversed. But before I even think about flipping it on, what does this tell us? This tells us that king h3 is off the table. Rook to e2 is off the table, probably because the knight comes back to f4, Robert. But you're not even necessarily taking on e2. You don't have to rush that move. That's how computer moves rook b4.
That makes perfect sense. The knight on f4 is just more valuable than a rook on e2, which is a defensive piece. And very soon, black's going to play h5 and start pushing those pawns up. G6 to f5, not out of the question either.
Queen b6. I mean, all of the pieces coming out like zombies from a cemetery, just converging on the red meat.
Yikes.
Look at this. I mean, it should be clear to people that this is just collapsing on all fronts, which means, just recap this. Bishop h3, the bishop sack, knight comes into g4. Apparently rook to c3 is the lesser evil, but it's still pretty damn evil.
So the knight h3 is not hanging, but it can capture this f2 pawn. But I get the sense that taking on f2 could be a mistake, because then your knights are tethered to one another and in a very uncomfortable way.
You don't even have to move the knights at all. You can just continue with rook b4, put pressure on this pawn.
Can you just show if knight takes f2, does that suddenly turn the advantage in white's favor?
Like hf2 or?
Well, knight hf2, I thought queen e2, and now the knights are really stuck, and this looks even worse, right? Because not queen e2, because knight f4 check, but queen somewhere.
Queen d2, c2, f1, g1. Sing the alphabet before I figure out the right move. But yeah, your point is well taken, Robert. There's no way Magnus would commit to a move like this. And this moment is kind of reminiscent of the position where Gukesh had g5 in their first round game, where there's like these two roads. You can take like the tactical road, or you can just forget about it and play a stable, nice, calm move, which is what Gukesh did. Magnus, it turned out, in the confessional was rattling off these 30 move lines. He sees Gukesh's move. He's like, never mind, forget I said anything, rushes off to the board. So there's always the risk when we commentate that we go down the rabbit hole and then nothing comes of it. But you know he's thinking about it. You know it.
Right. He is not spending, what, 10 minutes on this turn for nothing. If he didn't play bishop takes h3, and there are other options here, he could play pawn to h5. He could play pawn to g6. These all look like useful moves to try and go after the white king side. So it's not the only option, but if he assesses that bishop takes h3 carries almost no risk for starters, black gets two pawns for a sacrificed bishop, that's just one extra point of material value for white. But if he'll see knight to g4, and then he'll say, I don't see why I'm worse there, because it's not like you have one opportunity, right, one moment, and if you don't capitalize on it, suddenly your opponent's better. It's like, no, actually your opponent will shore up their weaknesses, but won't necessarily press for the advantage.
Mom spaghetti. And I was just double checking. Yep, I had this idea in a game against Yakovenko. Crazy.
Do you want to quickly bring it up since you seem to have it ready?
But would that be a third strike, a third detour?
Danya, everybody loves the detours.
All right. I had to do the play. I didn't end up playing the move, but here you go. So it's a game I had against Yakovenko. My first win against the Super GM, and unfortunately one of my only ones. Sag. Such is life. Okay, here we go.
Sag is life.
This position was reached. It was the only time in my professional career I played white on the white side of an Italian. And I had a fight with Gregory Kaidanov, which has a very happy ending the night before this game. This is the World Team Championship 2015, USA versus Russia. And the day before, against Armenia, I was the only one on board 4 who lost, with my 3 teammates making a draw. So
I've been there.
Really trying to redeem myself. And I did not play in this position, bishop takes h6. But I was seriously considering it, and it's like the same mechanism with the knight coming to g5. I forget why I didn't play it.
I feel like your example, which is extremely relevant, I would also find it much more difficult to play this from the black side, from the white side, excuse me, because a takes b2 is available, things like that. Like it feels like your queen side may collapse, so white can't focus all the attention on the king side like Magnus can in this game.
And I played the move instead, queen to c2, which Michael Royce, the commentator of this game, calls a slight inaccuracy. He says rook b1 was stronger, also reminiscent of Magnus's rook b8, eventually setting up an attack against this weak pawn. In the end, I was able to massage his weak squares on the queen side, and it was a topsy-turvy game. But ultimately, bishop h6 remained behind the scenes. Will bishop takes h3 remain behind the scenes? That is the question for now.
I'm really trying to think about it here because the last one, bishop c6, Danya, I don't actually understand what it threatens. Is it... I was wondering almost if it allows white to play knight f5, but even that doesn't work so well because knight takes e4. So what does bishop c6 do for white? Why is it beneficial?
Well, is it possible Gukesh is just unaware of how close to, how close the world is to ending on the king side? And he just wants to go queen d2?
Even, let's pretend bishop takes h3 doesn't work for a second. So you're saying that he's just going right for the a5 pawn? Is that, you think is the point?
I think there's another great Russian word to describe this move. It's like a stereotypical move. It's a move you play because it looks good. It puts the bishop on a protected square, opens up some pressure on a5, and it doesn't really harm the position. And that in itself can be reason enough to motivate you to play a move.
Let me ask a question here. If bishop a6 is played, actually, wait, turn off the eval bar for everybody for a second.
Eval bar and engine off. Yes.
So bishop a6,
sure.
Queen d2, hitting the a5 pawn, rook b4, queen takes b4.
Another, you and your queen sacrifices.
Pawn takes b4, rook takes a6. So now let's ask the chat again. How would you assess this position? You have For the white side, you have a rook on a6 and a bishop on c6 for the sacrificed queen. What do you all think? I'm curious what the chat is going to say.
I have a number in mind. Wow, such an actually not very even harder to evaluate than the three pieces against the queen position.
Right, that position we knew that black was much better, pretty much winning. Here, I feel like Daniel, both of us would probably take the white side of this position.
Ooh, really? I actually
Well,
think I was going to say -1 or so in black's favor.
Sorry, I wasn't asking the evaluation with my statement. I was saying I would prefer to have the white side, and black may objectively be better.
I
But I
understand, but
find
I
this-
also would take black.
Okay, wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
No, no,
butt in
no.
and disagree.
I'm the one who said that we'd be on the same page. So now we're on the opposing page Beckers over here.
Oh my gosh. All right, come on. Ring it up, clerk.
Okay, so what is the evaluation?
Okay, so it is. I will not keep people waiting forever. Minus 1.28. I thought the move was knight to d7 here, trying to get it to c5. This does allow takes, and knight f5 with a double-edged position. The move is still g6, just limiting the knight and doing some work. Remember that knight h7, knight g5 idea? Now's the time for it.
Wow. And knight d2 to c4 isn't quick enough, it would seem, even though
And this doesn't do anything either.
no, I definitely would not be trading off that great rook on a6 for that passive rook on f8. I was thinking knight d2 to c4, and like the d6 pawn is weak. All of white's pieces have pretty good squares to work with. So I'm not surprised that black is better. I assumed that would be the case, but just the fact that it's that much better for black is interesting.
But the game-winning idea is knight h7. So kudos to whoever suggested that all the way back, opening the path not for the knight to get to g5, but actually in this case, for the queen.
That's really nice, yeah, because the g2 pawn can't be defended in no small part because that bishop is on c6 rather than around on the king side.
No. You said that's really... I said queen g5. You said that's really knights? It's really queens.
No, yes, I apologize for my mistaking which piece belongs where, and you're getting, unfortunately, the ellipsis from some people in the chat.
Hey, I live in Charlotte. It's the Queen City, so not much I can do there. And Gukesh is the king.
He is, although I guess Magnus called himself the king in his tweet the other day. But I guess, question for you, Danya. Do you think Magnus is playing bishop takes h3?
No. I think he's going to go rook b4.
Okay. Rook b4, which still looks like a very good move, I think we should add.
Although these players, they like to do this thing where they wait for me to say something and incriminate myself, and then at that precise moment, we will hear the capture sound. And the capture sound is the sound of the prophet title being taken away.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, but I do think that Magnus might think a little bit more. Oh, he didn't. As soon as I said that.
All right. I live one day longer.
Yeah, and I'm the opposite of the prophet. I said he's going to think more, and as soon as those words left my mouth, he plays rook to b4.
Hey, I would not have even begun to understand this position. You were the one who proposed this idea in the first place. That wasn't on my radar initially. All credit to you, but I'm... All right. I get to relax for another day. Tomorrow I incriminate myself.
Still looks really good for black.
And bishop takes h3 goes absolutely nowhere. That's the thing. I think it's important not to freak out. Magnus didn't find this move. Hold your horses. Rook b4 keeps the tension. I wouldn't say I like it more than bishop h3, but I like it about the same.
And rook b4 sets up a future queen b6 where the rook leads the way and the queen steps behind it. And that's a way better formation because the b3 pawn is also a target. Bishop a6 not going anywhere. You're mentioning, the king on h2, especially if the king steps up there. g5 followed by g4 is enticing, but also the bishop may find its pastures greener on a different diagonal. I think that black is having all the fun here. Magnus is in the driver's seat. The one bit of bad news, I'll put that in air quotes, is that Magnus is now down on the clock by a little bit. I thought that if he could nurse that lead on time, that would maximize his winning chances, but his position still is great.
Well, I'll give you a nickel if you make another NBA coach reference. But I wanted to point out one very important idea here, which is that if white goes king h2 trying to solve one problem, you open up a much scarier can of worms, and that's the prospect of the pawn reaching g4. Why now? Because h takes g4 will run into knight takes g4, which will now come with a Forkovich. White's position is very difficult. Practically speaking, Gukesh, I mean, he's had one defensive task after another. He just can't seem to get anything resembling a comfortable position, Robert, with either color.
I won't bickerstaff with you here. I'm
Oh
agreeing
my
that
God.
Gukesh is in trouble. So I do like Magnus's position, and I'm sure both players agree with that. They like this position for black.
I don't want anything to do with that. One more of those, and you're really going to feel the burn. Oh, I butchered that.
It's okay. I will forgive you. And I see people saying that's a deep pull. I know my NBA. Don't worry,
Crimea
everybody.
Rivers.
Nah, that's too easy. I see the thing is Doc Rivers like will come top of mind, but I think for everybody, if you haven't seen it, you should watch Jamie Foxx doing an impression of Doc Rivers. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. I
You haven't seen it clearly.
Nope, but I will watch it.
It's
Yes, I
it's
will.
good stuff.
I absolutely will. I won't play any blitz after this commentary. I will be watching the. I forget who does the impression of whom. Doc Rivers. That's right.
Jamie Foxx, Doc Rivers.
Well, I got outfoxed in that conversation, and Gukesh is getting outfoxed on the board.
He is definitely worse here, but I think a player who is no longer in any danger is Hikaru Nakamura. Not that the danger was ever great, but it looks like we are seeing some mass liquidation trades, and the presence of opposite colored bishops down it should mean Armageddon between the American number one, Hikaru Nakamura, and number
Yeah.
two, Fabiano Caruana.
I'm definitely a little disappointed. I think this game could have had more life to it, but disappointed doesn't mean I'm critical of the players for any particular decision. It's just like, as a lover of chess, it would have been awesome for this game to be tactical, but this is the benefit of the Norway chess format, Robert. Like, yeah, you can get a boring draw here and there, but they're going to have to fight it to the death in the end. Although Hikaru, making that point in the recap, he mentioned something to the effect of, he tries in the Armageddon, but he won't be too disappointed if he loses it, because the classical game is, let's call a spade a spade. Right. I mean, the classical game really is the more important game, in terms of candidate qualification.
Well, I think Hikaru, he sometimes, as you say, hides behind certain phrases, but I think he is being very honest about his desire that if he keeps his rating lead, then he will go for the candidates. And why not? We saw how close he was in the previous candidates. The last game against Gukesh, that was a roadblock, and it was Gukesh who made his way for that world championship match. But Hikaru has been close, and I think he's in great form overall. So why wouldn't he keep on going?
Well, there's a 30 move draw rule in effect. We're on move 29, folks, so draw will be agreed here momentarily. Hikaru's point is very well taken. I appreciated it, and I think it's true for most players. The rating, the most important factor here. They all do well for themselves. The money is nice, but it's not, in my eyes, the deciding factor. So I think that kind of honesty, hearing it from the players themselves, is part of what makes watching chess in 2025 so fantastic, along with hearing the wisdom of Robert Hess.
Hey, I appreciate that. You always throw in a late compliment towards me, and I'm not expecting
And
it.
not
But I
enough of
think
that.
oh, come on. But I think that Fabiano doesn't particularly care about his rating at the moment. Usually he does. It shows a sign of good form, good results lead to a high rating. But he's already qualified for the candidate, so that will be his focus. For Gukesh, I mean, I guess, is in a different spot because people think that he needs to prove himself, and as much as he can tune the naysayers, the critics, and the general public out, I think that does impact a person, right? When people are saying, "Oh, you're, not the deserving world champion," which I find just unfair to him. He did nothing wrong. He just won all the games and matches in front of him. So for Gukesh, his rating matters a little bit more. But for Fabi, I just think it's kind of irrelevant at this point. Like, whether he's 2750 or 2800, he's already playing the next candidates, and that's where he needs to prove himself to get the world championship title.
And as I flip on the Wei Yi or Geisei game, which I think also is very likely to end in a draw, although it has a little bit more meat on the bone, I second your point. I think there is a nasty way to criticize Gukesh, which shows bad intentions. Oh yeah, like his fault. He's the reason Magnus stepped down from his title. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy won some chess games. What's wrong about that? Isn't that the point? But then there's also, just the truth of the matter, which is that the weight of the crown. Tigran Petrosian talked about it. Tigran Petrosian's wife had to talk him into defending his title. It's a heavy weight to bear, especially as a newly minted 19-year-old. Literally, his birthday was yesterday. So it's hard to have those expectations, to have fans going after you, to have to perform every single tournament, to have that X on your back, and to have even Magnus Carlsen pointing out that there's a special kind of significance to defeating the world champion. So it ain't easy, and there's no denying that, he's in his own head. He can't quite find that groove, which led him to winning the candidates and defeating Ding. But he'll find it.
Yeah, for Gukesh, he is, an amazing player. For Arjun and Wei Yi, they're both playing some strong chess. I think Wei Yi's been very stable. He lost to Fabiano, and since that loss, it seems like he's been just an incredibly difficult opponent to defeat. Magnus was trying to outlast him. You remember that? The rook and knight endgame, where Magnus had to sort of agree to a draw before pushing too far. And then in Armageddon, of course, Wei Yi's been an absolute monster, just like taking down Magnus, Hikaru, and Gukesh back to back to back.
His opening preparation going to be one of the underrated narratives, just with the black pieces especially. Yeah, Magnus in the Jabava London out prepared, and Arjun neutralized here in a semi-Tarrasch. Such an expansive, well-crafted opening repertoire by the Chinese Grandmaster. And he doesn't technically have to move the knight in this position, but I suppose he can play knight e4. And I think we might get a repetition, like bishop e1, knight back to d6.
Not the most natural repetition that I've seen, but it makes sense at this stage. Both players just trying to keep their pieces defended. The knight on a5 is annoying for black to deal with, but it's also hanging if the bishop on b4 leaves the board. So I agree with you. This one looks like knight e4, bishop to e1.
One thing, may I just quickly interject? I'm really sorry.
Go for it. No, go for it.
If white takes, if I'm seeing this correctly, does this walk into some bishop b3 shenanigans?
Rook moves to c1.
Bishop d5, rook c7. But this gets like surprisingly tactical.
But the thing is, bishop d5 can also be met by pawn to f3, and like we're just trading off pieces anyway.
Yeah. Okay, draw.
Okay, I agree.
But does Wei Yi agree? I
think he will agree. I think he will accept his fate. Very good fate. By the way, Hikaru and Fabiano have officially drawn their game, so we will get Armageddon.
What a surprise. Yeah, opposite colored bishops, trade all the pieces, and reset the pieces, and in 20 minutes or so, it'll be, of course, Fabi reprising the white pieces. Sorry, Hikaru with the white pieces. Will we see Fabi repeat a Sicilian? Will we see Hikaru play 1e4? We'll find out soon enough. Yeah.
You know how you never wanted to look at the Ju Won-jun game against Lei Ting-jae?
Oh, how I really wanted to look at that game, but you kept saying, no, we shouldn't look at it?
Yeah, so I do think that I was wrong to not look at the game because the game's already over.
It's a draw. Wow. What a contest, Robert. So many sacrifices, just a scintillating finale as they repeat moves with knight to e3, queen d7, knight c4, queen d5, knight e3 draw.
I'm excited for their Armageddon because they had the first Armageddon day, round one, and do you remember Lei Ting-jae when bishop e5 takes on f6 and just destroyed Ju Won-jun's kingside? So I'm wondering what Ju Won-jun has in store in a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, Ju Won-jun, I think, is the more experienced player. She defeated Humpy Canero with that amazing attack. I think Lei Ting-jae has struggled with seconds ticking off her clock, and she will start the game 3 minutes down with draw odds. We will keep an eagle eye, and we will not miss a second of the Armageddon action. How does Norway Chess always find a way to have 15 games going on and exploding at the same time?
Just the excitement from the classical were 3 points. The players they really want to net those points and not go to Armageddon. But once Armageddon arrives, they often happen at the same time. So it's chaos all around us. And Danya, right now, I'm just looking at the games. We haven't looked at some of them in a while. Not too much has changed on a few of the boards, but I would say that for Sarah Kadem against Anna Muzychuk, it's a big moment in that game. And I'm curious how it's going to continue because I see all sorts of potential checkmating threats against the Black King.
Yeah, and a bold decision here, which was maybe slightly criticized, but totally understandable, opening up this bishop DC was played. And of course, the point here is GF runs into B4, an idea that, well, maybe not immediately, maybe C6 first. It doesn't matter. This is bad. So Sarah played BC, and suddenly, Anna played BC, and now suddenly Sarah has fallen into a think, which is a kind of disturbing trend that you pointed out yesterday. Sometimes when you play an obvious move and then suddenly you start thinking, it's a sign that you've underestimated something. Maybe she's just choosing between several pleasant options. I'm looking at queen b2 and black plays d4, and I am not going to be calculating this. I'm going to be requesting my break.
Oh, I think I understand why Sarah's paused. Because queen b2, the problem is your rook on d1 is no longer defended. So I think f6 there is available for black, just stopping the immediate checkmate. And if you take on e4, d takes e4, black's pawn structure looks bad. I think we can all acknowledge that. But white has some tactical issues to figure out, namely the first rank, a loose rook on d1 at the moment. And if we see a rook trade, later that first rank could be dangerous. But she has captured on e4 before playing queen to b2. So not the inclusion of queen b2 f6. I think that still could be an option. But Danya, what this does for white is the rook on d1 is protected. So after d takes e4, instead of forcing a trade on d8, maybe knight e5, knight g4,
Exactly.
f6 and h6 squares are vulnerable.
Get that knight to the center of the board and keep the tension. That's one of the mantras that you keep repeating, and for good reason. Exciting chances here for Sarah Kadem to turn around a frustrating event. She really needs to capitalize here. She's got every chance with black's bishop nowhere near the long diagonal. What Anna wouldn't give just to lift this bishop and put it on like f6. But that's going to take a while. And Magnus, he's got developments on that board as well. What do you think?
So should we? I just have a question though. So about this game before we head on over, knight e5. You would think that it would be played very quickly as a logical follow up. Is black going to play h5, taking away that g4 square? And is the knight? It's not trapped in the center. It'll always have the c4 square to go back to. But the rook on e2 in particular is quite awkward. It can't go anywhere. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, there's some threats along the long diagonal. The black king feels like it's in danger. But white doesn't have the best coordination. A rook on e2, the knight on a2. I'm just not seeing the whole picture.
My instinct would be knight c4, but yeah, then this allows bishop c7, and you're always saddled with queen c3 not being a possibility. Maybe you can fight for the d file, though. You can claim the d file, and once that's under control, queen c3 might force black to enter some sort of undesirable endgame. So I like white, but I wouldn't overstate the case here. I think both sides have problems to solve. And speaking of problems to solve, I'm going to solve the problem of pulling up our game of the day with your permission and without it.
Yes, let's. I do think we should go back to the game between Gukesh and Magnus because Queen C2 was played and Magnus has yet to respond. Looking at the clock, earlier Magnus was up 15 minutes, and I was highlighting that as one of the reasons why I thought he was heavily favored. Now the position is good for black, but he's about to be down 10 minutes. It's not that clear. Bishop takes h3 still available, just as a sacrifice of minor piece for two pawns going after the white king. But I think that he could also just play g6. And Danya, I think ultimately what he's nervous about is letting go of the advantage if white can play knight to e2 successfully. And that's why the queen is on c2, protecting the e4 pawn. That if knight e2 can happen successfully, then maybe the advantage is no more.
Skradkaz, I have some bad news for you. You're asking why not g5 in one move. I was about to ask that question to Robert Hess because definitely in a blitz game, my instinct would be let's just get a knight to g4 without sacking this bishop. But Robert, just one important psychological note. If you're Magnus, one thing that sometimes players do is they start thinking, wait, why didn't I go bishop takes h3? Like, if the situation gets worse, you keep coming back to this moment. I was so close to playing it. I knew it was good. And that regret starts interfering with your natural thought process. It happens to everybody, whether you're the king, the queen, the world champion or not. You're the world champion of figuring out why g5 is not as good as it looks to my eyes. And
I get it.
may I? Okay, I'll put on the board whatever you're about to say, and then I'll take a quick bathroom break.
So I was wondering, and then you're asking this question. I was wondering, why does bishop takes h3 instead of g5? Bishop takes h3, g takes h3, queen c8. This is a very common motif of not taking back on h3 right away.
Yep.
Because the white queen has escaped. Usually the white queen would go to f1 or something like that to defend, but you're about to show knight f5 saves the day for white. You're just getting in between that diagonal, threatening the fork, all that stuff. If the black pawn were on g6, I actually believe that black would be, I don't want to say winning before this, but in the driver's seat, having a good time. So I wonder if we can find a move for white after g6, exactly like this, and queen to c8.
Wow, unstoppable.
Yeah.
Queen takes h3. Crazy.
Exactly, right? So you're sacrificing the bishop to then go for checkmate, not just the second pawn. And the queen on c2 is what encouraged me to look for this. Usually the queen can slide to f1 to help defend. Now the queen is very far away from the white king, and the divorce of those pieces does leave black very happy to go for the aggressive intentions and the possible checkmating net.
Indeed. This turn of events would make a merry man out of Magnus. Well, he's a married man, and he is about to be a father. But g6, such a nice multi-purpose move. And what you're saying, Robert, if I'm interpreting it correctly, g5 weakens the f5 square permanently, but how would white actually respond to this move? Would it be something like knight h2? Or knight e1?
Do you have to go maybe knight d2 to c4? That looks like very aggressive, but it also leaves behind. See, this is the problem that I'm having, if I'm being honest with you, is I like to think very strategically, and then I miss like the tactical, just like the slaughters that you get the king mated. And I think you always want to go for the attack. Not always. That's obviously
Always.
hyperbolic.
That's
But
okay.
you often want to go for the attack, and then it's like, well, what about the squares left behind? So you go g4. Can I go h4 successfully?
Exactly. And this is a really important technique. It's like pulling the chair out from under black so that g4 doesn't come with that bang, and white has the time to keep the king side locked up. You're right. It's also just not Magnus's style to do something like this. If he didn't go bishop takes h3, he's not suddenly going to turn around and make a much less appealing committal move. Like, he would have just played bishop takes h3. My vote is g6, and maybe I'm too biased by the eval bar and the computer, but it's a very Magnus move to my feel, and he's burning a lot of clock here.
I've got a punt for you because you're talking about pulling the chair out. So I was going to say KG6 because Kevin Garnett was so good at doing that to his to the offensive players, but I didn't want to offend you, Danya, and I wasn't sure how you'd react, so I had to preface it.
That pun was a ray of light, and g6 by Magnus, piercing the veil and throwing the ball back to Gukesh, and I will throw it back to you. I'll take 2 minutes or so. Should I keep this game up for now?
I think you should definitely keep this game up. The other games still have lots of life in them, but this one could, I feel like, teeter on the edge of disaster for Gukesh if he's not careful. So Danya, take your time.
Okay.
I'll be here. Don't you worry. Oh, there he goes. Okay, I was just making sure that he was actually leaving and not going with a juke and leaving me behind the dust. So everybody, you know what to do. Danya's gone. Do what you need to. Come on. I want to see it. I want to hear it. Well, I can't hear it. It's silent. I just have to read it. Everyone in chat, why are you guys so surprised at G6? I don't think that you should be surprised because it stops the white knight from hopping forward. Silence, yeah, the silence, it does hurt. But I do want everyone to show Danya some love. He can't handle it when he's seated in his chair. So show him your love in whatever way you can, whether it's just kind words, a little follow. He appreciates it all. Oh, I always forget it's called subbing on YouTube. It's so confusing. There's subbing on Twitch and subbing on YouTube. Too much going on. But okay, to talk about this position a little bit more, when you look at what just happened, G6, taking away the F5 square from the white knight. I see some suggestions for white to go knight to E2, but at some point or another, black will either consider the move G5 because it's a move you want to play anyway, and especially if the knight backs up and there's no longer threat of a knight going to F5. So knight E2 would encourage me to play G5, and bishop takes H3 is definitely not out of the equation. I mentioned it before. We mentioned many different moves. Bishop takes H3 is something you simply have to consider each and every turn in these lines because knight takes F4, whenever that's played, it allows E takes F4 with a shot against the white rook that's sitting on E3. There's so many tactics here. I would need the analysis board. I actually see plenty of fun lines in the event of a bishop takes H3, but that is what we keep talking about. The black bishop on C8 sacrificing itself for the H3 pawn, getting two pawns for that sacrifice minor piece. It could be very, very good for black. But G6, it was kind of a strategic decision that will lead to tactics. So um, when we look at these moves, these positions, thank you everybody. I see the comments. You weren't supposed to compliment me. When Daniel leaves, you're supposed to compliment him. So why are you turning this around? Like that's making me feel like you don't listen. I feel like there's no support because you're not listening. Now we're gonna have to get into my mindset. It's uncomfortable for me, it's uncomfortable for you. So yeah, come on. Do what you're supposed to do. And when you compliment Danya, the whole world is a better place. Y'all are funny. So Gukesh is on the clock here. I'm a super instigator. I'm not instigating anything except for chess knowledge and I think appreciation for some of the things that go beneath the surface that we don't get to see always. So knight E2, knight H2, king H2. I'm not sure if you're suggesting those moves as candidates. That's I think those moves all make some sense for white. I would be less inclined to play knight h2. It feels incredibly passive, but sometimes the position requires passivity just so you can survive for the next few turns, and then you can activate your other pieces. But I mean, the biggest problems for Gukesh is that he's his active ideas are being taken away from him one by one. The f5 square is no longer accessible. And when he put his queen on c2, you see the rook on the a file, you see a weak pawn on a5. Gukesh ideally would like to line his pieces up against that pawn on a5. He just doesn't have the time. Black will be able to go for the white king, and I think that it would result, if not in checkmate, in a position where white has to give back a ton of material just to stay alive. So that looks like it's really not something that anyone should advise for white. How do you decide when to be passive? It's a really good question, Fullerton. '09. I don't know if that means you went to Cal State, Fullerton, but either way, it's a very, very good question. How do you know when to be passive? I'm curious what people in chat have to say as an answer to that, because it's really going to be situation dependent. But I do want to hear what what you've learned in the past, what you've been taught of when do you get passive versus when do you sort of keep the momentum, try to get active. And people are saying never get passive. Do I think that Magnus saw Bishop H3? Yes. Danya, I see that you are back, so I'm happy about that. But you may still be muted. I'm not sure.
What's
But
up?
either way, there he is. Thumbs up to the crowd. Did you hear all the chat complimenting you?
Sadly, well, I thank you very much. I did, and I'm very good at taking compliments. So I don't know why you would wait for me to leave before you instigated that. I really appreciate it. I'm very touched, truly.
You're, well, they all are appreciative of you. Your insights are incredibly valuable, and I'm actually gonna try to steal some insights from you because a question was asked: how do you know when to get passive? Because one suggestion was knight f3 back to h2 as a way to maybe try to protect the third rank, allow that rook on e3 to stare closer to the white king and help out. So how would you answer that question? Because I said it's situation dependent, and I didn't know how to answer that question more broadly of when do you decide and when is it best to get passive?
Well, I mean, the real answer is never. Like
Ooh,
activity
Armageddon.
where
Armageddon is live
Armageddon is
in
live, coming,
Hikaru.
going, doing it on the big board, correct?
Yes, let's get that going. It's Hikaru versus Fabi. So thank you for see. This is when chat is so helpful.
Well, I was looking at this is I was cycling between the women's to the open on my phone, and this is when I was checking the women's section. Armageddon hasn't started there yet, but we have a double fianchetto on both sides. Oh my goodness, they need to do a better job of communicating, like when this starts, because they're all over the place with the Armageddon start times, and I'm all over the place. So take it away.
Okay, well, we have a double fianchetto, but that's actually returning to more normal territory. A big question in this position for Fabi is do you put your pawn on d5, which limits the scope of your light square bishop, or do you play something a little quieter, maybe d6, eventually go for pawn to e5 after knight d7, queen e7, and all that? What do you make of this, Danya? Both moves are objectively fine. Do you appreciate Fabi's choice, or do you think that Hikaru doesn't mind one bit?
And we have some moves here. I apologize. I was just very quickly resizing. Abby's like, yeah, I'm happy with repetition. What we just saw was c4, d6, queen to c2, bishop e4, back to c1, back to b7. You go there, I go here. We're dancing. And not talking about Ted dancing. Knight b to d7. Classic
Well,
setup.
yeah, the knight's in a good place on d7, trying to help a pawn push to c5.
I got that.
Right?
I didn't. I watched The Good Place.
Oh, I'm so proud. Did I recommend it to you? I feel like
That was a
how you.
fantastically integrated pun.
Oh, well, thank you, my friend. But speaking of fantastic, I
That was
think Black's
hellishly
position.
good.
Oh, you're good on that one. But this c5 move, now Black, I think should take towards the center, but you have all three options available, and he takes with the knight. So what do you make of that?
I'm surprised. The common wisdom there was to play b takes c5, but bishop to c3 feels slow by Hikaru Nakamura, who is in a must-win. This is the Armageddon, folks. Queen to b2 is his idea, and if Fabi can push d5, sometimes Black can push e5 and completely immobilize this battery. How is Hikaru going to manufacture winning chances here? He can never go b4, we should point out, because of knight to a4. Unthinkable.
And you're asking a question that's beyond difficult to answer because how does he get winning chances? I think he needs to use the clock as a weapon, but Fabi has only spent a minute 7 seconds to get a very healthy position here. So what's Black's next move? I think you typically play e6 to e5. That frees up the knight and f6 to jump to e4, and trades typically help the side that only needs a draw.
And Hikaru's stumbling and bumbling and potentially crumbling here, but he's just letting Fabi put his pieces on great squares. Great call, Robert. Pawn goes to e5, and for people saying, but what about the d5 square? It's inaccessible. By the time White gets a knight there will be no d5 square.
There will not at all. And this reminds me actually of the game Hikaru had against Magnus, where Magnus with the black pieces, he was able to drum up a quick initiative. Knight to e4, no longer available after knight to e1. So look at Fabi. He just goes, I guess knight e4 was available, to be clear, but h5. He is playing a la Magnus Carlsen in that Armageddon game.
Keeping the tension, it's a refrain for good reason. Let me just very quickly point out, why didn't he take this would be cooperative? It would help the knight potentially get to e3. And Black has a hard time getting d5 in because it just hangs the pawn. Fabi says, you take me. And Hikaru does. And he'll go knight g2. But Fabi has a move prepared here. Is it knight e4? Is it d5?
There are all sorts of moves. Let's more
Bishop
move to
h6? Oh, yeah.
Bishop h6. B5 is in the air as well. That's a typical idea for Black to try to get rid of that c4 pawn and expand in the center. Look at these pieces
Both.
for White. They're all over the place.
Oh, and he does both, and Hikaru needs to win this. Fabi is slicing him up on both sides of the board.
I mean, Fabi's just played better today, I think, with the black pieces. Great opening choice to surprise Hikaru. And right now, Hikaru's in big, big trouble.
And to add insult to injury, if the bishop moves out of c3, there's going to be discovered attacks. Because I'm looking at this rook on c2. It's unprotected. White's position is on fire. Hikaru's not on fire. White's position is on fire. And this all happens so quickly, Robert. Maybe f4 can be tried?
Oh, that is a horrendous looking move, even if it's okay. But done it. C takes b5. Is there knight c to e4? Was that the problem? The pin on the c file would have been disastrous.
But I'm holding my breath because I'm worried about cb knight takes b3 being overlooked. You're absolutely right. So avoiding one problem might lead Hikaru right to another. Don't take it.
No, definitely don't. And look at how quickly Fabiano's playing, right? He has 5+ minutes. He has the advantage over the board. I would say that Hikaru would have good chances if it was like that Magnus game where Magnus was
Oh,
down to a minute and a half or so. What is there? B takes C.
look at that speed, by the way. I replaced one game the moment it began.
Oh, I thought there was a tactic based on you. I can't always see what you're doing live, so I thought there was a tactic that I was overlooking. But here, Danya, would you take on C4? I feel like that allows knight takes C4. The D6 pawn is vulnerable, so maybe that's too soon.
Manage the situation, use the draw odds in your favor, and let's not pretend that there's no intrigue. Like, shut up. 94, what do we make of this?
It's two question marks feels really harsh considering that the evaluation is still in Black's favor. Why is this so bad?
Let me tell you, this computer is so bad. It's obnoxious and I didn't solicit its opinion.
Oh, I get
What do
why.
you see? Knight
I
takes
think
e4.
no, no, no. I think knight e6 was the stronger way of doing this because the knight was going to go to d4 or to g5 depending on how white reacted.
And now it does go to g5. I don't have time to show that. He's allowing rook takes d6. B takes c4, I think, is what Fabi has in mind. So let's remember, folks, if he can get everything off the board and make a draw, like, the rules are literally different in Armageddon. The decision-making process has to factor that in.
And sometimes playing an objectively dubious move is a good decision because a draw is equivalent to a win. So playing for the maximum advantage isn't always the correct way to go, especially with limited time. So Danya, look at the clock advantage. Only a minute and a half for Hikaru. So Fabi is doing this really, really well from the black side.
I don't think the clock will be the deciding factor in this game. Can Hikaru find a way to maintain the spark in this position? Let me just quickly show. Rook d6, at a minimum, I think Black has BC. And if
Yes.
the pawns get traded and the queens get traded and the pawn gets recaptured, Hikaru takes on d6. But it's not because he loves this. He just doesn't find anything better. We might find something better on the other board, but not yet, because we have a classic Italian.
I was going to make a very quick comment about Ju and Jun against Lei
Please.
Ting-Jie. I like the decision from White's perspective. The position is
Whoa.
closed. These are often long maneuvering games, but tactics here. It says White is slightly better, Danya, but isn't this what you were calling for?
Why is white slightly better? It's apparently not b takes c4. Is there a better move here? Like bishop back to c3? No. What are we missing here?
And I don't know even if Black wants to trade queens. Like, can Black just go BC for Queen E7 and play for Queen C5 to G1? Okay, he trades them off.
I think maybe both of us have underestimated the danger level in this endgame. I thought it was just Black in the driver's seat, but suddenly this knight feels awkward. White's knight gets around to d3. The rooks start creeping up to the 7th rank. Maybe Fabi has underestimated White's activity in this endgame.
Well, Knight H3 check then was just a useless move. It only helped White because I think Black better be careful to get that knight back sooner rather than later. It may never be able to escape if it doesn't go in the next couple turns.
And Ju and Jun on the small board, just a quick comment. Trading on e6, putting long-term pressure on Lei Ting-Jie's e6 pawn. She has gotten exactly the kind of position that you want when you have a time advantage in the Armageddon.
That's what I was thinking. It's going to be a very slow, methodical game. Unfortunately for Lei Ting-Jie, she doesn't have all the time that her opponent does. But look at this move. Rook A4 from Fabiano. It's their big board. Fabiano down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Hikaru dipping to a minute. But Danya, White has good control here. So if you play Bishop C3, just poking at that E5 pawn, eventually the White Knight will step forward to D3. And Black does not necessarily want to push E5 to E4, opening up the bishop on that long diagonal, but it's not out of the question either.
And in time pressure, you need roadmaps. Easy ways to improve your position. White has 3 of those. The first, obvious idea of doubling on the 7th. The second, the fact that E4 can be met with F4. Holy smokes.
Bishop
Hold
D8.
the
You don't get a
door.
you don't get a new queen for getting your bishop to the other side.
Yeah, the proper score is C8, not D8, but I think he wants to maneuver it to F6. Fabi
Wow.
calmly responds. He says, trade? Playoffs? Give me those trades.
Trade? Bishop G5 is a very nice defensive move, and I like it from Hikaru. Keep more pieces on the board. You're still up a minute and a half, and the situation isn't clear yet. The knight on H3, Danya, if he didn't just move his bishop, that knight was getting trapped by king to G2.
Yep, and that was the second point I was going to make. E4 is always met with F4, cutting off the final escape square. Fabi's minor pieces are doing the heavy lifting. The rooks are not coordinated. Man, wouldn't you love to play bishop c7 back to c6?
Yeah, if only that little fork of the rooks there. I guess it's
Whoa!
kind of what do you see?
Sorry, go on. Keep going, because
No, 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 no.
Ju and June is losing some control of that game.
But she's not losing her lead on the clock, and I think that's pretty essential. And I just want to give a very quick shout out to JMPY, all the gifted subs. I see you, IPFV, the donation on YouTube, as well as Sergey. Thank you so much to everybody. We're doing our best to see you, to hear you, to respond to you, but the action is heating up here. Danya, 2 minutes and 42 seconds for Fabi. H4, I see the bar is reacting.
Hikaru doing his best to react to me. He puts a rook on c6. Fabi is not solving the problem of his e5 pawn. Do you just continue with your campaign of improvement with knight d3? Do you see something spicier, Robert?
But knight d3, I guess e4, and like the board starts opening up. The rooks get connected for black. It's really not that clear. I'm not saying it's bad. Of course, there's a lot of action, but it's getting spicy.
Rook b8 is a move that appeals to me for whatever reason, because the e5 pawn could be left marooned, and there could be checkmate to the black king. But Hikaru.
Wow.
Hikaru. Where's that bishop going?
Nowhere. Bishop h6. I guess you can go all the way back there.
To c1 he goes. To induce.
Well, that makes
rook
the
b5.
a2 pawn is loose.
Rook b5.
So rook b5. Rook takes a2. Can I get away with that? You're gonna just checkmate black with a back rank threat. That's actually vicious.
Well, speaking, Hikaru keeps playing the move that I suggested one move later.
Well, that means you have a good mind for the board, and this move, rook to b8, is still going with the same plan, right? Trying to remove the defenders. But Danya, bishop b2, hiding in enemy territory and protecting e5. That is a really nice find for Fabi. Excuse me.
God, it feels like, take your time, it feels like the bishops are like acquiring new powers. I've never seen this kind of bishop action. Because normally it would be a white bishop on b2 and a black bishop on b8. Sorry to mess with people, but it takes a while just to adjust to the colors here. Knight e3?
Knight e3.
Get this knight into this game. Maybe a3 is another attempt.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But he goes knight e3. Danya, look at the clock, by the way. Hikaru's up about 20, now 25 seconds. He needs to use that because the pieces are getting traded. The black king is less safe than the white king. But maybe there's a scenario, Donna, where a rook check on the first rank and pawn to, okay, I was say pawn to h3 for black. That's off the board, so there will be no threats to the white king anymore.
And e4 is met with f4. I've said this before, and I'm going to be that guy who says that Fabi has consistently struggled when things get down to the chaotic final few seconds. Can he break the narrative? Can he start the new chapter? Knight g5. So knight c4, what's his answer to that? If I just try to win the pawn.
Bishop a1, he's just going to hide all the way back there. And he doesn't mind trades. If that dark square bishop for white is off the board, drawing chances improve. I'm not saying it's an easy draw because there'll still be problems in front of the black king, the f7 pawn in striking distance from the knight on e5. But Danya, I think Fabi's just trying to rely on more trades.
Wow.
And look at the clock. Only 10-second difference between the two.
It's played, and bishop a1 staking his entire position on this move. Well done. Medium well done. Robert, a3 by Hikaru. This is a typical Hikaru move. Pass the ball back to Fabi. Defending the pawn. The rook on a4 is jammed. It has no moves. And Fabi, he allows f4, but now the knight has gotten out and will reorient back to e6. What is going
Fabi
on?
He desperately needs a trade. He will feel so much safer if the knights come off the board or the bishops come off the board. But we always credit Hikaru in these dynamics. He's just so good at keeping maximum tension. And if I'm seeing this position correctly, I don't see that many moves for black.
Terrible
the rook is
position.
Stuck on a4.
Take that point 3 from the eval bar, throw it in the trash can. It's like Zugzwang. I'm giving an 80% chance at least that Hikaru uses the clock, uses the pawn pressure, which is growing severe, and a potential mating attack. Fabi twisting and turning and jumping and trying to improve. Rook to c8, pinning the bishop. King to g7 would run into f5 and f6 check again.
Yikes.
Rook a6 maybe.
Wait. But no.
F5?
King g7. Wait. King g7, f5, knight c5. The knight on c4 is loose there.
Yeah. I'm not calculating that. And Fabi, he better not calculate it either because he's under a minute. And remember, there's a 1 second increment only. Oh, he allows f5.
But he's relying on knight c5, I think,
No.
just to get that knight on c4.
Bad. But then I'll just move my knight from c4 to e5.
Oh, gosh, you're right.
Well, apparently I'm wrong, but No.
So knight c5, knight e5 looks dangerous. Can he move the knight somewhere else?
He
And he does.
does.
Oh, he's so clever. He is so clever because rook takes f8, rook takes
Oh,
c4, then knight on g5 protects f7.
can you go knight b2 with a double attack?
Knight b2, I guess you have rook takes a3 and then
Rook f8.
rook a1, rook a2.
Bishop
No, it doesn't
e5.
work. Oh, you found it. That's how does black survive this?
Every move makes 800 threats. The knight jumps to h3, hitting the bishop. I still like knight back to b2.
Wow. Knight to b2 is going to hurt. That's really dangerous for black. And knight takes f4 obviously is the idea, but Danya should he plays bishop e5.
Oi, 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 oi. Bishop g7, f6. Or this.
Is knight b no, knight b2 doesn't trap the rook. It has both a5 and a6. So, I mean, Fabiano's barely holding on here.
I mean, Hikaru's trying to find that construction. The rook on a4 has been jailed forever. Watch out. Rook takes c4 was the threat. Hikaru taking his foot off the gas pedal.
But why? Oh, knight h4, f5.
Who's
F5 's
attacking
dropping?
who? And wires got crossed here. He can't play f6. What was rook c6? He has to go back to c5, and knight takes f5 anyway.
Yes, knight takes f5. The rook is overloaded, protecting the knight on c4, and knight b2 doesn't
Not
exist
over.
because the bishop on g7.
Still unpleasant. Rook c2 check. Have to go after the c3 pawn if you want to draw
Danya,
this. And don't blunder
Danya.
rook g7.
Donna, you need to trade the rooks and take on e3. It's a draw because of the wrong a pawn. So just keep that in the back of our minds.
Great observation. Hikaru has lost control of this. I've jinxed him again, and I would try rook a6 here.
Rook a6, king somewhere, h5 maybe? He goes f5 into the center.
Look at Fabi pre-moving that in real time, in real life.
Is the white king getting checkmated? Okay, take and bring your king back and take on e3.
You called that. Will he see it? Rook a4 is tempting, but might
Take
give white
the
more
rook.
chances, and he does.
Found it. He found it. This is why you learn your end games, everybody. The black king darts to the corner. It gets there in time by
Just
one
in
tempo.
time. But wait a second, you got to be careful when you give up this bishop on e3, because if you take immediately, there's bishop a7, which you might play in this position. It ain't gonna help. Bishop takes e3
yes.
opens the door to b8.
Bishop takes exactly. Bishop takes e3 just at the right moment. Great call by you. Great find by Fabi. And this is just a draw. All the black king needs to do is go king b8, king a8, king a7, wherever it can go.
And
Draw.
Armageddon has been Armageddon. It has been world-ending for Hikaru game after game. He loses control of the game. Wow. Fabiano finally twists the narrative and starts a new chapter. Hikaru had so many chances. I think knight b2 was winning on the spot.
It probably was. I mean, there were just so many opportunities, but that's the problem sometimes, Danya, right? Is you have many good moves, and you just pick one of them, and it just happens to be wrong. And Fabiano with brilliant defense.
And apparently, just very quickly in this position, rook c6 was the culprit. He just had to move his king up. Hard to find. All credit to Fabi. All eyes on the other Armageddon. 1 minute on the clock for Lei Ting J. I'm going to replace Fabi's game with Lei's game on the big board and replace Lei's game with the Magnus game.
Yeah, and we're going to get another Armageddon soon between
gosh.
Arjun and Wei Yi, so we are treated, delighted, spoiled, but also a bit stressed covering all the action. Oh, it looks like a mistake by Gukesh. I know that's not in the Armageddon, but look at that. A question mark given to Gukesh's queen to a2, Danya. Magnus, he, I guess, has an opportunity to pounce in that game on the left-hand side beneath our cameras.
But now let's turn our eyes to the big board as Ju Jun needs to win. She's got massive pressure and a minute up on the clock, but how does she actually make that final bit of progress? She needs to try to get her other rook to the 8th rank. Whoa!
Quick shot. Whoa.
Rook
What
takes,
happened?
She wants rook takes d8, but she is cashing. No, but she missed rook f3 in the end. Sorry to shout. I just, this is crazy.
Shout, let it all out. I'm going to quick shout out to Dave Baduri on YouTube. Thank you for that donation there. But done a great eye by you. That knight takes d5. It looks good for white, removing the guard of the rook on f4. But crazy pieces is what I was always told. These positions, rook takes f3.
I don't
because
like
the
this.
rooks are in connection with each other.
This is, and she finds it. Rook f3, rook d6, queen g3, check. Maybe that's the detail Ju Jun missed. And with 40 seconds on the clock, Lei Ting J has to make 5 more moves to reach the 1 second increment. And she has struggled mightily in these situations. The position is objectively equal. I think white's chances of winning are greater than black's chances of drawing.
Yeah, the 40 seconds do not help. I think you could take on f8. You have a passed pawn on e5, and black has no passed pawns. Black's actual if you think about it, Danya, right? White is a passed pawn, clearly. Black's extra pawn, so to speak, is stuck in place in c6.
And she says, take that, Mr. Commentator. Great start, h4, setting up the g3 square as a stronghold. Speaking of strongholds, Magnus has just landed a knife on d3. Oof. And Gukesh's center is about to start crumbling at the seams. e6 by Ju Wenjun, pushing her biggest asset. Queen f4 check. Uh-oh. Queen f1. Don't do that.
Queen f1, trading the queens right now. Isn't that possible? Or oh no, because the c6 pawn drops.
Too much to calculate there. 15 seconds. Queen takes d4 would be my vote.
Queen takes d4, the e7 with queen e6 check to follow. It looks scary.
Got to make a move.
And she finds an objectively great one. But rook e3, Danya, this is, I mean, how do you survive with 7 seconds on your clock?
e7 and rook e3, you're going to have to jump to f7 and then back to g8, and playing that game with 5
queen
seconds
h4.
ain't going to be successful.
No, queen takes h4. It's a winning king and pawn in game because black's, so to speak, extra pawn is stuck in place.
And then you would have to bring your king to g1. She is going to play this, but queen takes b4.
Okay. So there's no queen h5 check. That's the essential difference. That's why white was winning a couple turns ago. Guys,
we're not putting Magnus's game on the big board. Come on, look at this action. 6 seconds for black, and white's queen is tied down to the pawn. You can't go queen h5. How does white make progress?
Probably queen g5, h4, h5. Just pretend like you have an attack.
Give up d4?
Oh.
What about rook e6?
No, but queen g5, queen d4, queen g6, and I think that's 1-0.
Well, you are one genius for finding that.
I was just lining up queen g6. That's what I really wanted to accomplish.
Well, the Ju Wenjun whisperer you are, and so is Leiting J. She was ready for that. And rook g3, again, takes white's eyes off of the e7 pawn. You have to push your h pawn. It's the only attacking attempt. And
but b4, b3, distraction.
Queen g6. No, she takes. Black just needs to make a few more accurate moves. She's got this in the bag.
Oh, how about the endgame should be just a draw, I think, without the queens. But now you have a passed h-pawn.
She needs to avoid panicking. These are the situations that Leiting J has panicked.
But Danya, white's not even ahead on the clock anymore. This is just a mad scramble.
Absolute mad scramble. Black is trying to get to g5, and she misses the mark. Oh, she misses the mark.
Because f6 is going to drop. Rook takes c6.
And so is c6.
F6
and she panics again.
No time. And now white is just easily winning with the 2 connected passers.
But knowing this tournament, we might be in for one last twist. Let's see if Ju Wenjun can hold her nerve.
Oh. h7? Then there's rook h1.
Rook h1. Not over yet, Josh. Not over yet, Josh.
Oh my goodness. Rook h6. Rook h6 wins.
She missed it.
And she's let the king go.
No, king d3. She let the king go. Wrong way away.
Oh,
d2. Rook takes h7.
Yes, rook h7. Wait. Oh, king g6. She allowed it.
She went the wrong way again.
The wrong direction. Oh my goodness. And white's winning.
Unfreaking believable. Except it is the most believable thing in a time scramble. King to d3 was the culprit. Robert, she had to go not to f2 because of rook d7, but king to f3. Rook d7, rook h7, rook d2, and rook g7 was a draw.
Wow, and king f5, even at the end there, right? Like king f5, rook takes g4 is possible because the white rook is in the wrong file.
With 3 seconds, can we forgive her for not having the instinct to do that? Yes, we can.
I will forgive her eventually, and I will thank Santosh here for the donation on YouTube. We see it all coming in. It may take us a while to thank you, but I am keeping track, so appreciate that. And Danya, what an endgame that was. I think that the shaky technique was fully caused by time trouble, but I think maybe that moment that you saw the X with queen f2 check, that was a really instructive moment as well, if we can quickly get on that, because queen takes h4. There is no queen takes b4, which was the resource in the game, because queen h5 check is winning for white. The rook on e8 is in trouble back there. A pawn to g6 allows all sorts of mating threats to happen as a response. And the queenless endgame, I think, just trade everything, and the king and pawn game is winning, because the way I like to break this down, both sides have a king and 4 pawns, but that's too easy. That doesn't actually explain the dynamic of the position. What's happening is white is up an h pawn, black is up a c pawn, but black's pawn cannot move because it's a backwards pawn, and white has the forward square under control. White's pawns go, the king can help out, black is toast.
There are some exceptions to the rule. Sometimes you can force it, but not here. White's king is not just in the box, it's like it is the box, and Ju and Jun is the one who knocks and takes 1.5 points from a heartbroken Leiting J and a heartbroken king we will have in the form of Gukesh.
I was
If
impressed by that rhyme, though. Just going to give you credit.
I mean, I didn't even know I'm rhyming. Not
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
lie.
yeah. Well, Danya, I think you were about to say, sorry for interrupting you there, but it looks like Gukesh's position is kind of falling apart at the seams because the e4 pawn is now in the line of fire from a bishop, a knight, and a rook. And that little a5 pawn, right? You can capture that pawn without losing all of your pieces or anything, but the e4 pawn is so important to the health of White's position.
Well, it's more for my health for there to be not to be any more Armageddons, but there will be. So I've pulled it up in advance. And finally, the little pawn that could, it sacrifices itself for the greater good. And h4, Magnus is just pushing wood.
I knew you were going to say that, and I was waiting for it.
And I don't know any more rhymes and
Oh, well,
words
that's
that
good.
rhyme with Lud. Wig.
Well, I think that it doesn't take a mystery detective to solve that this position. You probably don't even know that show, Ludwig. Great show, by the way. But the knight on g3 is getting booted from the square. And wait a
Oh,
second.
Knight
Wait,
f1.
wait. H takes g3. Is that actually even a threat? Because after f takes g3, the bishop on d3 is loose.
Well, that's observations like these is what make Robert Hess special. Are you going to go king h2 and knight h1 or something?
Oh, that looks ugly. Can I go? Oh, but king g1 I can't play because then you take him 92 check. So that,
Knight
I wanted to play
c1.
king. I wanted to play king g1, but I recognize now that
Look at
that's a
that
mistake.
line. Maybe it's not forced, but king g1 takes. Robert takes knight e2. King f2, knight c1. Rook a1, knight takes b3. Completing the journey on a1.
Ouch. And then after all is said and done, it looks like black is just a full piece ahead, and still the e4 pawn drops. So yeah, Gukesh is getting outplayed. Danya, we sensed it, right? We sensed that the position was turning when Magnus played this move a5, bishop c8. Suddenly, it was just way easier to play for the world number one.
But if I may, just what exactly is the path forward after knight f1? Is it just knight takes e4, or is there something even
I,
better?
I think you can just take on e4.
Okay, I take.
Okay, bishop takes.
In the meet, no, actually.
Wait, bishop takes f1.
Oh, it's never good when you have your piece on the initial square of the opponent's equivalent piece. When like a black bishop lands, a light squared bishop lands on f1, and white's light squared bishop is imprisoned on Saint Helena, you need Napoleon back, and he ain't coming
And
back.
I was listening to your historical references, but Danya, I think it's important to show that after taking up on e4 with the knight from black, that rook takes d3 doesn't work for tactical reasons because sometimes you can remove one of the. Oh wait, I thought that there was two knights hitting e4 or something like that. It doesn't work for many reasons, but most importantly, I was concerned knight takes f2 check. In my head, there was multiple attacks in e4. There weren't, but still, knight f2 is a nice intermezzo.
It's just Magnus's pieces are so well placed. It's like everything is overabundantly defended, like more times than necessary. It's crazy. And it's so instructive. The fact that this bishop on c6, it's on an outpost, right? It's the most invincible piece on the board. And at the same time, it's the most useless piece on the board. And you can't afford that.
Before we go back, rewind, and show what happened, can I actually ask you very quickly to put the Vaishali position on the small board, just because you mentioned the word outpost, and I'm not sure I've seen a more beautiful outpost for a piece than in this Vaishali game, and we will go right back to the Armageddon game. Look at that queen on e4.
Looks like she'll have the last laugh.
I mean, look at that queen just perfectly centralized. And I mean, white has a pass pawn on the b file. There could be an attack brewing with g4, rook g3, and things like that. e5 is a target. So I just wanted to point out that queen is, I mean, just it's a luxury to have a queen on that square. But let's put back the Armageddon game so we don't miss a moment if it indeed starts.
And Sarah Kademin and Muzichuk have drawn their game, so they will also have an Armageddon.
We have no rest for the weary.
They keep finding ways to keep us entertained. And that Humpy Canaro game, that is a trippy game. They'll find a way to draw that, don't you worry.
So we get another Armageddon.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we will be ready if that is indeed to occur. But right now, it's Gukesh. I don't think there's going to be an Armageddon here, but Gukesh is a resilient defender, and he's just trying to actually find a single move here that keeps him in the game. And hey, Uncle Esquire coming in huge for Danya's channel right there.
Oh my gosh. 25 subs by the man himself, and he's like, get this game underway. And he does.
Oh, okay. Well, we are underway. We see that Arjun and Wei Yi
Thank you
have
so much.
exchanges there. Shout out to everybody who's subbing and really appreciate that. Uncle
I'm putting it
Esquire,
on the
let's
big board,
go.
by the way, because Magnus's game is essentially over.
Okay, so what's happening in this one? It looks like Wei Yi has sacrificed a pawn for quick development. You'll see that Black already has three minor pieces developed: the two knights, the Leicester bishop, and
Slow down, guys.
no,
Please.
for nobody.
Okay, that's a reference. I got it. And is it?
I
a
don't.
reference?
It wasn't, and I also am trying to figure out this position because Arjun hasn't paused himself. So is this some kind of theory that I'm completely unaware of?
Well, that's the thing. I'm no pun intended. I'm trying to run reference on ChessBase, but I can't enter the moves fast enough because they keep making them.
They will slow down for.
There
not
are
a
games in
single
the
place.
database still, but I don't know which ones. 4 games in the database.
I feel like there's a Prague game in this line, but I could completely be misremembering. But the point of knight c4, everybody, is that the king can't castle. Oh, wait, can it? Because castle, there's always queen a1 check.
It can castle to both sides, actually, and I'm looking up this position very quickly. Prognonato versus Wesley So 2023.
Wow, I was right.
Unbelievable. As well as 5 other games. Bishop
I'm
e6
actually-
played in that game. How did you know that?
I think I was commentating it, but that's a shocking pull for me. I'm going to be honest. But knight c4 opens up the queen to the d7 bishop. Black can castle because queen takes d7 is met by a queen a1 check with rook d8 to follow. But the e pawn push helps white develop, protects the knight in c4, and rook a3 will trap the black queen over there.
And Wei may be trying to remember, but castle's queenside has actually been played once. I just want to put this on the board. It's not as bad as it looks, because knight d6 check would run into king b8, and white simply has no follow-up. Bishop e6 is the gold standard. You're insane. You're not of this earth.
Well, I do. I'm going to just touch everything around me, make sure that I am of this earth. I still feel here. That's good. But as we look at this position, Danya, and more importantly, the clock. Actually, the clock was frozen on my screen.
And it is no longer.
I appreciate it. Bishop e6, pawn to e4, not throwing in the check on d6 just yet. So how do we make sense of this? Bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4 with another tempo gain for white, and it looks like that is inadvisable.
And you can tell he knows this is theory, but he's burning valuable time, is Wei Yi, to remember that rook d8 was the move by Wesley. They're following the game, which continued. Knight d6 check, and then king f8. They're going down the game. This is ridiculous.
Did Arjun and Praggnanandha somehow study this game together? I think Arjun might have. It was at that tournament, so maybe he saw it live, or maybe he's worked on it.
This is crazy the way the game continued.
Tell us.
No, that's wrong. He had to go king f8, but I don't know why. I think it's queen c1.
But what's the difference?
Let me just show very quickly that queen c1, and he's played it, and this was the move after king f8. The point is that the queen would get trapped here, but black has the saving resource, queen a4, Robert. Knight takes b7, queen takes e4 check. I still don't see the difference.
The king on e7 must allow some kind of queen g5 check at some moment.
Queen a4 is on the board. Knight b7 on the board. Is he allowing bishop e2, knight d4? Oh, and that's when the check comes in handy. And that's when the check will win the game.
And this is why Arjun is heralded and also feared for his opening preparation. He knows all of these crazy deep lines, and I have to say this is a phenomenal choice in an Armageddon where your opponent starts 3 minutes below.
Knight d4, what is the win?
So you said queen g5, right? Doesn't that look pretty good?
f6?
Queen c5?
Or even queen takes g7, honestly, Robert.
Wait, we're queen g7, bishop f7, then rook e3, knight
Rook
c2?
c7, rook c7 instead of rook e3.
Oh, there's no longer a knight on c6. Yikes.
But queen g7, king e8? Oh, drops the rook in the corner. Oh,
everything collapses.
Godness. We are talking, folks, about this check. That is the difference. That check would not have been there if the black king was on f8.
And
Openings.
Wei recognizes that he's made a mistake, but he's now down 6+ minutes, 6.5 minutes, and he's losing objectively. So this has just been a good choice by Arjun, and I guess in hindsight, a very bad opening choice from Wei.
7 minutes down. That's not the problem. You know what the worst thing is? As the realization sinks in, together with that realization, he will immediately realize what the diagnosis is. I had to play king f8. All of that work just to confuse the move. But you're right. Going for a line that you don't know that well, Arjun Erigaisi he's a beast.
Destroyer at the moment.
Queen takes g2. There was bishop f3, but Wei has to fight on, and he does. And Arjun Erigaisi has some heavy lifting left to do. I would vote for knight c5. There's also a check on g5 that I would seriously consider giving.
So I like knight c5 because you just take on e6 and it looks like the knight on c6 drops. Is there something tactically wrong there?
It's not that there's something wrong there. I just like the prospect of giving a check on c5, dropping the knight back. Let me just show this for people. And then blocking the check on b1 with the rook. But there's something wrong with that.
Maybe queen b4?
No, but then I take on e6 and castle, and I think I'm winning.
Yeah, I was just trying to save a piece.
There's nothing terribly wrong with it. It just allows queen e5, apparently.
Oh, but that's a gives black a good opportunity to save the game because you're no longer losing a piece. A queen trade obviously would help the black king feel better, but it still looks very difficult. So could Arjun have his wires crossed, right? Like you may think, oh, I'm just going to throw in the check on g5, and it's the wrong moment. So knight c5 first step is there, and for Wei Yi, queen g2 has always been my bishop f3. This queen b4 played, but now your queen g5 works.
And he thought about it. He thought about it, but he ruled it out. And now I think castle's kingside is the enticing move, but is it the best way to squeeze the most out of the position?
Castle's kingside knight d4 for black. I feel like you kind of hang in there. Just
so you're
long
saying
enough.
check. You want your vote is for a check on g5 at this point.
I think so because it feels like a good situation. You would reference a line like this. This feels like the best possible outcome.
Look at Gukesh's board for just a second. Is there h takes g3, knight e2, and knight c1 with a fork?
Oh, that's a nasty fork. And the rooks can't even protect each other.
Unbelievable. Gukesh did what you described, but it won't help. Oh!
Speaking of a fork, knight a6 hit the queen and the rook on b8.
I didn't see that move. And what is he going to take here? I think he's going to take the rook.
What happens if he takes the knight? Is that free enough?
I don't know, and that scares me. Rook f.
It doesn't matter.
I
think both moves, are healthy wins because rook c8 can be met by the collinear rook c7 check at the very least.
I heard you. I heard you, girl.
I think that Wei Yi just chose an opening that he is going to regret, and we were complimenting his Armageddon play, Danya. Today, definitely not the Armageddon of his preference.
Well, the Armageddon to his opening prep. And listen, I respect freestyle chess, not a knock, but openings are fun. Not for the player who confuses his preparation, but what a storyline this will be. Rook takes c6, off goes the knight. It's a full extra piece, and yeah, white's king is in the center, but black is actually forced to trade. I was going to say trade kings, trade queens. This is a matter of simple technique, but you got to be a little bit careful how you evacuate the knight from a6. That's the last hurdle.
Can always go back to c5, it would seem.
Rook c8,
and then knight d3 there. I feel like, we black will have some chances. So the limited material could help black out, especially with that outside pass pawn.
Albert.
Albert the a pawn.
I'm a little bit skeptical. Like knight d3, trade rooks and go a5. That pawn's going to be on a3 real fast, unless you go bishop d1.
But then that's awkward, right? Both of your minor pieces are very passively placed. I agree with you. I thought I wouldn't, but now that we're here, Arjun should use his time at this moment. Like he has so much extra time. He's objectively winning. He knows that. Do not rush.
More awkward than Naroditsky's sense of humor? What about bishop a6? Is that awkward enough for you?
Rook takes c5 and rook b1.
Very good. You passed the test. Okay, you did your tactics this morning. Yep, very good, Robert. I mean, it would have been nice if you found that a little bit faster, but I'll take 5 seconds.
Oh my goodness! You see what Magnus just did?
Yeah, he's evil.
He didn't even take a knight that's hanging on G3. He just plays the quiet king to G7.
You come for the king comes for you, is what he said. And
I
bishop
don't.
d3 by Arjun.
My gosh. Well, I don't even know what was wrong. Oh, I get what he's doing, Danya, on the Magnus game.
Well, first of all, Arjun's covering the b1 square and preparing castles. Go ahead. What is he doing?
But if you can very quickly analyze on
Yes.
that small board. So if we had gone through h6, g3, this whole knight fork on c1, at the end, white has rook d3 to f3, hitting the knight on f6. So Magnus preemptively is defending that knight. So knight takes a2 at the end, wins a full rook, and white doesn't have compensation by taking on f6 and all this stuff.
And this would have been winning for black, right? Knight e4 probably, but Magnus doesn't want to calculate, right? He's not old, but king g7 preemptively, prophylaxis, and that is just cruel. This man has no mercy.
He is just sick. Like, he is just so good.
This moment will be overlooked, Robert, because it's not flashy, but Arjun sitting there until he found bishop d3 is where the winning actually gets done.
Exactly. Arjun's already won the game from the opening. Now it's about maximizing, not giving your opponent any counterplay. And the a pawn can be dangerous, but not when there's a rook on a1. And I think it's time for
Knight takes
Arjun
e6.
to go over there and do that. Knight takes e6, yeah, and bishop c4. Honestly, most moves just look good.
If the time situation were flipped, I think he would still have every chance to win, but he's also up 4 minutes on the clock. Last gasp.
Just take on e6 with the knight,
Or with a bishop.
but not with the rook.
You could also go knight d3. Everything wins.
Knight d3 is too peaceful.
I'm trying to take all of your pieces. So it is peaceful in that sense.
Yeah, this is, I think, one where Wei's just playing it out, but he knows that all hope is lost. And Arjun deserves a lot of credit. He went for a variation that was incredibly sharp. White stole a pawn in the opening. Black was able to restore material balance, but the position was not anything but balance. Right? There was a lot of dynamism, and the black king got stuck and caught.
We've seen a lot of miracles in the Armageddon, but this game will not be one of them. I would even consider bishop takes e6, and the joy of having a bishop here, he takes with the rook, is that you can always plant it on d5 to protect g2. But watch your back rank. Nice Soviet schoolboy move here would be really nice.
Rook a6 and then bishop f1.
Very good. Tolia. What about bishop b5
Although-
check?
Or bishop e6 probably leads to checkmate because you're going to ladder checkmate.
Okay, resign, please.
Yeah, bishop e6 is over.
Bishop b5 played.
Oof.
Yeah, my
You're-
move's
you're so-
cooler.
It actually objectively was cooler, so.
What about rook a8 check?
I think at this point there will be many, many good moves. The bishop was not on pre. Well, I guess technically it was, but if you took it, you lose the rook on f2, so it wasn't worth that piece.
3 extra minutes. What a luxury to be able to take his time. Okay. Wait, we have like 600 more Armageddon. Bishop f1 played.
That's the principal move. Why take any risks? Don't get super tactical. Just defend and win.
Defend and win. Bishop f1. Shut down the counterplay. Doing work is Arjun Erigaisi. 2 Armageddons in a row. What a win. And Wei Yi confusing his preparation in the heat of the moment, putting the king on the wrong square and ending the game without a king.
Wei Yi, he was so good in the Armageddon before, but you know what's confusing? When you look at when you click on a player's name and it's like half a point. So I'm like, oh wait, did somebody draw? But no, a half point's the added point value to their total, so it doesn't register in a normal looking way. But either way, let's go to what games we have remaining. Of course, Magnus and Gukesh. The Sarakanem Armageddon game has not begun yet against Anna Muzichuk, so I guess we could have our remaining games that are ongoing. It looks like Vaishali's still pressing, but Magnus, I mean, what a game from him against Gukesh, the world champion.
And Gukesh, he spent like almost all of his remaining time, even just finding a move. I don't love King G7 from an objective standpoint. It's a sexy move, but you have forfeited now the ability, I think, to play H takes G3.
Can you like if you play H takes G3, F takes G3, and just like take on E4, is black still winning? Or I know that gives white
Yeah,
compensation.
but
Oh,
yeah,
look at
but
the thumbs up. That was I was rubbing my eye, and the iMac computer gave the thumbs up on the stream.
it's just saying you're doing a great job handling, you know, the trash fire that your co-commentator causes, and doing a great job as a commentator. You see, it's just
I appreciate that.
saying what I had on my mind.
No self-deprecation needed, Danya. But I mean, this position that you're showing right here, that still
Oh,
was winning for black, right?
you know what thoughts crossed my mind here?
Was that?
Knight G4, and then like
Ooh,
knight E2. No.
there's a knight F3 or something like that to block the H file.
Yeah,
There's
and
also rook A8 in some positions if needed. No, then you take it by rook B8 anyway.
here's the thing. Magnus played King G7 to avoid having to calculate. So, can we find a move that's consistent with that strategy? What about rook takes B3?
What? What?
I hate
Instead
to be
of
that
winning
guy.
material. So rook B3, can you just so you take it and then you're saying the knight on G3 is trapped.
See, this is my job. I get to say the embarrassing things so that you don't have to. It's kind of growing on me, though.
I somehow don't believe in it,
Well,
but it's hard to refute.
good job, Jake. Rook D4 does the same thing while not sacrificing the rook.
Uh that's classy.
Let's confirm. Yeah, rook D4 is the top move.
And now that it's been mentioned, it seems very difficult to pass up.
Although, it does allow knight F1. So the point here is knight E4, and Robert, you pointed this out earlier. And bishop takes either knight, actually.
Yeah, I'd be. I guess no. Bishop F1. There's knight takes D6, but I guess the white king isn't too much danger, and you're showing how there's going to be some mating net with knight H5 to G3 later. So that bishop on C6 never has played its part in this game.
It retired at age 20 with $0 in its bank account, and it'll have 0 pieces left on the board. It's like the guy who spent 40 years after World War II, like hiding in like a cave, not realizing the war ended. And
Well,
he's played it.
I just, I just don't really have words for positions like this where it's so impressive how Magnus has played like every best move.
And he outdoes the first game against Kukesh, if that was even possible. Wow, knight
You know,
d4 GF.
you know all those comments about how Magnus only wants to play freestyle because he can't do well in classical chess. There are a lot of people out there who say that. I feel like this is his response to that. He is um, letting his chess do the talking.
Yeah, he wants to play freestyle because he's conquered classical chess. Let's make sure that we understand the difference. Also very important. I don't know why they're not starting this Musichuk game because I could have had it up as an analysis board, but in this situation, black has to find bishop takes e4, which makes my head hurt if I even have one. GF, rook d1 check, king h2, and just e takes f4. Okay, so everything is stable. Oh, bishop e8 is the top move. Are you kidding me? For a brief while, it was.
Bishop E. So your position is so losing that instead of saving your rook that's under attack, the best move is just to give away your bishop on a square where a rook can capture it for free. The knight probably shouldn't.
But there is beautiful checkmate. Oh, no, no, no. He stole the piece from me. I was about to... What are you doing? I was about to show this move, and this is how you deliver Anastasia's mate.
Uh,
And he didn't play bishop e4. He took on h3, desperado. And he's forcing the g-pawn out of the way so that the bishop, when it takes e4, pins the knight.
this is sick.
Also
I
winning.
just No hope for Gukesh in this game. And when Magnus is in this kind of form, he is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to slow down. So knight takes h3, taking on e4. How many? Black's not even up any material.
That's why
Black's down a
I
pawn right now.
respectfully disagree, actually. I think bishop, it's flashy. I see the eval bar. It's -3. Great. Bishop e4, king h2. And then knight
Bishop
g5 becomes
takes
the threat.
no, but bishop takes f3.
Rook takes f3.
Rook check on the second rank.
King moves. King g1.
Just e4.
No, rook f2. I mean, I can defend that.
You mean against me, not against Magnus, right?
Against Pilgrim's Progress and Eggs Benny. Sorry,
Because I think there
Travis.
might be e3 there as well, and it's just yeah, it's just too much.
Like this tournament and the amount of things that are happening at any given moment, such as another Armageddon game that's like 20 moves in.
They're moving very quickly. It sort of looks like the first game, the classic game between them, but Black's bishop somehow went out to a5 between Sara and Muzichuk, so I think the bishop feels happier on d6 for Black.
E5 is threatened. The standard reaction is DE, Robert, and then trade everything and quickly push c5, but you can't do that because the bishop's unprotected.
Very true. So it's the type of position where white should be slightly favored. Black will have to throw in a knight f6 once the queen lands, and then kick the queen out, and then play for c5. But the bishop on b2 in the Sarah-Kadem game, it's waiting in the wings. It just can't wait for c5 to be played, so the diagonal opens up.
And so that the d file opens up, white's rook could meet that move with rook a1. I wouldn't rush c5. I would consider bishop e7.
You're such a calm player sometimes that it shocks me because there are other times you just want to sacrifice all the pieces, and then there are other times you learn from Cemento, Leko, and just play bishop e7.
Well, Anna Muzichuk prefers to play the right move, which apparently is c5.
Did she have a game exactly like this in this event? I feel like she drew a game with Black, and I'm going to try to find it.
She's going to find a queen
Against,
trade after knight e4.
no, it was a different, totally different variation, just
Ooh,
looks similar in the live position.
good timing there. And queen cannot avoid the queen trade. Oh no, my queen trade. Oh no, my winning chances here, unless Sarah Kadem can find a way to stir the pot.
And I don't really see a good way of doing so. The queen trade would be very nice for Black, as you're saying, and queen g4, trying to get a checkmate going on g7, as you said, f5 helps protect the knight on e4, attacks the queen. So instead it goes back to h3. But Daniel, I feel like the black queen now can slide away. And oh, Gukesh, he did go king h2, and I saw the bar drop. I'm watching on the stream actually. So there must be a winning move immediately, or is it
Oh,
just how bad the position is?
is that what I think it is? Rook d1 threatens checkmate with knight g4.
Oh, you're always looking for checkmate.
Can't help it. Congenital condition.
Like, I just wanted to liquidate and go to a winning position, and you're like, let me go find the fanciest, craziest checkmate, and it's really cool, I should add.
But rook d1, there's g4 maybe.
And even still, I believe black is winning with bishop takes f3.
The grab. Actually, I was going to make a Russian because grab means coffin.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, grob.
So the coffin opening? Wow,
Yeah,
you're speaking the Magnus language right now.
cough, cough. Well, I think g4 is forced unless there's another way to stave off mate. Rook takes f7 doesn't help. Rook
So
takes...
Donna, you wanna know how Magnus is gonna win this game?
How?
The g4 is gonna be played.
Okay.
He's gonna take on f3,
Uh-huh.
and then he's gonna play pawn to e4.
Uh-huh.
And after rook e3, black's gonna play rook d3 to trade off the rooks, and that will be the game.
If you called the entire rest of the game, I think it is... I don't actually know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tell you, good job.
You're so kind. But actually, why he's doing it in this move order is that now the white king won't get to g1. We were talking in our heads before. If you can like maybe go like just make a few moves if you don't mind very quickly. G4, bishop f3, rook takes, or,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and then play e4. The difference is now this rook f2 idea. Black still plays e3, and after rook e2, there's rook d2. So just easily winning. The b3 pawn's hanging as well. Like everything's a problem.
And very quickly, why was g4 necessary? It's not because rook h8 is mate. Rook h8 is losing to king g2. That actually was not the checkmate. What was the winning move here? I don't
What?
see.
No, it's not winning.
Oh, it's knight g4 is a mistake. Okay, that was never the threat to me. I faked everybody out, including myself. You had to start with rook h8, and then knight g4 becomes the threat. Long day, folks.
Well,
g4 is
long
on the
day,
board.
wrong day. The threat is stronger than the execution, but it looks like for Magnus, I mean, he is just in conversion territory. 10 minutes plus on his clock. Yeah, he should be able to handle this without any issue.
Well, in the old days, execution refers to what would happen to the commentator who blundered a game away on behalf of the player like this. Bishop g4, you're 1 out of 5. Bishop takes f3, you're almost there.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the exact path this game goes down. But I'm looking at the smaller board beneath our cameras as well. It looks like f5 has been played by Anna. Her position is looking very good. And nope, I'm wrong. So I own up to my mistakes. But Magnus is taking on d5. And is it a mistake or is it still very easily winning for black?
I was going to say, he's wrong, you're right. I think your move was more accurate because knight g5 here, that knight might get a little frisky. No, but then you just take c6, I think, right?
Yeah. King h6 at the end should be sufficient.
96. It's just so winning that I struggle to understand why it's not like -6. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I think so many moves are winning as we're talking about that Magnus is picking one. The advantage may go from -3 to -2.8 or whatever. I can't see the number. Does it say 2.9?
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter because the top computer line is to play bishop takes d5 and rook back to e2.
Which gives up with the b3 pawn in these positions. I know knight g5 is going to be White's idea at some point to go after the f7 square, but yeah, I guess it looks overwhelming for
It does.
Magnus.
It does, but he plays bishop takes d5 out of necessity. It's the only move. So he's going to stumble into the correct line. And Gukesh is pinning all of his hopes on knight g5. But Robert, truth be told, it is a formidable idea, and it comes with rather nasty effect as Sarakadem collapses on the other board.
Yeah, I just saw the question mark appear on the stream, and I'm wondering, like, what can Black do for Anna Musichuk to take advantage? Like, why would that move be that bad? Rook d8 looks healthy. I don't think there's a threat that Sara has, so this looks just great for Musichuk right now.
Considering that it's a must-win, I mean, it will take a miracle of the kind Vaishali pulled against Anna Musichuk. And there, Armageddon. Rook takes b3. Is that a blunder? Is that a mistake due to knight g5, Robert?
It's something that I definitely would not want to allow, and I think objectively it gives White a lot of hope because knight g5, as you can see, here's something vrooming along. Knight g5 threatens f7, but also rook d2 eventually for White, hitting the knight on d5 and the pawn on d6 behind it. So Magnus shouldn't rush to take this pawn on b3, which is quite weak. And in this current position, I would play knight f4. I think
I
that
don't
looks
know,
very
Robert. Rook c2 there.
after knight f4.
Yeah.
So you want rook c7?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop both of your ideas at once. I'm gonna play knight e6 to stop knight g5 and to stop rook c7.
Yeah. Okay, knight e6, but that's a difficult defensive idea and a beautiful defensive idea, and b3 is just going to fall. And these connected passers, you might not even need to take the b pawn. e4 is the bigger threat.
Oof.
Well spotted.
I hear you though. Like Magnus sometimes is very critical of himself when he feels like he didn't convert accurately or as accurately as he feels he should have. So I do feel like he's made this more difficult than he needed to. And for Gukesh, if the clock situation were reversed, maybe he'd be feeling more hopeful. But Magnus still has an extra 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and with an extra pawn, make it too soon. He should still feel very confident about his winning chances.
And my longtime coach, Lev Sahis, he always mentioned that, these positions, when they're screwed up, it's a gradual process. You make a bunch of lazy moves, and then the path becomes more and more narrow, and suddenly you basically have to find the right idea. And if you're Magnus Carlsen, you do. And Robert Hess.
But Anna Musichuk just made a move that got the X on the E5 spot there, and I think that it's possibly putting that pawn in the line of fire. The bishop on b2, the queen on g3, they're teaming up together against that pawn. Black still looks very good to my eyes, the bishop there,
Same.
and some activity, but Knight f3, just immediately going for that pawn. But done at f4 is there? Oh no, the queen is protected on e7. I thought queen g5 would win the e5 pawn tactically, but it doesn't.
No, but it doesn't because you can also attack either of White's rooks. We need a different engine for Armageddon games because the fact that you can have a draw and a draw is literally equivalent to a win, it actually does change the evaluation factually.
Yeah. It means that sometimes if you can force a draw, it's the best possible move, even if the engine gives it the two question
Exactly.
marks. So
Like a forced draw that results in a perpetual, so a closed-ended draw should be evaluated as a win.
I agree. But you know what wouldn't be a good decision, I think, from Music right now? If on the left-hand side of our screen, Bishop takes knight on f3, I think that would be a mistake because white gets double isolated f pawns, but black's pawns are stuck on dark squares, and the presence of dark square bishops should favor white.
Don't get materialistic. My vote is to take the queen, go bishop c2 or bishop to d3. We'll leave her to handle that position. She's a smooth operator, but only got 2 minutes to put the finishing touches. She does play bishop f3. You're absolutely right, Robert. That gives Sarah not a ton of hope, but definitely more hope than she's had for a while. And Magnus, it's a moment of truth for him, by the way.
Yeah, 6 minutes and 40 seconds for Magnus. Let's draw attention to the large board on the screen. Knight g5, rook c7, dual threats. Are they devastating threats? I'm still not sure about that down here because knight g5 can sometimes just be met by a move like king to f6, but then I see where you're going for knight e4 check. Yeah, h4, knight e4 check, all sorts of things like that.
This is like equal because I think h4 creates a mate in one threat.
Rook f7, rook takes d6. Oh, sorry, there's a rook on the c file. I had an idea with rook d2 earlier and forgetting where my rooks are.
So this apparently is still winning for black, but I cannot imagine Magnus going for it. Maybe something calm like rook e1 or rook d to d3 is winning, but I wouldn't flirt with disaster like this. Maybe he already is.
Rook d3, I get why it's winning, but you have to probably give up an exchange in that variation and just mop up all the pawns.
Well, knight e6 mops up all the counterplay. I think I'd take that.
That looks like a very principled approach. No counterplay for your opponent. By the way, on the smaller board, Anamuzic's king is on f5. This is a good instructive lesson. Use your king as a weapon in the endgame. You're not going to get checkmated. Your king's out in the open, but there's nothing to attack it with. So on our smaller board, Anamuzic down to 2 minutes. She's still down a bit of time, but the position is level if she can maintain that equality.
White will have to make magic happen on the queen side, b4 and c5. She'll have to try it at some point. I would exchange one pair of rooks, put the rook on the c-file, close your eyes, and pray. And Gukesh's prayer is not answered. King f6, an alternate way to take the sting out of White's ideas. Rook c7, I think he wants to play rook takes b3 and run the king to the center?
Looks risky, but the black king does get away just in time.
But Gukesh getting frisky with h4.
Ooh, knight g5. He's renewing that threat.
Oh.
And I feel like this is getting difficult.
Dude, king e6, knight g5, and rook a5.
Where does the black king keep running up? King d4 there?
Yeah, but this is like walking the tightrope. I mean, I know Magnus likes to quote the wire, but he doesn't want to walk the wire with his king.
Oh, yeah, no, not at all. And I'm looking at the left-hand side. By the way, it looks like Sarah Kadem has started pushing her queenside pawns. She's trying to get that one going. Rook c1, pawn c5, rook behind passer.
Still chances.
All eyes, yeah, still chances for sure. They are in huge time trouble on that board. But all eyes on Magnus Carlsen, his decision right now.
The path gets narrower and narrower. This is what I'm saying. And I think his initially selected idea, I think he missed h4. I think he assumed Gukesh would play rook c7. h4 is genius. And maybe knight e6 is still correct? Rook h8 apparently is the best move. Oh, and rook c7, rook h7. Holy smokes.
Wow. To go from an active rook to take a free pawn to defending, holding on for dear life while stopping white from executing his one plan.
The clock is equalized. He's down on the clock. King e6 is also apparently winning. Look at this, folks. Rook a5, king d4, rook a4, king d3, rook f2, and the attack will continue. Magnus Carlsen has officially gotten himself into a situation where he basically has to find only moves. And of course, for the time being, he does. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory.
King e6 on the board. Magnus trying to run away with the king, as you just showed. So it's a good find by him, but he has made several missteps, and Gukesh is fighting. I'm looking at the left-hand side of our screen, Danya. It looks like there's been an exchange of pawns, but mostly what I'm looking at is Sarah Kadem about a minute 25, and her opponent, Anna Muzichuk, down to 50 seconds. So that's not going to be good news for Anna. It's time trouble, and there's an endgame.
And 7 moves away from increment. Remember, 1 second increment added on move 40. Magnus's king is journeying its way to d3 through narrow, dark alleys. It'll make it there, but it's darn close. And even after it makes it to d3, the rook from c2 can shift over to f2 and the attack continues. Chances are slim, Robert. They're still slim for Gukesh, but they're there.
It's just you have to avoid certain checks. You have to make sure that your king doesn't walk into a net, and you also have to make sure you don't drop too many pawns because once f7 drops down, d6 can be next. G6 isn't always going to be so stable, so it's still a great position for Magnus, but he has got himself into a much more complicated position. He is now up over a minute, though.
Tick tock goes Gukesh's clock, and on move 40, it's currently move 42. They have the 10-second increment that just kicked in, and Muzichuk 1 move away. There we go. She makes the 1 second increment. Robert, 2 minutes for Gukesh. Also, Magnus is only up 1 pawn. So your point is very well taken. The main reason that black is so much better is not that he's up a pawn, it's the fact that he has these connected passers.
And somewhat ironically, the black king might be safer in the end than the white king. The knight on f4 is very impressive. The rook on d1, rook takes b3 threatens, rook h3 if the white knight were to ever move. But Danya, I have to be honest, my eyes are on the left-hand side of our
Same
screen.
here.
Both players down to about 20 seconds, and there are passed pawns on the board right now. One for white, that's the furthest pawn along, but black is about to orchestrate a passer herself.
And rook c8. Look at that bullet speed. Anna Muzichuk has been secretly brawling those bullets. And she's going to send some bullets flying down the center. She's going to have a pair of connected passers. King f3. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
No.
Play.
White needs to win this game. Listen, White needs to win.
And now the pieces are traded, and the draw is good enough, and that's what Anna's going for. It's a sign of a very experienced player. Look, the evaluation's saying, oh, you made a mistake, but come on. Now it's a clear draw. Black gets the extra points.
The job is done. 10 seconds on the board. A draw is agreed. Anna Muzichuk wins the Armageddon, and I will put the other Magnus game here so that we can analyze if we need to.
Okay, let's get that going. I'm still keeping an outside eye on Vaishali against Humpy, but that game, it kind of looks like it will go on forever. But Vaishali's down under a minute herself, Danya. She has a huge advantage and an attack, but I don't know if
Should I put it up
time.
on? Should I put
Yeah,
it up?
why don't we do it?
Sorry, I didn't even realize that game was going.
Oh, it's going all right, and it looks like Vaishali's attack is
Sorry.
going, but Humpy with great defense.
Just trying to make this bigger. Because Magnus has made moves. Gukesh has made moves. Here we go. Rook f2 on the board.
Okay, so is Rook f3 actually a threat against Magnus's king? Because it can always slink back to c2 and b1.
Sorry. I think I actually need 7 monitors to keep everything under control. Vaishali's losing control. Can you repeat what you just said?
I was saying Rook f3 check for Gukesh. I think the black king goes king c2 into b1 and is safe behind enemy lines.
Which is a common technique, right? You hide in the hardest to access place, which is often your own territory. I will add, though, Robert, the knight can come back to e4 when the moment is right. And maybe that's when the king reaches b1.
Spicy.
Rook d2 would trade rooks, but it would drop some of these extra pawns that you have.
But if he, being Magnus, evaluates that as winning, he for sure will go for that. But I'm not sure it is, because after knight takes f7 at the end of the variation, d6 and e5 are loose.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Vaishali and Humpy have drawn their game. The bar was in the middle. It looks like everything was locked up there. At least Vaishali couldn't find a way through. So we'll get Armageddon. But I guess now, finally done it at long last, we can analyze on a second board. F6 is a mistake. Never play that move.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Back to the live board of Magnus Carlsen.
Why is that a mistake? That's going to be hard to figure out.
In 1 minute and 45 seconds that he has left.
Yeah, rook
Rook
f3
f3
check,
check.
king.
King e.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. King e2 is okay.
Okay, can I put this on the analysis board? That's the small board. Rook f3 check. Now, if king to c2, which is more natural to me, white swings the knight back to e4. And guess what, Robert? This king over here, you're entering some territory that's mighty uncomfortable. Look at this line. Look at this line, and it's white who will be threatening checkmate on a4. That's one way to screw it up.
That's sick.
And black is actually fighting for the draw here. Can Gukesh find this very non-obvious check on f3?
But rook f3 check, king e2 if you go in that direction, because rook e4 check seems annoying, but you're taking away
Oh
the
my.
square that the white knight wants to go to.
This is bad news for Gukesh. There's an impossible move he'd have to find there. Impossible. It's check, check, and he has to find rook a4. Sacking the knight in order, I think, to give a check on a2 and lock up the king in a perpetual with rook f2.
Wait, so rook takes b3. There's rook a1 check, rook b1, rook back to a2. Are you kidding me?
Holy
Are you? Holy shenanigans singular. That is ridiculous.
Oh, no. Oh, no, he's played it. Magnus has to play king e2. It would be a crime for this to remain behind the scenes.
Are you serious by that variation? So king
No.
e2, rook. I can't with 31 seconds. That's like the hardest thing to possibly find.
What about king e2, rook a2 check? Is that a suitable alternative, or does it allow
Rook
rook d2?
d2. Yeah, rook d2.
Well, is that the end of the story? I take it. I give you a check on e4.
I mean, we can show it. That's an analysis board, right? So we can just put those moves on. I think that after king e2 in the end, the rook on f3 is under attack.
But, okay, check. You go king e2. Yeah, I think Magnus would grind him down here.
d5, d4 happens before you know it.
Although, Robert, I'm not... Yeah, rook c3, d5. Forget the engine eval for a second, folks. Look at black's pawns rumbling up the board.
Looks really difficult to stave off. I mean,
1
there's
minute.
so much pressure.
One minute for Magnus. What if he sees rook a2? Imagine that cluster fill in the blank. He's like, will Gukesh see it? Do I go for it?
That is one of the most ridiculous lines. Rook back to a4. I have a hard time imagining that. Even if you see it, to evaluate it properly is just not happening with this little time.
Rook e4 and rook a2. Will he take the road less traveled by? 10 seconds on the clock again for Gukesh, and he plays rook a2. Trade. And here we go.
And the big question is, after black plays king e2 at the end of the line, is how does Gukesh respond? Because the black pawn will go forward very quickly, and that's going to be difficult to deal with. Now the
Ooh.
king for black seems very well placed.
What if you go rook to g3 just to clear the area so that the knight has... Never mind. King to g3. I didn't even think that was legal.
So what is happening here?
D5?
I think Don his point is d5, knight takes f6, d4, knight d7.
Arkady Forkovich?
I think that's what he's going for, removing the guard of this knight on f4.
And they're officially playing a bullet game now. d5 is on the board. He has to play knight takes f6. There's no choice. Knight c3, king d2 is a dead end.
Right, knight takes f6 is absolutely forced, and the question becomes d4, is knight d7 the solution? That still looks very tricky.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. He just gotta trust himself here.
He's down to about 38 seconds.
Now
So what's the move?
d4 would be automatic for me, but Magnus sees an alternative. Rook f8?
Oh my gosh, you're so sneaky. Rook f8, knight d7, knight h5 check.
Oh, rook f2 check, though. And who's catching who there?
No, but king e1.
Knight takes d5?
Knight e2 check.
Sacagawea and probably lose.
And he played rook f8, so you called it.
I can't believe... I mean, I noticed the rook on f3 is undefended. Knight to h5, discover check.
Okay, king e1. That seems like very obvious now.
Don't go king e3. Don't blunder knight takes d5.
That would be beyond ridiculous
He'd
at this
blunder the
stage.
tournament hall with that kind of rage.
So king e1.
Played. You can go g5, Robert, but then still knight to h5 is almost just as unpleasant.
So and knight d7 now.
What do you do? Knight d7,
Knight
knight
D,
e2, check, takes, d4. Oh my God, he's
I'm
played
trying
it.
to I'm trying to calculate. So knight e2 takes, knight takes f8, e2. Sorry, d4 rather.
It
So
doesn't
I'm
work, but knight
getting ahead.
h5, knight h5 check is a candidate move here as well.
Knight h5, gh, rook f2, hg.
Hg. How do you
Looks too
stop the
scary.
pawn? King f1 there,
No,
though.
no, but then just knight takes e5 and
Is he going to go knight e2, and are we going to get some demented pawn race here? Oh, d4, knight e6, Robert. I tail you to c5 to e4.
that's incredible. What if he just goes
Oh,
rook
he
e8?
blundered! No, Robert.
Oh.
Rook e2, knight f8, d4, knight e6, d3, knight c5, d2, knight e4.
Oh my gosh, the knight catches the pawn. Oh
And
my
go to e6.
goodness.
Don't go to d7 and allow e4. Is that it? Is that a win for the world champion, Gukesh Domoraju?
That is just determination. That's what this is.
No effing way. 10 seconds. Knight to e6 is played.
Wow.
King e3 should be tried here, I think.
Oh, I can't even believe it.
King e3, what's the move?
I don't know. I'm just swallowing my words, so I have none left to say.
Magnus has to swallow his pain and find a way to keep this game going. What is going
It's
on,
over.
folks? D3, let me put this on the analysis board. This is the point. You allow promotion, fork the newly promoted queen, and if black makes a knight, then the h-pawn will decide the game. King e3, Robert. Black has to try king e3. And he doesn't find it.
I don't know what to say, Danya. This is just shocking.
How?
But
Wait, king e3 now. Knight a4 maybe. And d2, knight b2? Because, Robert, knight d3, king d3, I think is a draw. I think you have to find knight a4.
h5, take, e4. I got you. So knight a4. Wow.
It ain't over. This game is still going. King d2
Wait.
there.
Then
What's-
knight
What's the move?
king f2,
King c2,
king e3,
d2.
knight b2.
b2! You are
Oh
a
my
beast.
gosh.
And Magnus plays e4 first.
Okay, so h5. He's got king d2, and then e3, e2, e1. Be careful.
Magnus is unbelievable. I don't see the move here. 5 seconds for Gukesh. And he's played h5.
Okay, the only reasonable looking move that I could see.
Takes king d2.
H. Oh,
King d2. There must be an easier win there. Knight b2, e3, knight c4, and king f4.
that's really nice. Yeah,
Knight b2, I think, right?
knight b2 is really, really nice.
Gukesh
Wow.
is really, really nice.
Well, I think Magnus is nicest of all because he just handed away a full point that he seemingly had in the bag. That's just, it's just not every day you see something like this. But
Not every day.
Gukesh-
Not ever day.
yeah, but Gukesh is not any old opponent. He's the world champion, and he is winning this game. It's over. Gukesh just beat Magnus in classical chess. Unreal.
Any words I say will spoil this moment. One of the most insane turnarounds, I'm honest here, that I have seen. We were talking within the strict framework. Will he save a miracle draw? Yeah, as commentators, I saved a miracle win. And the best for last. White has won, and he doesn't miss this time.
I am so shocked by the result, but I think first and foremost, I want to
my
give credit to Gukesh, and he has so many fans out there around the world. You know, he has received so much criticism. I was saying that earlier in the broadcast, but the ability to hang in, right? They often say the best ability is availability, and you have to stick with it. You have to be around. You have to give your opponent every hurdle to overcome, and that was just unreal. I mean, we're going to be honest. Magnus sort of just went completely wrong. He was outplaying Gukesh throughout most of the game, but it's not about who was better on move 40. It's about who, when the score sheets are signed, gets that one next to their name, or in this case, 3, because each classical game in Norway Chess is worth 3 points.
Wow, wow, wow. And I echo your praise of Gukesh. Of course, the storylines, the Reddit post that will pop off, Magnus's reaction, Magnus's blunder, the blunder that sealed it in, the blunder that took it from a win to a draw, and then from a draw to a loss. Gukesh had to find a string of insane knight maneuvers for 20 moves and with less than 20 seconds on his clock, and he found each and every one of them. So where was that decisive mistake, Robert? Where did things go finally, ultimately wrong? First it was f6. Then, a little bit later, it was... Holy smokes, they played well. It was knight e2. And did he have to go knight h5? This also lost. I can't believe this.
So
no, yet
rook e8. Because knight takes e5, knight e2 check, I guess, is there.
And white even has rook takes f4 as a possibility. So we're only talking about like a 3-result game already at this point. But really, rook f8, it was my fault. I tipped him off to this move. Rook to b4 he had to find. Impossible move.
Okay. No, that's what is the point of that move? Sorry.
Computer chess. It's to induce h5. But I don't feel like talking about it. Where was the like human win missed by Magnus? Where did things go this wrong? It was here. It was here. He had to find knight e6. This was the last smooth win, in my opinion.
You remove all the threats. No rook c7, no knight g5, and white could play rook f2 there, but you don't actually have, I think, an immediate, just great move to... I'm going to actually take this back a step, Danya. Go back before
I
bishop
agree
takes
completely.
d5. Go before bishop takes d5. If Magnus had played bishop takes f3 in right here, rook takes f3 in e4, I think it's just score sheets.
Let me take it back even further. I promise I'm not memeing. King g7 is where he started getting cute. I still think that this option was the most practical. Rook f3, big deal. Take on a2 and go knight c3. Rook takes d6, rook d4. Maybe this was the move that he missed. Yeah, this move he had to find to win cleanly. And you know the cruel fate that awaits you. He tries to avoid calculation, and in the end, he enslaves himself to another 30 moves of calculation, only to lose with the black pieces. Truly no words. You just got to sit there and admire this moment.
I see some comments, right? Like, terrible game by Magnus, unfortunately. Losing that position is unacceptable as world number one. Like, the game was actually great by Magnus until it wasn't. And he made some inaccuracies, and then he made an outright blunder. But if you actually talk about the game as a whole, I think we just need to be fair to the beautiful chess that we just witnessed. I feel like Magnus played a fantastic game that he spoiled. And Gukesh deserves a lot of credit in spoiling it because he stayed around long enough to give himself a chance. So, yeah, it just it's a tough one because Gukesh...
Yeah,
so
go on. No, please finish.
No, I say Gukesh gets so much flack from every corner of the internet because Magnus exists. It's not Gukesh's fault that Magnus didn't want to play for the World Chess Championship. Magnus would be the heavy favorite if he wanted to go play in the candidates in the World Championship. Like, we get it. Like, Magnus is the best player in the world.
Gukesh is the first to admit that, too.
Right, and he had to at the World Championship. Gukesh is awesome. He stayed around. He kept fighting tooth and nail to the bitter end. And then he was able to capitalize on what you may call an egregious error from Magnus, but it was a time trouble-induced blunder in a crazy game that got out of hand for Magnus. He just couldn't find the knockout because Gukesh was posing problems just when we, including myself, thought the game would be out of reach.
And the ultimate proof of that is how long it took us to figure out where things started going wrong. The fact that we kept tracing it back and back and back, that tells us that Magnus, for entire stretches, he kept the advantage alive. He found King e6. He found so many moves. And Gukesh found so many ways to keep the flame burning, to keep the game going, to even set up the situation where it was almost impossible to make heads or tails. And no matter whether you flipped heads or tails, both discoveries were losing, which is insane. And even here, Robert, even here after d4, the presence of mind not to play h5, which would have squandered the entire advantage and allowed perpetual, but to tail the pawn of the knight, then to find this move, using every square inch of the board. All of this is so easy to overlook in that grand narrative. Once in a lifetime blunder. No. This one, Gukesh won. more than Magnus lost.
Just a crazy game. Really, really crazy. And you know what's the craziest part of all?
What's that?
We're not done for the day.
Yeah, it's not the only crazy game, not the
We
last
have
one.
we have an Armageddon between Vaishali and Humpy to come up next. And of course, this was the marquee matchup. It was the world number one and the world champion going at it. And I mean, Gukesh got the win. Like this is an amazing result for an amazing player. And I think that Magnus, I see the comments that he was banging the table. He
Yeah,
was
it's called being
furious.
human.
Yeah, who wouldn't be furious
Who wouldn't bang the
spoiling
table?
that advantage? Yeah,
Good.
yeah, he cares. He
I don't,
literally cares.
I don't know why we in the chess world have sanctify the unnatural suppression of emotions. And yes, it's Daniel Naroditsky justifying his own table bangs, and I have the dents to prove it. But emotion, it means that 4 hours, 5 hours of effort has just been put in for nothing. And that's what we want. These are the moments that make a narrative and that write the story. And what a game. I'm honestly just so stunned that I'm just trying to fill the silence with words because that's
Oh,
what we're supposed to do.
I see a comment about how we're not used to Magnus being human, but Magnus was very human against Hikaru in the Armageddon and time trouble against Fabiano. Magnus made a mistake. Magnus has not been perfect. No player in the world is perfect. No, human is perfect. And Gukesh, he was able to take advantage of a moment of imperfection and was able to fight and fight and fight. And you know how you don't get results like that? When you resign. So I'm not talking about the, banging the table. Like, I'm not going to get into that. I don't know who was around. There are other people playing, potentially in the playing hall. People get frustrated. It's human to respond that way. But what I will say is that Gukesh should be proud of himself. No matter if he feels like, oh, that was fortunate. Sometimes we feel that about our own wins. It doesn't matter what he feels like in terms of, was this the best game he ever played? Absolutely not. But still, he should be very proud of himself. And I hope that people out there are just happy to see great games of chess because the emotions that we may feel, they pale in comparison to how the players at the board doing all the hard work, calculating for hours, and then some of them losing because of one miscalculation. It hurts. It stings. It really eats at us. And I think that both the players had some great moments, but it was the Gukesh moment in the end to win the game with his knight recovering and stopping that pawn.
When we have these sweeping narratives, Gukesh isn't good at blitz. He's not good at time scrambles. He's not good at freestyle. He hasn't played a good tournament since he became world champion. He doesn't come through in clutch moments. He doesn't play well in time scrambles, right? You just repeat it and repeat it without realizing how many times he has come through clutch. Okay, he's not very good at freestyle chess. Okay, he doesn't play much online blitz. I'll concede that. I'll take my chances with him in a Title Tuesday. But guess what? I played a Title Tuesday game with him and got crushed. And that was 2021, and I forgot about that. But remember the candidates game against Ali Reza, the final candidates round against Hikaru, where he held from a position of strength with black. And now almost saving that game against Arjun Erigaisi earlier in the tournament, and now beating Magnus, turning the game around. For sure. This does not happen to Magnus often, but both things can be true at the same time. And this is why we watch, honestly. The payoff is unbelievable. And this is why I
Payoff?
don't play.
Did you say payoff?
I did indeed.
Talking about payoffs?
I want more a payoff.
Nice. Okay, so we're waiting for an Armageddon game. I see a lot of chatter. I see some people being terrible, as can be expected.
Really?
Unfortunately, I hope,
I'm looking at the
yeah,
chat now.
I hope that people can just be kind and empathetic. And I do see some comments about, no matter what happens, you shouldn't be banging on a table. Look, in an ideal world, nobody would be. I don't dismiss it. I don't condone it. I don't think that, Magnus himself would want to do that. And I think if he could do it all over again, he wouldn't. So I get you. I wasn't there. I didn't even see it. I'm just reading the chat, which sometimes isn't always honest with us. But either way, I think that the game itself was full of wonderful ideas, and I think that it was a really good game. And from Magnus' perspective, it was marred by an inability to just conclude it when it needed to, when it needed to get the job done. And from Gukesh, he'll be like, wow, I got outplayed for so many moves in that game. I have a lot to learn because I'm young, I'm hungry, I want to improve my chess, and I want to take down Magnus again. And maybe the next time I won't be suffering for hours before
Hmm.
finally getting some hope and being able to combat him in that way. So for both players, there's a learning experience. For all of us, there probably is. And for the many, many passionate fans out there who are like yelling at the other side as if like you played the game yourself, like let's all just respect the players, enjoy what happened, and just learn from all the mistakes. So I think
Chess,
that,
yeah.
oh, we have chess.
And chess has neither a cheating problem at the top level nor a sportsmanship problem. That's not an event problems and tilt at windmills. Human emotion is what makes chess beautiful, make life worth living. Magnus plays like Stockfish like 98% of the time. But what a game, what a moment. And let's chill out, everybody. You don't have to hate the other side.
It's like, why does there need to be another side? You can
There's
respect.
no
Anyway,
side. There is a side.
yeah. Well, I
I
am
side with
going
you
to
on
take a,
that.
I'm going to take a sigh of relief because we do have action. We have another game going on here. And ooh, Vaishali with his knight e4. I've always been a fan of these lines from the white side because I just trust the bishop on g2. The Catalan bishop on an open board in a must-win game. You just want to restrict your opponent's pieces. And Danya, by trading knights in the center, it may make the bishop c8 feel increasingly difficult to get out of a starting square.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem on the black side of a Catalan. So often you have to find the right moment to play e5. And maybe that moment is now. Now, if black takes and plays queen takes c5, does that run into bishop e3? I don't know. I'm running out of gas here. And
I think you're right though. Like you get all these tempi right. Trade on e4, bishop e3, bring a rook to d1, bring a rook to c1. I like what you're bringing to the table here.
she's got to make a move, though. This is an Armageddon game. Humpy, she spent forever deciding between knight takes e4 only to end up playing it. I would just go for queen takes c5.
Yeah, queen c5, bishop e3. The game goes on, right? Black is up a pawn temporarily, but a bit passive.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. Bishop e3, queen to b4, and the Armageddon game continues.
So how should white proceed there? Like rook c1 and just give up the entire queen side?
Queen h5, though, is a very humpy move. I feel like she would. I'm getting a sense of her as a player, and I think she would be the kind of player who would give up the c4 pawn, but really solve the positional, long-term strategic weaknesses of her position. I can see her
I
playing
buy
queen
that.
h5 here.
I buy that. I would play rook f to d1 after queen h5. I mentioned this, right? Trading off those knights, the knight on f6 protected d7. So I think that white is
Karpav. Sorry.
no. I'm feeling a little bit of Karpovian technique, maybe some Leko, honestly, some Kamsky. Just play this position as strategically as possible, and that's why Humpy went queen to d5. She wants the queen trade. She wants to be able to play bishop to d7.
What if I leave your queen marooned in the center of the board with a move like queen c2?
I like that move a lot because bishop d7 won't work out for you because of rook to d1.
And let my Catalan bishop do the work by Shali doing work on the board and on the clock. And Humpy Canero doing work with her queen.
Queen b5. That queen is just moving all around, but it
Zzz.
makes perfect
Flight
sense.
of the
So
bumblebee here.
rook f to d1, coming up by pawn to e5, and the light square bishop gets out. So I think now I've passed the point where I'm trying to keep that bishop at bay. So it's knight d2 as you're indicating. That looks stronger, just going after the c4 pawn.
Do you know who wrote Flight of the Bumblebee?
I do not. Who did?
Rimsky-Korsakov.
Okay, you're teaching me something.
Daniel Naroditsky
I
nerd
don't.
moment number 166. I know
I
what
know
you're
Flight of
thinking,
the
chat.
Concords, but I don't know Flight of the Bumblebee.
Well, I know Flight of the Canero.
An orchestral interlude. Okay, you're teaching me some classical music.
You've definitely heard it. Um,
Possibly, but I didn't know it for sure.
so knight d2, there's two ways to play this. You can play this prophylactically, but you're not going to stop e5. So I feel like for white, it's best just to forget about restricting the bishop. That ain't happening. Focus on restoring the material balance. And maybe she's asking herself, how would I rather do that? I would rather do it in a way that opens up your Catalan bishop.
That would be ideal. to get the knight out of its path. So knight d2 looks good. Rook to c1 we're talking about, but doesn't
Whoa.
actually open up the bishop. What
I took a
happens?
sneak peek at Mrs. Stockfish here. Knight d2 c3 exists. That's what this move does. It exists.
uh, Unlike the limit, it exists. Okay, so c3, queen c3, queen takes e2, bishop f3. The queen goes back. White gets an initiative, but black gets a pawn.
Bzz, bzz. All right.
Was that your flight of the bumblebee?
Yeah, that's the entire piece. And honestly, c3 wasn't. I like you're so unused to this pawn being on e2. I mean, I move it up to e4 on move one, mostly to avoid c3 in this position.
Yeah, I get you.
You can still
Rook
play it,
C-
by the way.
I was wondering about that because if the queen takes the e2 pawn drops.
E5 is also approved of.
But if c3, Danya, maybe b takes c3. So like we at least get an imbalance. I know the pawn structure wouldn't look good for white, but at least there would be something that you can claim could give you winning chances.
Fantastischen. And maybe there's an exchange sack waiting to be made on the c6 knight. I know it's not a Sicilian, but if the queens get traded, Vaishali has to unbalance the position in some way. The bishop will get out. 4 minutes is enough to hold.
I like your exchange sack line because white gets at least one and probably two pawns. Rook takes a knight, you gain e5, he'll get c6, maybe a7 after that. It feels like the only way to get an imbalance and play for a win.
And we got a raid from Matvey Galchenko. I assume he was streaming in Russian. Так что, if I may just quickly say thank you, спасибо большое за рейд. Всем добро пожаловать. Мы с Робертом Хессом стримим по-английски, но разделяем наш главный язык, это язык шахмат. Так что оставайтесь с нами. Вот мы наблюдаем за последней партией. Армагеддон между шахматисткой Вайшали и Хампи Канеро. All right.
I got you.
I think I need to speak English at some point.
I appreciate the welcome to everybody, and seriously, we do appreciate you being here.
Thank you,
And just to
Matvey.
give you some context as well, that Vaishali and Humpy they drew their classical game. Vaishali had a great chance early on. She missed it. The game was better for Vaishali, but the position was quite locked. So Humpy was able to hold steady and make a draw. And now we have a game where whites are with 10 minutes, black with 7 minutes. Black gets draw odds in the Armageddon. But Danya, right now a minute and a half lead on the clock almost for white. But black's position looking healthy objectively, but rook takes c6. That's just begging to be played.
Sacrifice the quality, as we say in some other languages. The exchange on c6, then knight takes c5. This might be your last chance, Robert. It's now or never, because if you move the rook back and black plays f6, the doors are shut.
I'm with you. Rook takes c6. It's got to be it because rook a4 looks odd, but maybe it's not a bad choice. But I think rook takes c6 quickly. That's the way to put pressure on the board and the clock.
Do it now. She's got to do it. She has to realize the context here. Money move by Vaishali, and the only way to keep the spark alive. That doesn't mean she's going to win, but at least it poses some problems.
And look at the lead on the clock. Right now, it's inching towards a full minute. That is impactful. They're on move 18. You got to hit move 40 before you get 1 second increment per turn, which is not a lot. And Humpy is a fantastic speed chess player. She won the World Rapid Championship, the Women's World Rapid twice, including in 2024 in New York. So for Humpy, she can hang with even these youngsters in the quickest of time controls. But it's not easy to make a quick decision now as knight takes c6. Then a7 might drop. Danya, a very tricky position.
She can hang with them, but she can't afford to hang her bishop on e7 with check. Bishop d5 would be so nice. My choice here would be probably to move the rook away from the line of fire so that you can preserve the bishop and move it to f6.
I like that train of thought. And we see that, well, Humpy deep in thought right now. Danya, she's about to hit 3 minutes. And unless she can simplify, maybe get to a position with opposite colored bishops or trade off, get an exchange sacrifice in return and get some pawns, I feel like the position is not getting any easier.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule out a counter sacrifice, but bishop f6 first. She burns the candle from the other end. And does she even need to move her rook? Is there an actual threat? Well, bishop takes a2, knight b4, and there's the counter sacrifice. She set it up, I think, bishop c4, Marshall style.
I think knight b4 would be a terrible move considering that white needs to win. I think
Terrible but
maybe
tempting.
b4 right now. Does that leave some question marks for black to figure out?
So not knight b4, but pawn b4.
I just need to keep the queenside pawn alive.
Rook a1, similarly bad, Robert, for the same reason. You walk into a pin and help the bishop move to where it wants to go anyway.
So by process of elimination, I'm in must-win territory. I don't mind losing at this point. A draw is the same as a loss. So pawn to b4, it just keeps more questions and makes it less simplistic for black to resolve the problems.
Huge moment. Vaishali has had so many ups and downs already this tournament, as she does most tournaments. That's how she rolls. Okay. Of course. Indirect defense. Bishop b2, rook c2. Skewer time. Kebab. Robert.
That's a good move. I like rook c1, but a5, a great response there by Humpy, giving her rook some more space. Rook a6 could be next, and also freezing the b2 pawn, and black wants to pick it off.
The elder stateswoman of Indian chess, showing her acumen here, wants to just the feel for the position. This is a move that does work.
So how can white drum up an initiative? Maybe if you play like bishop b6, e4, f4, and so on, just trying to get some pawns going, but a4 threatens bishop takes b2, and that's a big problem.
What if rook a1 now? Rook c5,
Oh,
that's not it.
no, that's a clever move though, because a4 is met by knight to b4.
And what's the difference between the previous instance of knight b4? You'll get the knight back to d3. But I can go
The
bishop
bishop.
b1.
You're so sneaky. I thought you were taking away the c4 square from the bishop, which is true, but you're stopping the knight from getting to d3, which is very important.
But white will at the end make a move which, by reflection, I'm sure Matvey's stream will appreciate this, bishop to c1. Because this, of course, will never stop being a meme in some corners of the internet.
No, it will not.
Even though it should have
and
never started being a meme. But off we go.
I agree. I agree with you there. And off the a5 pawn might go if knight takes a5. So Danya, I guess I'm trying to figure out like is black just going to respond with rook to c8, but then knight back to c6? It's getting tactical.
It's getting tactical. And what about rook to b8?
That looks
B
stronger.
for dodging a bullet.
That just
Wait,
looks like it ends any hope of a win.
I think D for dodging a bullet. Rook a to d8 is even better because it threatens an infiltration. Either way, I think black has this completely under control.
So yeah, I'm not seeing anything resembling a winning attempt now for white. The b2 pawn is dropping, and once that pawn goes, there's just
5%. Bishop f3 and king g2. Keep pieces on the board.
so you certainly need to do that because blunders happen, and even with 10-second increment, as we saw. But here, rook is taking on b2. It just feels like there's not enough pieces remaining.
b3 buys herself some time. No.
Bishop takes.
Yes. Rook c7, still trying, still massaging, still attacking, still fighting. Still some work to do for black.
Rook c7, bishop c5. The f7 pawn is tender, and also done it. Rook b8, rook c7, rook b to c8 hangs f7 with check, which is very important.
Very well spotted, and no rook trade for you. Absolutely not. Rook c7. That
Bishop
rook's going to get tossed around. You know, white doesn't have to rush. Bishop f4 and e4. Mr. Karpov, he would have white here, and so would the rest of the world.
Yeah, the bishop on d5 is a powerhouse, and black simultaneously wants to trade rooks, but also keep that f7 pawn defended at all costs. So bishop f4, rook e7, pawn e4, then maybe g5 at some moment for black. But yeah, you don't want to make too many positional concessions.
Uh-oh. Me no like this. Suddenly,
Rook
Humpy, that rook is getting uncomfortable. E4,
So
bishop d4 is her idea.
good find by Humpy. So is king f1 the move to play?
It is the move that she plays. Great call. Whoa. Bishop
See,
e4.
Danya, I mentioned G5, bishop
Rook
E4,
takes E2 is a draw. I
GF1.
mean,
We have rook E2, bishop G5, rook E4, bishop F6. It's so close
H6.
to, yeah, so close to delivering some kind of attack, but you're not going to be in time.
She might not be in time to make her move. There's so much to calculate, and it is on the board. But
Okay.
your point is well taken. Rook C4, bishop takes G5. Very easy to miss, and that keeps winning chances very much alive.
Also, rook E2, king E2, GF4, rook F5, and you pick up the pawn with your rook rather than with a pawn, so your pawn structure remains healthy.
That kid's wicked smart. Although rook F5, rook E8, and the story continues.
King F3
FG,
and
FG, rook F6, rook E4, king E4, G2. Rook F3
nice find.
with a potentially winning pawn endgame.
Speaking of nice finds, rook B2, take on B2, take on G5. White definitely has chances here.
She's got to take, though. This will not present itself again, this opportunity. And even with just bishops, it's a 4-on-2. This is serious.
Very serious. And the light squared bishop can be a huge annoyance for black to deal with. And even trading the dark squared bishops won't alleviate all of the issues.
How about them apples? How about them bishops? The one thing to avoid... Well, what is the roadmap here? What is black's defensive construction? Keep the bishop on F6 and chill?
There looks pretty good, but E4, not yet. King F1, E4, King E2, F4, all sorts of pawn pushes. Here they go. The bishop on
Don't.
D3 is stable.
But careful, don't push it prematurely or the bishops will be picked off by that hungry rook and the bloodshed will begin.
And here comes like H4, G4. All the pawns will try to step forward, but I think that Humpy's doing the right thing going after this dark square bishop.
Bishop E1, G4, and the bishop will have new prospects. This way, it'll just keep getting attacked. Bishop
Okay,
D8.
it's going bishop A5, rook A7, bishop E1. Now it's rook A1.
This way and that way it goes, but something wicked this way comes. Bishop to D8, bishop F6, and bishop B6. She can't find a way. She blundered her rook in one move.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Humpy.
What does Vaishali do? It's Anna Muzichuk missing mate in one. Humpy Canaru blundering her rook in one move.
Oh, it hurts to see that, but Vaishali, she kept chances alive. And just like we were praising Gukesh, Vaishali has done something similar in these Armageddons. She just continues to pose problems, to stay alive, to not just resign her game, and she ends up winning. And let's be clear, she was never in trouble objectively. It was always just equal, but she posed just enough problems, and Humpy could not chase that bishop around as B1. That was a mined square, and the bishop captures it.
This one had more twists and turns than a mountain road. Unbelievable. And black ends the game without a rook.
Oof. And I have so many Goodwill Hunting references and quotes swirling around my head thanks to you. But wow, that's gonna hurt. But I think Vaishali, those two bishops, the extra two pawns here, objectively it's equal. But it was never easy for Humpy to force a draw.
If you make any more references, I'll have to exercise the daemons. And a lot of daemons will be hunting Humpy Canaru tonight. She will not sleep peacefully. What fighting spirit. And that concludes day 6.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, just so many interesting moments from today's action. We saw, I can barely remember all the results, but we saw a number of Armageddon games. And in classical chess today, so Gukesh won, which is the biggest shock of all, given how bad his position was. Did we have any other decisive games in classical?
No.
Wow.
I'm going to put the
Just
final
wow.
position of the Gukesh game up on the small board just to honor that insane effort. And Magnus is still in first, which he now shares with the guy who lost in the first round with White.
Yeah, Fabi getting that clutch win in Armageddon against Hikaru. So Fabi lost to Hikaru in classical chess, but has since been able to score a couple victories. And I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything down here. The standings, Magnus tied for first with Fabi. I think Magnus, if he had won this game, 3 points ahead, a full classical win ahead of Fabiano would have been the result. But he lost the game. He did not get the job done against Gukesh.
And guess what? As I flip to the women's section, Gukesh, he has now beaten both players rated over 2,800 FIDE in one tournament in Classical, Hikaru and Magnus. Okay, world champ will have a nice evening. And in the women's section, Anna Musicuk and Humpy Kaneru, who despite that Armageddon loss, she still earns half a point and still stably atop the tournament standings.
And if you look at Anna's results there, you see a classical win, a bunch of draws, and some Armageddon matchups. Um, why are some zeros in red and others aren't? What does that mean?
I don't know. Oh, but they're playing tomorrow. That's what I'm seeing. Humpy Kaneru versus Anna Musicuk. Sorry,
That's
I don't mean to
awesome.
be dismissive. I'm just too tired to investigate.
No, no, I was just trying to. I was looking at your screen and it felt like Christmas and I just couldn't figure it out. But as we see the pairings, Gukesh against Arjun, Magnus against Hikaru, Fabi against Wei Yi. No matter the round number, no matter the day of the week, it is going to be so much fun. So everybody watching, we thank you. I know things got a bit heated with
Yeah,
Gukesh's
I'll go back through
fans
the
and
chat and I'll do the appropriate things. It's a work in progress, guys. But the easiest way to avoid adding more work for me is to behave like adults, to behave respectfully. It really is not hard to do. It really isn't. I
I was just gonna
promise. Try
say,
it once.
I was, I was just gonna say quickly that I mean, Gukesh has some fans, Magnus has fans. We know that you guys care about your favorite players, but do respect the other fan base. I mean, just it was a game of chess when all is said and done. So, oh, thank you. The red zeros are classical losses. The white zeros are Armageddon losses. Thank you in the YouTube chat. So, whew, what a day. Thanks to everybody for subbing earlier. We had a stream of subs. Really appreciate that. Appreciate the follows, the subscriptions also on YouTube. I know that's essentially a follow on Twitch. We had so many people donating and just showing their appreciation in that way. So, Danya, I know that I'm stoked because we still have 4 more rounds of action. We'll get more Armageddon, we'll get more chaos, and we'll get more awesome chess.
You're stoked. I'm moked. And yeah, fire up the engines tomorrow, literally, figuratively. However you want to enjoy these games, whatever the narrative that you have in your mind, you're entitled to it. Just let's all be friends in the end. If only, if only. But these players, they will most certainly be at each other's throats exactly 20 hours from now.
Well, I think that if one thing remains constant is that we will have entropy tomorrow. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be excitement. It's going to be hopefully enjoyment for everybody. So, Danya, I'm out of words. It's been a really great day. I think that everybody should be happy that this tournament is ongoing because the chess has been absolutely electric.
I've enjoyed it immensely, and I think a big part of that is who I've had the pleasure of enjoying this game with. You've been awesome, Robert. Thank you for opening up so many amazing secrets in all these games. I think we did a pretty damn good job given how much was going on. And right now, all that's going to be going on is blitz, rest, food. I advise the same for all of us watching, for all of you watching. Get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. You better be here on time, 11 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be